This is a compilation video combining my coverage of Lori Vallow's trial for the conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow. I decided to put this together for everyone because I know some people missed the first trial or might want to have a refresher before her next trial in Arizona. Day one of the Lori Vallow Daybell trial begins with an exciting turn of events right out of the gate. This trial is about the conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow, but in the courtroom was Brandon Boudreaux. Brandon Boudreaux is someone who Lori has a trial about next for a conspiracy to murder him that will take place after this trial, and Brandon is in the courtroom. Lori listed him as a witness, but has not subpoenaed him yet. And he, Brandon, wants to stay and wants to watch. The state references Nate Eaton, who Lori also listed as a witness but didn't subpoena, getting to stay and watch. Lori says that Brandon is a relevant witness because of several things. The state says they don't know what things are, so they want to know how he is a relevant witness. Neither side has interviewed him. Lori says he would testify with communications with her husband, but the judge asks how are they not hearsay. The judge asks for what information he would give relevant to the jury in this case, and Lori says that that would give away her entire defense. So that's a big deal. Lori says the relevance is about him coming to do an intervention against her that day. There's a sidebar, which means if you haven't seen about my video about the prep for this trial, the way they're doing a sidebar, because Lori can't approach the judge, is they put on a headset, white noise is played, and they mute the different streams that are playing the courtroom. This is a long sidebar, so if you're watching the trial itself, you're going to have to skip through quite a bit. The judge eventually comes back. The defense would need to come to him, to the court, with some messages to prove that he's relevant, but the court doesn't find him relevant now. So Brandon is struck from the witness list without prejudice, so he can be put back on later. So if Lori comes up with something, he could be added back, which means Brandon gets to stay and watch for now. And after quite a while handling that, we get the state's opening statement. Now, this is not an exact transcript. This is my notes. It begins right off the bat by reading text messages. So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple of days. Mel too. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Vallow wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. To understand why this is relevant, you have to understand the context that Lori was already married to Charles Vallow, but she wanted to marry Chad Daybell. And I'm going to apologize for myself and the prosecutor throughout this entire thing. I expect Lori Daybell, Lori Vallow Daybell is going to be interchangeable. Lori wanted to keep the same lifestyle she had with Charles. She could do that if Charles was dead. She would get $1 million life insurance policy and Social Security for herself and her son JJ as a child of a dead spouse. All of this would come true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed with evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. They had names for these spirits, sometimes like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and Nephi, a prophet directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and story of Nephi to justify killing Charles Vallow. Lori invoked Nephi in that message to Alex to provide them with the religious authority to kill Charles. Finally, after months of trying to get rid of him, they are ready to be like Nephi. Lori met Chad Daybell in 2018. Chad stayed at Lori's house at one point while Charles was out of town with JJ, and this was during a conference in 2018 that Chad was attending. By January 2019, Lori claimed Charles Vallow was possessed with an evil spirit, calling him Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to Charles as Ned. You will hear from women who met Lori through a conference and were spiritual women who originally found Lori infectious. They started to see red flags, like Lori was saying she was beyond repenting, that goes against what their religion follows. Sharina Sharp will talk of a girls' weekend that included Lori, where she told them her husband was possessed by an evil spirit named Ned. Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together to cast out the evil spirit. Lori said Charles was already gone. Later that month, Alex Cox sent a message to Lori and said Ned was still alive, just confirmed it. Lori responded, "It's not Ned, it's a new one. Ned is gone." Alex texted that Charles' body is still alive. Lori said she has learned a lot and was still working on it. Alex and Lori became even more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, or whatever they decide to call him. You will hear about Christina Atwood about meeting Alex Cox for the first time. Christina said she heard Alex say he wanted to kill Charles. Lori said she had been drugging Charles by crushing up JJ's pills and putting it into Charles's protein drinks. Christina confronted Lori and said if Charles ends up dead, she will have to go to the police, and Lori said it was all a joke. 1 month later, Lori and Alex created the situation. They could be like Nephi. And they killed Charles. Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. JJ was an adopted member of Charles's family. JJ was everything to Charles and why him and Lori were still together. Charles knew of Lori's beliefs and that he called her Ned. He told this to lots of people. On February 26, 2019, Charles made a big decision. He changed his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori Vallow to Kay Woodcock. And Lori had no idea this happened. Charles wanted to bring Lori back to the church and reached out to Lori's brother, Adam. Adam will tell you he heard Lori say things that were simply outside the LDS religion. Lori talking about being translated and Charles was possessed. He knew Lori wasn't following the LDS faith. June 28th, Charles found out Lori and Chad were having an affair. Charles reached out to Lori, Chad's wife, and Alex Cox about it. The police have done many search warrants, phone records, and iCloud accounts included. Some of the things stored on the iCloud accounts might be intentional or, in the words of Sarah Boone, unintentional. Not intentional. After Charles learned about Chad Daybell, Lori made a new iCloud account. Many of the messages that were recovered that you will see in this trial are from those iCloud accounts. Police eventually recovered Charles' cell phone, and you will learn about his text messages to Adam Cox. Adam will tell you they were planning an intervention, recording Lori and confronting the state president about it. I'm assuming state president in this context is a religious figure that I'm not aware of in the Mormon religion. It's also why I'm probably going to mispronounce many of the religious names that are said. Adam agreed to fly to help Lori get back into the faith. Adam and Charles both flew in, and Adam asked Alex Cox to stay with him, and Alex said sure. When Adam flew in, however, Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that Alex was summoned to be like Nephi and kill Charles. By the evening of July 9th, Lori knew about the intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. Lori said she needed Alex to stay close because she would see Charles come pick up JJ, and then they would be like Nephi. She knew Charles was coming, and they would be like Nephi. After the text message of being like Nephi, Alex and Lori had a phone call for 56 minutes planning. Alex stayed close with his gun, and they were like Nephi. The day before Charles was killed, Alex was at Lori's house. He brought clothes, his handgun, and 2 extra magazines. Charles let Lori know he'd be able to pick up JJ the next day to take him to school. Alex and Lori knew when and where to do the murder, but they needed to make sure that Charles stayed close and in the house. Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been trying to move on. He met with a date from an LDS dating site, and he had told this date about everything. His wife's beliefs, the change to his life insurance. She still wanted to meet, and they had the date. He told her about trying to find a realtor to get a place and his plan to meet up with Adam. She told Charles, why don't you just tell Lori you changed the life insurance policy so you know it, so he, just tell her. But basically, even the date was like, why don't you tell Lori? So she knows it isn't her. The next day, she texted Charles, and she thought Charles had ghosted her. She didn't know Charles was dead. She didn't know until a few months later when she saw it on the news he had been killed on July 11th. The morning of July 11th, Lori was texting with Chad Daybell. We don't have those text messages, but we have the fact that they happened from phone records. Alex was there with his gun, and everybody knew Charles was coming to get JJ for school. Charles left his phone GPS on. You will be able to see it mapped out. You will see his phone leave the house with Lori and what she does with it. Charles texted Adam about that Alex Cox was there. Adam responded, really? I wonder why he never called me back. Charles didn't respond. Adam responded, they're planning something, and Charles responded, absolutely. Adam says he was supposed to stay at Alex's house last night, but Lori probably blocked that, and Charles says what you do is up to you. Adam told Charles he was going to ask Alex to get him and see what he would do. Charles read this message but didn't respond. Adam sent a message saying he and his son were going to play basketball to look for a church leader and talk to him. Charles Vallow never read that text message, but you will learn Lori and Alex did. Charles went to a house that he rented, that he paid for his wife. He got JJ out to the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from leaving. She wanted to stop the intervention. She wanted Charles's money. So she took Charles's cell phone and refused to give it back. Lori is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori is why Charles is dead. The prosecutor does a description of the house. Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow 2 times. The first shot was to his chest and exited out his, let me make sure I get this right, exited out his back. This shot went through his heart. Charles Vallow fell and put his left hand to the wound. A person can take seconds to 2 minutes to die from this type of wound. A person can still talk and move after being shot in the heart. And as Charles lay on the floor, Alex stood at his feet and fired a second shot into his abdomen that exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. This wound was shored, meaning something hard was behind this wound. So when the bullet exited, the pattern was different. The shored wound showed nothing was accidental about this second shot. Then Lori left the house with Charles's phone and wallet and rental car and JJ and Tylee. She went to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off to school, and then went back to the house while she was driving. She spoke to Alex twice. While driving about, she spoke to Alex twice. They called 3 minutes after she left and 17 minutes after she left. Neither had called 911. In fact, Alex Cox called 911 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before Alex Cox called 911. Alex Cox staged the scene in that time and made mistakes. You will hear police say they found a bat lying as if Charles was holding it in his right hand and it fell after he was shot. You're going to learn Alex forgot Charles was left-handed. You're going to learn Charles was a semi-professional baseball player who pitched and played left-handed. The bat was on the wrong side. You will hear about an injury to Alex Cox himself. Lori says Charles hit Alex before he was shot. Classic self-defense. But we have to look at the physical evidence or lack of it. The room Charles was shot in had no furniture, only mirrors on the wall. Alex's gun had no blood transfer on it. Alex was allegedly hit on the head by a professional baseball player and never touched the injury. He shot this man twice, walked down the hall, placed the gun in a room, never touching his supposed wound. There is no blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex on the head, and they grappled on the ground, but there isn't a drop of blood on this ground. Think about that. Charles is claiming a semi-professional baseball player cracked him in the head with a baseball bat as they wrestle on the ground, and there's no blood. Only pooling of blood where Charles was shot. Not a drop of blood on the way to the room where the gun is, not a drop of blood in the room with the gun, not a drop of blood in the kitchen where Alex washed his hands. There are no towels, sheet, clothing, napkins with blood on them, as if Alex was trying to hold his head. You will see on body-worn camera Alex on 911 as he exits the house with sunglasses on his head. You will eventually see Alex touch his head a few times and gets something, I don't know if it's a towel or a napkin, and starts rubbing his head. That is the only bloodied item you will see. Those sunglasses. He was struck on the head by a baseball player, grapples on the ground, shoots Charles, puts away the gun, deals with his injury, and his sunglasses are still on his head? No blood on his gun? No blood on the floor. No damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side, lack of physical evidence to support this self-defense claim. The trajectory through Alex's body and through the room, first shot is front and back slightly downward. Could be the gun was held high, hand angle, whatever. But it seems very clear that Charles was standing upright. The second shot trajectory was 13 inches upward. You will hear of the shore wound. The second bullet was next to Charles. It wasn't in like a wall. It wasn't in his body. It was laying next to him. And there was a defect in the wood on the floor where the bullet exited. So that's where they believe it. That's where it exited and left a mark on the wood. This is consistent with Charles on the ground when Alex Cox fired the second shot. This was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. And that's true. Because if you think about it, as soon as he's on the ground, I think most people would agree that that is when it becomes attempted murder. Even if a first shot was justified, how do you justify the second shot? But, for anyone wondering, we did have a case of the, how do they call it, like the snow pile murder, attempted murder case. It was an attempted case he was being charged with, where the jury decided that him continuing to fire shots into a man laying on the ground wasn't attempted murder. So, while you and me might agree on that, that doesn't mean the jury will agree on that. Lori and Tylee returned after police arrived. Initially, police believed Lori didn't know her husband was shot and killed. That's what you see behind me. This is Lori coming back. The police at this time didn't know she knew her husband was dead. Lori didn't ask why the police were there, why the fire truck's there, why is her brother sitting on the ground. She asked about her neighbors. They pulled her aside to tell her about the death of Charles, and to their surprise, Lori said she knew. Lori was interviewed by the police. They treated her kindly. She admitted she took the cell phone, and that's why Charles didn't just leave with JJ. She admits she took his phone, and no matter what, wouldn't give it back. Lori claimed Tylee came out with a bat. Charles took it from her, knocking her to the ground. Lori still didn't return the phone. Alex came out and had a scuffle with the bats, and Charles hit Alex with the bat, and Lori still didn't give back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone, go into the kitchen to let her brother be Nephi. She said she heard the gunshot, saw Charles on the ground, and then left. The police didn't even know she still had Charles's phone even during the interview. They asked Lori and Alex to return to the scene, and Lori told the police that she found the phone in the car and gave them Charles's PIN number. After these interviews, what actually happened was Alex and Lori went to Alex's house and went through Charles's phone. Alex took photos of Charles's messages to Adam and sent them to Lori's phone. July 11th, the day of the killing, Lori didn't tell Charles's family, or even Adam, that Charles was dead. The next day, she told Charles's sons from a previous marriage that their dad was dead. Those sons reached out to Kay Woodcock, who had to Google it to see if it was true. So what about the money? $1 million. Lori was the beneficiary when he died. Charles was killed on a Thursday. And Monday, Lori called about the life insurance, and she told the agent Charles was accidentally shot, and she was the beneficiary. Both of those are incorrect. 3 days later, she was told she wasn't the beneficiary, and they wouldn't tell her who was. 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles, Lori texted Chad saying Ned changed the life insurance before they got rid of him. But she will still get $4,000 a month from SS. Lori went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, and sent it to Chad and confronted Kay. But Lori knew she was still getting $4,000 a month. Lori conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill Charles Vallow so they could be like Nephi and better Lori's life. She could be with Chad and have that money. The motive is money and Chad Daybell. You will see many messages and people will establish this murder was premeditated. It was all coming to a head. She would be like Nephi, a justified killing just like the prophet. And the state hopes, the jury will find Lori guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and it's time for lunch. And I mentioned this in the middle of it because it hit me. As much as it seems so obvious to me, and probably you, that if you shoot someone and they're on the ground and they're like crawling away or they can't move or whatever, if you keep firing, well, they're no longer a threat. That's not self-defense. But juries have disagreed with that before. Now, will that play into this case? I doubt it. Obviously, Lori is going to try the self-defense angle, I would assume. That what Alex did was self-defense, and because it's self-defense, it can't be conspiracy to murder. But I don't think she's going to be able to successfully get a jury to go that direction. But that's part 1, and I'm going to combine this with part 2 now. We are back, and it is time for Lori's opening statement. Brace yourselves. Lori says she has been charged with a serious crime, and the only question is if she committed this crime. A conspiracy is an agreement with others to commit a crime. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It was Lori's 4th marriage and Charles's 3rd. They each had 2 children. The evidence will show is a phrase that she put essentially at the beginning of every sentence that I am not going to repeat. They adopted JJ. They married for 13 years and raised 5 children. Lori was a cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist. Charles was a life insurance salesman, and they purchased max life insurance policies early in the marriage. Charles was 17 years older than Lori and had a health issue, so his max was $1 million, but the max for Lori was $2 million. They always had life insurance. In 2016, Charles purchased a policy against Lori again, because when the policies lapsed, they bought new ones. Charles used to be a baseball player, a left-handed pitcher, but a right-handed batter. This goes against what the prosecution is saying, so I wonder if there's evidence going to be brought up proving it one way or another. Tylee was 3 years old when Lori and Charles got married, and when she became a teenager, Tylee's attitude towards Charles became so bad they had to seek a therapist to stop them from fighting. And I do want to take a pause here and wonder how much of her attitude towards Charles was manufactured by Lori, especially near the end. Tylee's biological father passed away, and Charles made a call to Social Security. There was an objection, hearsay, sustained. It will show that they got Social Security for Tylee until she was 18 years old. Charles and Tylee's fighting increased in January 2019 and then escalated to physical. Charles and Tylee had increasing arguments. They had their worst argument of all in July 2019. In the March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his school and moved to Texas. Tylee and Lori moved to Texas with them. Tylee, JJ, and Lori moved back to take JJ back to the school in the old district. They rented a house there to do that. In the months of June and July, Charles sent Lori threatening text messages. Lori told Charles he couldn't stay with them in the house he was renting, or as Lori will say, she was renting, because he can't get along with Tylee, and they might fight like they had 3 weeks prior. Charles stayed in a hotel that Lori says she booked. Charles paid for Adam Cox to fly in. Charles planned to pick up JJ and drop him off. Lori says Charles showed up in the rental car she booked for him. Charles texted Adam Cox before entering, and they knew Charles texted Adam Cox before entering, so they both knew Alex Cox was inside. When Charles entered the home, only Lori and JJ were awake. After Charles put JJ in the rental car, Charles came back in the residence to, as she words it, receive his phone, leaving JJ in the running car. He was 7 years old. This is very obviously Lori's attempt to paint him as a bad father. Look, he went to receive his phone and left a 7-year-old in a running car. Not that Lori stole his phone. Charles screamed at Lori when she refused to hand him his phone. Charles' screaming is what woke up Tylee and Alex. Tylee came out with a bat to protect her mother Lori from her stepfather Charles. At this point, Lori starts crying. Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and after the struggle, Tylee fell on the ground. Charles lifted the bat to strike Tylee. Alex then intervened without a gun. No shirt on. Alex and Charles fought for the bat. Lori helped Tylee up and sent her to JJ in the car. After the struggle, Charles came after Lori with the bat as she went to the kitchen. Alex got his gun and shot Charles in self-defense. Tylee and Lori ran outside without shoes. JJ was trying to get out of the car, and then all three of them drove away. They drove to JJ's school. Lori cries and requests a tissue. They then went to Burger King drive-thru because Charles promised that to JJ. Lori went to Walgreens to get flip-flops so her and Tylee could walk JJ into school. Notice she doesn't mention her phone calls during this time to Alex Cox. They returned to the home with police in the driveway. Tylee and Lori were told Charles had died. All three were interviewed separately. Lori and Tylee met with a victim advocate after all three were driven home. They did as instructed by police and tended to Alex's wound. Tylee gave the detective on the scene Charles's phone. No mention of her and Alex going through it and taking screenshots. She says Tylee gave the detective the passcode. The state, I believe, says Lori gave the phone and the passcode, and they are accusing Lori and Alex Cox of going through it. You see how Lori is blaming Tylee. The bat situation only happened because of Tylee. Tylee is the one getting into violent arguments with Charles. It's Tylee who had the phone. It's Tylee who had the lock code. It really looks like she's trying to pin the blame on her dead daughter, that she's convicted of murdering. Lori says the next day she told the police Charles' belongings were still at the hotel, and the police said they would handle it. The police told her they would contact them so Alex could get his gun. Lori claims the police treated this as self-defense, and there was an objection that was sustained. Alex Cox died almost 5 months to the day Charles Vallow died. Alex Cox died from a blood clot in his lung. Objection sustained. Lori is the only person charged with this crime. Objection sustained. And this is where we're getting to her defense from the start. Lori is pitching you need 2 people for the conspiracy charge. But Alex is dead, and she's the only one charged. So I bet she's going to pitch they can't prove conspiracy because he's dead. The state says money was her motive. Lori says life insurance isn't a crime. Social Security isn't a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It is a tragedy. If you haven't watched my coverage of her interview this past weekend, I highly recommend it, where we learn a little more about these family tragedies. Apparently, there's a lot of women in this jail who've had family tragedies where people have died and they've gotten charged. Next is Sergeant, I'm going to butcher this name, Erwin Werbisky. He's up for the state. He was dispatched to the shooting scene. He was the first on the scene. He was wearing a body-worn camera. More officers arrived on the scene as he got there. They told 911 to tell Alex to leave with just his phone and hands up. Alex was nonchalant when leaving. He walked out the front door. They told him to walk towards them and sit on the curb. 2 officers on the scene. This officer cleared the house, the other spoke to Alex Cox. He did a full house walkthrough to clear it with the body cam on. He could see Charles Vallow on the right. No furniture in the room. Charles has both of his hands on his sides, no pulse. He had 2 gunshot wounds. He said Charles was dead, but fire was still called to check on him. They have their own process and give a time of death. They ask if he saw projectiles on the ground by the victim. Lori objects, leading, overruled. Yes, he believes he did. He had to clear the house so fire could go in. He believes he located a firearm in a back bedroom. He doesn't remember if he touched it. Fire entered after, tried to render aid, more officers on scene, it's still all recorded. The body cam is on the shoulder, so like right here. So it doesn't follow where his head moves. State wants to show him a video. He recognizes it as his body cam and it's admitted into evidence. Now they are playing the video without audio, and I will say every live stream for this seemed to be upset with the lack of audio. If you followed the Sarah Boone case or other cases, a lot of audio can get cut because it's different, detectives talking about theories and things like that on the scene. They were cutting a lot of audio in this case. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the cut audio was played later in the case, however. Court cameras obviously have to turn away after entering the house because of the body. He found the weapon. Other officers arrived, fire incoming, fire's working on the victim. He's trying to find an ID and he couldn't find it. There's no wallet. The court streams show the video again as it shows Alex Cox sitting on the side of the road, rubbing his head, sunglasses on his head. Witness says Alex Cox was extremely calm. Witnesses identify 2 screenshots from the body cam. First shows Charles's body as he checks the pulse. The second has fire working on him as they walk in. Alex was holding the phone when he came out. He never noticed another phone in the house or on the ground near Charles. This witness put up the crime scene tape, and that was the end of his involvement. And now we get Lori's cross-examination. Lori asks his name because she likes to get that right. Lori asks about the witness calling Alex calm. Lori asks if he was nonchalant because the witness... asks if... Alex was nonchalant because that's the word the witness used. He said he doesn't remember saying that, but he did. Witness says people act differently in situations. Witness can't give people psychological evaluations, though. Lori asked why didn't he do CPR? He said because it was evident he was deceased. And Lori says, and that is not your protocol? Witness says it isn't protocol to do CPR until fire arrives. When it will make it worse, like with apparent gunshot wounds to the chest. If you start pumping on his chest, he will lose a lot more blood at a rapid pace. When the 911 operator told her brother to do CPR, well, the same thing happened. Witness says that depends on when the call came in, but possibly if he had that wound, which is kind of opening it up that was 911 called before the second shot. I have to say, the wording there was leaving something open. He cleared the house before fire. He wasn't looking for ID when he cleared the house. Lori asked if he was told only Alex and Charles in the house. He said he doesn't recall. Even if he was, you still have to clear a house, right? Lori asked if he has any crime scene experience. He says just my 20 years as a police officer. Lori asked if casings were to the left or the right. He says he didn't say. Lori asked east or west. He says he didn't say. He did find a handgun. He was asked if he could tell where the gunshot came from. He said from the way he was laying, where the feet were at. He says he doesn't recall if he saw a projectile on the baseboard. He believed Charles was deceased when he enters the home. Fire takes over for CPR on top of the gunshot wound. So Fire was doing CPR. Lori asked, is that normal protocol? And he said he doesn't know their protocol. He then went outside to put up crime scene tape. He doesn't remember how long he was there. He doesn't know if he had discussions with detectives on scene. He imagines he spoke to a superior before leaving. He thinks he saw Lori arriving just as he was leaving, and there were 2 wounds on Charles. Lori asked how he knew, and he said he saw them. He doesn't know how many times he's spoken to the case agent about this case, maybe 5 times in passing. Lori asked how many times he emailed or texted or phone calls with the case agent, and there was an objection, relevance. The judge lets him answer it, and he says he doesn't know. He wrote his report by the end of the shift. He doesn't think he changed it. He reviewed it, and it appears to be the same. Redirect. Alex Cox was calm and collected after shooting someone. If you check for a pulse of someone who is believed to be deceased, you aren't to touch the body, as it is basically a crime scene. Giving CPR would alter the crime scene. The gun was part of the crime scene, so he didn't touch it. A CAD report details the 911 call and his dispatch and leaving, and is provided to him. The 911 call happened at 8:36. He was dispatched at 8:37, and he arrived at 8:43. It's earlier than his memory. He left the scene at 5:51. This information is brief, so detectives know what they are walking into, if anything was touched, and what was found. Jury has no questions, which I don't know if I mentioned this in this video or my previous ones. In Arizona, the jury can ask questions. Another name I will butcher. Robert Krotheim is the next witness. He works at a courthouse now, but he was a police officer at the time of the crime. He was dispatched to the shooting scene wearing a body cam. He tells the story of Alex walking out calmly, no difficulty walking or sitting down, not sweating, not jittery, injury on the right side. He had about an inch laceration. Sound starts playing in the courtroom that nobody seems to know where it's from, and people look confused, including the witness, until it stops. Alex was offered medical treatment, but didn't want it. They ask if he thought he should override that. He says yes. They ask if anything due to the demeanor and actions made, it appears so he was bad off, he needed treatment. And the officer responded, oh, 0, none. So that's weird to me. So maybe I'm thinking too much into it, but the officer says he believed he should override Alex and get him medical treatment, but not due to his demeanor or injury, which makes me wonder either the witness said the wrong answer, or is he alluding to the fact that on the scene he thought maybe Alex could have staged the injury? And maybe that should have been, looked at and cataloged. And Alex, he's bleeding and doesn't want looked at after an injury to the head. It seems a little shady to me. Lori entirely showed up, and he got Lori's ID, and he IDs her in the courtroom. He knew at this time the deceased was her husband. He didn't ask if Charles lived there, which he did ask, but he says he didn't. He said Lori was calm and nonchalant. Lots of police cars, a fire truck, and an ambulance was around. Alex Cox was across the street where Lori was. Originally, she walked up to Alex Cox, and they told her to go back. She never asked about her brother. Never asked if her brother needed medical treatment for being hit by a bat. She never asked about the emergency vehicles and why they were there. It's all on camera. After talking to Lori, he went back to stand by Alex Cox, and next up is the body cam video as evidence. No audio except for the interaction with Lori Vallow, and the video is played. They asked why the officer pulled his weapon on Alex Cox, and he said because someone was killed and they had to make sure Alex wasn't a threat. Alex wasn't placing anything on his injury as he walked out. It's all muted at this point, by the way. There's no audio. He had the sunglasses on his head when he came out. Alex Cox was moved so we could hear him due to the loud fire truck that pulled up to already go inside. So very quickly, fire was inside. He said he doesn't remember whose truck is in the driveway. He was trying to control the scene and keep people away from the house. Someone does walk up and get sent away. Tylee and Lori walk up and are sent away. He knew Lori was his wife. Anything that takes time in a case, the detectives do it. An ambulance arrived. He doesn't remember specifics on the time of the 911 call or when he was dispatched. It only took 4 or 5 minutes to get to the scene after the call. The tape goes on. More people arrive on the scene. And finally, we get audio when talking to Lori. Asks if her husband lives there and wants a license. It is, honestly, it's so sad to see Tylee there after everything. We know. Lori was just blaming her in her opening statement. We got information from Tylee, but the audio is cut for that. The video is done. He briefed detectives what he learned. He told them he didn't tell Lori that her husband was dead. He believes she didn't know he was dead because he was under the understanding that this just happened and she arrived back on the scene. Alex Cox also made statements that made him believe that Lori wasn't present. He remained with Alex Cox after and transported him to the police station. Alex was calm during transport and they talked about unrelated things. Oh boy. Lori is up for cross. She asks his name to not get it wrong. Again, I think this is like an endearing thing for her. I don't think it works because she gets their name and then never uses it again, at least so far. So it's like, Alex was calm exiting the house. Lori says he was told Alex composed himself and called 911. He says he doesn't remember being told that, but sure, he thinks maybe he was. Maybe, he wasn't sure. Alex was calm the whole time. The officer said the scene wasn't chaotic. People weren't running around screaming. The officers were calm. The detectives were calm. Lori asked, your buddy Wiz was calm, because in the previous statement, he referred to the one officer as Wiz, because that's the name he normally refers to him as. Again, Lori's trying to like normalize herself by using that, I guess. The other officer said, yes, the scene was calm when Lori arrived. Lori says, wouldn't have been out of character for her to not be calm when everyone else was calm. So Lori's trying to explain away her demeanor. And it's an objection, speculation, sustained. I would argue that, no. If you come home, you know your husband is shot, your brother is on the side of the road with an injury, you shouldn't be calm just because everyone else is calm. And if you don't know your husband is shot and you see him injured, you know something happened, you know you're supposed to be there that morning, again, you shouldn't be calm. You should be worrying and asking questions that you're not asking. Anyway, back to the actual witness. Alex was holding a towel to his head, an inch cut, a small knot, bleeding a little. Lori asks, but would you not call it a goose egg? And the witness says, tomato, tomato. Alex didn't ask for medical treatment, and he thinks he asked 3 times. He didn't think Alex needed medical treatment, but EMTs were right there. Lori asked, says he called Alex nonchalant, not a lot of emotion. Lori says, is that your typical demeanor? The witness says, depends. Lori says, well, if that is your demeanor in court, and this is stressful, that means that could be Alex's normal demeanor. Lori says, wouldn't that make sense for Alex to be nonchalant? Objection, speculation, judge allows it. She asks the question again, but Lori goes a bit on a rant in that question this time. So there's an objection for compound question sustained, and Lori just moves on. Lori asks why she had to park across the street. He says, I don't know. The witness doesn't know why she parked across the street. Lori said she had to park across the street. He says, no, there were multiple other places she could park. Lori starts about how when she parked so close to the scene to talk to him, objection, testifying, sustained. Lots of emergency vehicles on scene, but it was calm. Objection, asked and answered, sustained. It was hot that day, and the witness is like, yeah, maybe. Again, this is what she thinks normalizes her because it has no relevance how hot it was. He recounts the time frames. Lori asks what Alex and him talked about in the police car. Lori says there is a video of that we haven't seen, the video of them in the police car. Lori asks if Alex says he felt out of it because he was hit with a bat. I think that's what she was going for. We heard the word hit. Objection, hearsay, sustained. Officer says he worked on his report and finished it by the end of his shift at 4 o'clock. No revisions. He said red liquid on the rag in his report was worded that way because it was not tested for blood, but Alex was bleeding from the head. He spoke to detectives. He doesn't remember someone putting a phone in an evidence bag. Lori says she saw on the body cam that happening and wanted to know if he remembered. Objection, testifying. And the judge sustains and explains she can only ask questions. She can't talk about what she saw. That's called testifying. The officer was told to take Alex uncuffed to the station. A detective then took over the interview. Asked if Alex could have been in shock. Objection, sustained. Lori asks how long he bled. He says he didn't see it. He didn't know if he was bleeding when he walked out because he didn't look. He didn't see that he was bleeding until they moved him farther down the street. This officer never entered the house. Lori asks about his discussion with other detectives. Objection. Hearsay. She tries to ask about Tylee with a bat. Objection. Hearsay. She asks if Alex said he was hit in the head with a bat. Objection. Hearsay. The detective says he was told how he got the injury, but didn't know for sure that's how he got it, because he didn't see it. He was told how he got it. She tries another question about how he knew that answer, but the judge says that would be hearsay. Lori asks about a neighbor coming up to her and what they wanted. Objection. Hearsay. And at this point, the judge seems sick of it and just calls for an afternoon break. So I thought I'd be getting this done in 2 videos, but there's an afternoon break I didn't take into account. So I guess I'm going to be merging 3. Yeah, Lori is... I really hope the prosecution can mention that Tylee was murdered and Lori is convicted of the murder. I think that is very important because she's trying to put blame on her. There's also a world where I could see Lori wants to mention it to again try to put blame on Tylee, because Lori's still saying she's innocent. Maybe she hopes she can tell the jury that like they had to kill Tylee in self-defense too. I mean, it seems like she wants Tylee to be the fall person here. And that kind of surprised me. I was kind of expecting her to be more like, yeah, Alex did all of this on his own. I thought that would be her angle going in. I didn't think she'd have such a focus on Tylee. But I guess she just hates her kids, right? That's evident. She murdered them. Lori is back up and asking what the witness told detectives. Objection. Hearsay. Lori has it explained to her that his out-of-court statements are hearsay. He names the detectives he thinks were briefed, but he's not sure. He talked to them under a minute. He met with the prosecutor about 2 weeks ago to go over testimony for about an hour total. He reviewed the report before testifying today. He managed the scene while there. He sent a man away and sent Lori and her daughter back to their car. Lori asked about him talking to his supervisor. Objection, relevance, and hearsay. Overruled. Talked less than a minute to brief his supervisor. Lori asked about less than a minute twice before objection, asked and answered, sustained. Lori asked about less than a minute again to brief the detectives. Objection, asked and answered, but judge allowed it. He said yes. He briefed them quicker. Then he wrote the report, which obviously is quicker to talk to someone than write a report. 8 to 10 miles to the police department, 10 to 15 minutes. He doesn't remember where he parks. Alex was unhandcuffed and taken into an interrogation room. He didn't see his supervisor at the station. Redirect. The witness is asked about saying Alex Cox was calm, and that calmness being compared to the witness being calm. They asked if the witness just shot someone. He said no. Did the fire department just shoot someone? No. Had the other officer just shot someone? No. So it isn't the same to compare them. He had his gun drawn on Alex because Alex possibly could have been a threat, and Alex remained nonchalant during that. He said he was testified before, and this is just answering questions, explaining why he's calm. Alex didn't have his hand on his head when he left the house. Alex Cox was rubbing his head at one point, only saw him use the towel, and that remained mostly white. You could watch body cam to see how long he touched his head, and then it was white. Some more time frame questions that truly, at this moment, aren't a major deal. It's just kind of nitpicking, to be honest, in my opinion. The next witness is up. He works for the fire department. This man was a CPR instructor as well as working for the fire department. You give CPR to someone if their heart isn't beating. He believes 911 will walk people through how to give CPR. If someone is given CPR, you can see evidence that it was done, such as a depression on the skin. He has to perform CPR before on people who were shot and blood came out. He was interviewed by police, making it more memorable in this case. They were maybe 30 seconds away when they got the call. He didn't see anyone giving the patient CPR when he entered. There wasn't a lot of blood around they needed to worry about avoiding. So basically, he's reiterating something that's been brought up previously. There wasn't a bunch of blood in the hallway from a fight or from a bat fight or whatever. His first impression walking in was no moaning or moving. He thought Charles might be dead. No obvious signs of life. He did an assessment for a pulse, breathing, and after all the checks, again, no sign of life. He tried CPR. He was told someone was trying to do CPR before they arrived, which would have increased a likelihood of survival. They show a photo of people working on Charles. They don't obviously show it to the stream, and he identifies them. This witness is the one that did the CPR. He said he didn't see a depression from someone else doing compressions, and he felt the initial crack and crunch you hear if you start CPR for the first time correctly. He did it about a minute before the equipment was brought out. He made sure to not cut the bullet holes in the shirt. The EKG was flat. They rolled him in the other side to have a better view of the exit wounds. There were 2 wounds on the back. And he said after this, he could find the depression he made while doing CPR. He had blood on his gloves after doing CPR. After doing CPR, there was much more blood that came out. They called the death on the scene. The skin on Charles's back was mottling because blood hadn't been circulating, and that shows up over time. Remember, these people are arriving on the scene quickly. What wasn't quick, according to the prosecution, was the actual response from Alex calling 911. He waited a long amount of time. The lack of depression on the chest when he started makes him believe he was the first to do CPR. And they did continue the CPR after the modeling, but they ended up calling it. They brought up the chart for when they called it. He sees it looks like 8:48 a.m. is when they stopped doing work, and that's probably when they called it. So it wasn't that long after they arrived on the scene. It was maybe 5 minutes of actively working before they called it. Once called, they gathered the things they could and left the body. Certain things like the EKG sticker things are left on the body. He noticed no injuries to the man outside by the driveway when he was going by. Someone Alex Cox's size would have been able to do compressions correctly, and there would have been a depression if he did it correctly. He says Charles Vallow was dead in his opinion before they entered the house. It was highly unlikely anyone performed CPR before this man arrived. And then Lori is asked for her cross, and she says it'll be a longer one, so they end it for the day. Yes, the day is ended because Lori, I can just imagine the questions she's going to have, and I imagine there's going to be a lot of objections, because I picture Lori is going to have her own medical ideals she's going to try to push on this witness. That's my speculation for the start of tomorrow. But we did get a good glimpse into Lori's defense, it seems. It wasn't a plot. Tylee is the one that was causing issues with Charles, and obviously that wasn't a plot. That was Tylee doing it. And, I mean, sure, she went to Burger King and Walgreens after knowing her husband was shot, but that's because Charles promised JJ that Burger King, and they needed to get flip-flops to walk JJ into school. Yeah, I don't think it works. She tried her, waterworks attempt. I don't think it played out well. To me, it was very forced. She's trying this, I want to make sure I get your name right type thing with, a lighter voice. I mean, all the witnesses have been men so far, and I'm curious when there's a woman up, if her, voice changes. But that's all the information for today. Hope you enjoyed the video. I'm going to try to get this out as soon as possible. If you like the content, like, comment, subscribe. I am planning to do this again tomorrow and try to get it out as soon as possible once it ends. I do want to say that I have been around someone who's sick to the point that they are bedbound, and I am just hoping I don't get it. So here's hoping, because I want to cover this case. And right now I'm not feeling sick. My throat's a little sore. My fingers hurt a little bit from the typing. I'll get some pain relief stuff, and hopefully that'll get me through the trial. But I will see you in the next video. Again, this trial is going to be Monday through Thursday until it ends. So it's going to be quite a mess. And you can find this, or many live streams. I think they're all using the same feed from the courthouse, but there are many different live streams with many different chats. If you do catch it live, just understand there is a delay. Just understand that sidebars are muted. So it might not be the most entertaining to watch. So maybe best to look up highlights if you are wanting to see those moments if you don't catch it live. Or enjoy my content where I cover it and know whether you want to go back and what moments you want to see. Until next time. Today is day 2 of the Lori Vallow trial, and I decided the perfect background would be Charles Vallow. This image behind me is taken from a body cam when he was trying to get help to deal with Lori, who had taken the kids and went into a hotel room. He never got the help he needed, sadly, as we all know how this ended. Yesterday, we had a juror that was gotten rid of because the money they would take in from jury duty would not cover their child support and alimony. Today, I don't believe a reason was given that the juror left, but we are now down 2 and have just 2 alternates. Now, a third juror has also seen the body cam footage from yesterday on YouTube, but doesn't remember specifics, and both sides have agreed for now that they will be allowed to stay. The streams were late unmuting Lori's first question to the witness, but thankfully people in the courtroom tweeted it. Lori asked, what did it look like when he walked into the house? This witness, for anyone who doesn't remember, didn't watch, he is a member of the fire department who attempted CPR on Charles Vallow. Now, Lori is focusing in on, did they do CPR properly? Did Alex Cox do CPR properly? And I'm going to be honest, I don't think this matters for her defense at all, because her defense is it was self-defense shooting. Now, if he didn't render aid, does that mean he didn't shoot Charles Vallow in self-defense? I don't think the answer to that is yes. It still could have been a self-defense shooting. It wasn't, but I don't think this CPR argument actually helps her case, but she is going to drone on about it and spend a lot of time trying to find holes in 911 or the fire department or the police when it comes to this CPR. The witness said he did an assessment when he came in and started CPR. Charles had 2 gunshot wounds. Lori asked about the shirt color Charles had on, and he says he doesn't remember. Lori questions if it was hard to see the blood on the shirt, and he said he saw blood on the chest. Also, he didn't see blood on the abdomen. The shirt was cut off, avoiding bullet holes using trauma shears. He names the firefighters that were there, and he goes on over how he actually teaches people to do CPR. Lori points out explaining how to do CPR over the phone might be difficult without a video to also accompany it. There's objection, speculation, overruled. And it could be hard to explain CPR over the phone. Would your CPR class be successful without visuals? Objection, relevant, sustained. They teach, in some cases, to only do compressions, especially early CPR classes. They did CPR on Charles for maybe up to a minute before flipping him. He wasn't counting how many compressions he did. Doing CPR as a group is often easier than solo. After rolling him over, they did compressions again for maybe another minute. They had to stop to use the heart monitor and then started with CPR again. There was no electrical activity on the heart monitor. Monitor was on within 2 minutes of patient contact. And you see, this is very important to remember for anyone that didn't watch yesterday. They are arriving literally minutes after the call. What Lori doesn't want brought up is the fact that the call was something like 40-some minutes after Charles was shot. So, yeah, that's kind of the main takeaway that Lori isn't wanting mentioned. She's focusing on what happened once paramedics arrived. The monitor was on within 2 minutes of patient contact. He didn't apply the pads, so he doesn't know if they removed blood to then place the EKG pads on his chest. Charles's shirt was removed at some point. Captain Keller called the death. The witness reviewed some documentation for today's talking. such as the dispatch notes, paper documentation, and his testimony in Idaho. Lori probably just had alarm bells ringing. She truly messed up here. The jury has to wonder, what does he mean? Testimony in Idaho. Because remember, the jury doesn't know so far what Lori was charged and convicted of in Idaho. Lori quickly asked about the paper documentation he looked over, which is the list of treatments they did and those results. He was on the scene for 20 to 25 minutes. He said he saw some man with officers, but he doesn't remember conversing with the officer on the scene. No one in fire was asked to look at Alex Cox. Lori asked if he spoke to media about this case. Objection, relevance. Judge asks what the relevance is. Lori says to know how many times he has given testimony. At this point, I actually had a moment going, is Lori trying to bring in the Idaho stuff to cause a mistrial? Which doesn't make sense, because I thought she wanted the case over so she could get out of jail and go to a nice, comfy prison. Obviously, him talking about his testimony is going to mean he's going to have to tell everyone that he had testimony in the death of, the cases in Idaho. And that's not something that Lori wants, right? And the judge knows it. So maybe Lori does want it. Well, the judge knows they shouldn't do it yet. So sidebar time. So sidebar, again, if you're not watching, they have a white noise machine that plays in the room. The judge and Lori and the prosecution put on headsets, and they can only hear each other. So the jury can't hear, the jury can stay in the room, and they can discuss things that the jury shouldn't know about. Basically, I know I got a little off topic there. Basically, Lori is really flirting around with putting in that Tylee and JJ were murdered. She's getting real close to that, whether she realizes it or not. But they come back and that question doesn't get asked. So I guess someone said something. Doing compressions if there are wounds to the chest could cause more damage, but that doesn't matter if the heart isn't beating. It's just appropriate treatment. Because Lori was basically, she tries it a few times. She tries to make it like, well, why would you do CPR if there's, a gunshot wound? Because he'll die if you don't. Heart's not beating. Lori asks, would a common person hesitate to do CPR on a bullet wound? Objection, speculation, sustained. The witness says he wouldn't hesitate to push on a bullet wound if the heart was stopped. They checked pulse, used equipment. He had one wound on his chest, another in the abdomen. Lori asked about the crunch when doing CPR for the first time. And no determination about the amount of pressure required for CPR as far as this guy knows, like how many pounds per square inch. Just hard and fast, and if they're doing it forcefully enough, they would get the crack. Remember, Lori is also trying to, picture, maybe he tried, but he didn't push hard enough. Alex Cox is a man. Maybe if it was a very dainty woman or a child, sure, they wouldn't be able to do it enough to get the crack. I have no doubts in my mind, and a jury probably doesn't either, that Alex Cox could push that hard. They've seen him on video. They know how big he is. Redirect. Witness is asked if 911 regularly instructs people on how to do CPR. Said he'd have to speculate since he isn't 911. Asked if he's heard 911 instructing people to do CPR, and he says he gets told they're telling people. He doesn't hear the actual call. 911 is trained to then have untrained people do CPR. They know how to lead you to do it. He kept doing CPR before different moments in the timeline. Basically, there's a timeline of treatment, and in between those treatments was constant CPR. And sometimes simultaneously. If they left Charles' shirt around his neck when calling his death, then that's how it would stay. Because there was speculation, so they cut his shirt. Did they fully remove it? Did they not? Sounds like it was around his neck, and they just left it, because when they call death, they pick up the stuff they can pick up, and they leave. Someone with a gunshot wound still needs their blood circulating. The point of CPR is to circulate the blood so they don't go brain dead. It wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they were brain dead, who cares? He didn't feel CPR was done by Alex Cox. There was a juror question and another sidebar with the headsets and the white noise, but that question didn't materialize and the witness can go. It must have had some issue. I don't know if those asked questions end up on the record, but if they do, that'd be very interesting to know. What did the jury want to ask they weren't allowed to? Next up is Kent Keller from the Chandler Fire Department. He was the captain on the scene that day, talked of his training. When fire gets called for a shooting, they stage and then wait to be told the scene is secure. Fire can advise if someone is deceased. When they leave the scene, disturbing as little as possible when they is their main goal when leaving. If the person is dead. Their main job is to treat the patient. Not disturbing the scene is secondary to that. 911 told them CPR instruction was given and CPR was in progress. 911 is certified to give a CPR instruction. Knowing a patient was given CPR before arrival means the patient should have been more viable. The house when they arrived seemed empty. The only thing he noticed around the patient was a baseball bat to the right and a baseball cap. He later noticed a bullet on the ground. Charles was on his back. He had a gunshot wound to his chest. He has shown a photo of Charles and to talk about the pooling around the collarbone. If CPR was given, he would have expected there to be more blood. No CPR was being given when they got there, and this is something that I will say is rather interesting. So, I don't know the exact 911 call, and I'm sure it's out there, and I'm sure someone has watched it, so I will ask. How did they get from him claiming he's doing CPR to then going to the door with his hands up? Because theoretically, if you are doing CPR trying to revive someone, even though you just shot them, I do find it odd the police would order you to stop CPR and come out with your hands up. I wonder if there was some sort of indication that he wasn't actually doing the CPR or whatever, but if there is, that hasn't been played in court. If someone is dead and you do CPR, blood can still come out of the wounds. You have to cut off what is around the the gunshot wounds to see what's going on. He saw 2 gunshot wounds on Charles. He wasn't breathing and no pulse. They started CPR because he could have stopped those things moments before they got there. So basically when they arrived, there's no CPR, but that doesn't mean it didn't just stop. Doesn't mean that his breathing didn't just stop before they got there. Doesn't mean that he had a pulse until moments before, so they started CPR. They rolled him to look for exit wounds. On the back, he had mottled skin, which is caused by not enough oxygen getting to the skin. He had, I know the word. I'm going to butcher it, though. Lividity, which is blood pooling, which takes longer. My brain broke when I tried to say that. A lot of treatments were being worked on simultaneously, and Charles was flatlined on the EKG or the heart monitor. There was fixed pupils. More blood came out during CPR, but there was no active bleeding when they arrived, which signifies the heart stopped. There shouldn't have been a crunch. It's not normal if CPR was already done. Some modeling on the front, too, agreed to end life-saving measures, talk of what was left behind. They noticed a man outside with the police when they arrived. He didn't appear injured. If asked to treat him, they would have. When they left, Alex Cox still didn't appear injured. He saw a female and a female teenager. He points out Lori. He overheard Lori say something about not getting invited due to a pool party due to commotion at the house. I swear on the feed at the same time I was thinking the word, someone said what? Maybe I'm forgetting the pool party thing and it was in her police stuff. Maybe it was something that just wasn't on body cam. And I have heard it before and it slipped my mind, but that was weird to me. Again, someone in the comments will probably just say it slipped my mind. Lori is up to ask him questions. She has him explain what staging is, where they wait close to the scene so the scene can be secure. Fire does not wear a body cam. They don't carry anything to measure body temperature. Their training isn't to use temperature to determine time of death. Modeling was in progress and present. He doesn't know how long it takes for modeling to be present. Blood pooling was in progress. It starts immediately after the heart stops. Can't say if medication makes that faster. He didn't take time of death, but time of treatment ceasing. He didn't know Alex Cox was told to come outside. He didn't know he was involved or who he was. He didn't know for a fact. He doesn't know for a fact if CPR was actually given or not. There's a redirect. Modeling is seen before lividity. The blood pooling, he has treated patients who have had their heart just stop. You don't see modeling. You don't see lividity in these patients. He doesn't know how long it takes for that to form, though. It is something that you see in a deceased person. You can know if CPR was done due to the indentation in the chest, and if the sternum was cracked loose from the rib cage. You will also see blood spread due to a gunshot wound. Ongoing CPR might have actually limited modeling if it was done. It is unlikely CPR was given. Now, there's a juror question, which, they have to discuss. So headsets go on, white noise plays, and then we actually get this one. They ask about drugs being given to try to keep the heart pumping, and if they weren't given, why? Those drugs aren't for trauma. If the heart was stopped pumping, the heart has stopped pumping, ephedrine would do nothing in this case. The ACLS protocol was asked about, and it was followed. No physician was patched in to stop the treatment. Fire department can call death, but not time of death. Lori doesn't have a follow-up, but the state has some. Ephedrine is used for cases like electrical shock stopping the heart. The type of trauma and how long matters when you're using a chemical like that. A gunshot is treated differently than a heart attack. ACLS protocol is a flow chart on what to do that ends with stopping treatment. You would call a nurse if a patient was being turned over for care, for example. On the leaving, you would let them know. Terminating treatment, you call in that you stop treatment, but you don't need a doctor sign off for that. Doctors have given them training and to stop the treatment, to know when to stop it, and that's how that was done. So part of the state's redirect was basically someone on the jury knows terms. Let's put it that way. Someone on the jury has some form of medical knowledge if they're asking about ACLS protocol and things like that, which is bad for Lori because it means they're going to hear about the modeling and the lividity, and they're going to be like, oh. That means that when we start getting if we get into more medical stuff, they're going to have an idea of what it means. And at this point, they went on a lunch break. But yeah, Lori was really flirting around the idea of Idaho. Asking, Idaho gets brought up, and I thought, okay, Idaho gets brought up, she's going to back off on that. But then she talks about wanting to know about other times he testified. And it's like, whoa, but where did you testify? Well, do you want him to mention the trial and the cases and the charges in Idaho? So obviously that went to a sidebar. I really do think she wants to just go back to prison where it's more comfortable, but she might accidentally give herself a mistrial at this point, and we're sitting at 2 alternative jurors. We're on day 2 and down 2 jurors. That is not a good sign. But we'll see, and we'll continue with the day, and it'll be right on after this. So, apparently, after all the feeds were cut for the break, some more happened in the courtroom. Everyone watching the live streams missed. Lori filed a motion yesterday that was about a discovery violation. The prosecution says they need to know what Lori's expert witness plans to bring into the trial. The judge asks if she wants to argue the motion right now, and Lori says no. The judge asks when she wants it argued. Lori asks if he wants to argue it right now. And the judge then says it doesn't appear to be a discovery violation. The motion is more like a discovery request than a violation. And this is a quote. The problem that we have here is the software and those things were available and they were not handed over from the state. Lori says complete downloads weren't given, just reports. Lori says the state didn't turn over everything from their downloads and requests a separate hearing. The judge says it might be Friday. If so, there goes my schedule of things, trying to get things done, because I had things I needed to do Friday, and then I was going to try to do my taxes on the weekend. So who knows how things are screwed up now if they have a Friday hearing. Could be short, but even if it's short, I still have to be available, right? All of that was not caught on the live stream, so I'm glad people in the courtroom are reporting. We're back from lunch break with a new juror problem brought up by the prosecution. Juror 15 was looking at their cell phone during testimony and soon after put a question into the question box. Now, it might be a coincidence, but right after, there was a detailed medical question that was asked. They don't let live streaming of the juror being questioned for obvious reasons, but people are in the court. So we did find out what it was about. The juror claims, at least, he was texting his daughter, not looking things up, and the judge told him to turn his phone off. If this juror was kicked out, that would have been the third juror. If the juror got a question off the internet or from someone he was texting, and then that was used, that probably would have been a mistrial. We are having nothing but juror problems. I wasn't expecting this, but it's happening. So then, Lori has an objection to the next witness, which this has been talked about. This is Daniel Coons. Lori thinks the state wants him to testify as an expert instead of as a witness, because they want him to talk about gunshot trajectory. The judge explains he has training and experience, and the judge is hesitant to call him an expert. The judge thinks this is something someone with experience with guns could testify to. Defense has had time to question him after their concerns were previously raised. Judge asks if state will ask about which shot was first. State says he attended the autopsy, and the shored wound comes into play. Remember, a shored wound is where there's something bracing behind it, so that would mean he'd have to be on the floor for that wound to have occurred. Or something hard behind him. The state says he can say the trajectory of the shots, but for example, he wouldn't have the expertise to say someone wasn't on the ground, shot, and then stood up, and then were shot the second time while standing. So, let's put it this way. The state's saying he can't say which shot came first. I mean, technically, Charles could have been laying on the ground and then got shot and then stood up and then got shot. But there were two bullets, right? So one came first, kind of process of elimination. They're not saying it that way, but that's what they're implying. It's not a question about which one came first, really. The judge will allow his testimony. Lori questions how trajectory matters to the conspiracy. And honestly, I think it makes perfect sense. If the plan was always to murder him, the fact that he was shot standing and then a second shot fits into the narrative. Lori then says she stipulates to the two shots. There we go. We're done. That's like right there's why. State says it's relevant because the defense is claiming self-defense. Again, to me, it's really simple that he's going to get to testify. Jury is brought back. Daniel Coons is up. He was a homicide detective at the time of the offense. He was trained for SWAT. He was cross-trained as basic SWAT, became a sniper and a sniper instructor. There's a lot in this testimony I'm cutting down, by the way, because a lot of it is just not needed for the highlights. I'll put it that way. Excuse me. I might be getting sick. I have been coughing more. I'll talk a little bit more maybe about that at the end of the whole video. He became a shooting reconstruction expert. Shooting reconstruction is being able to take things from a scene and put together what happens. I feel like I should tell you, when he's testifying, he is doing the thing where they face the jury instead of facing the prosecutor and the defense. So, you know, he's good at that. He's obviously testified plenty before. He was certified in shooting reconstruction in 2017. He heard radio traffic of the shooting and went out. It was a 15 to 20 minutes later he arrived. Multiple detectives arrived. He was assigned the scene to make sure the scene is processed properly and report back. A crime scene tech was called out to the scene. It's a collaborative effort. No one's really in charge. A diagram was created to match what they saw, but it isn't to scale. Now, this was submitted, but Lori added the comment that she doesn't know how it will help if it's not to scale. Well, because it's an overview. It was an overview of the residents and all the items they collected. In the second page, we'll explain what all the labels on it means. They use 2 known points for references for distances, which is, so basically it's an overview of the house, and you can see where the body is, different items, and they're labeled, and then there's references based on the distance away from the corners of a wall in the house. They also used, let me find it here, they used Lizard Q to do photos of the scene, to create basically an overlapping image. It's a 3D sphere of the scene. I've seen similar actually used at like high def versions used at like sporting events, where they'll take a photo from the very center of like a football stadium, and then it's like super high quality and you can zoom in on every person there, a 360 camera. It seems to be kind of like that. We don't really get a good view of it, is why I'm giving that comparison. So I'm giving what my expectation is of this. They bring a USB into evidence and have the witness open the sphere image on a laptop. Took the stream a second to realize it, but they zoomed in on the witness, not the screen visible, because there's going to be an image that contains the body, right? The white cards at the scene are dropped by officers to let detectives know they found something of interest. This is to record the scene before anything is moved. There are 2 sphere images taken at different heights, so they can be combined to get measurements. They do regular photography as well at the scene. They submitted photos from the scene, talk about how they collect evidence. At the scene, they had to physically cut out evidence, which we'll get to that. So some things were not just taken, they had to be cut out. They look for bloodied items, projectiles, things that can show who was present at the scene. They start by photographing outside, and then they go in. And at this point, they show a photo outside the home. Lori objects because these photos haven't been submitted. State moves to submit them, and then Lori objects because some of the photos are similar. The judge asks for numbers specifically, and Lori doesn't have them, so the judge browses through every image. It takes a bit. The judge says, no pictures are the same, so all are submitted. Like, some of the photos are like, here's an item, here's another angle, here's another angle, here it is in the hands of a detective for a better view. Like, all of those are relevant, right? Pictures of the front and the vehicle are shown. You can't get to see the inside photos on the stream, obviously, due to the body, but they do go through the photos showing inside the house as they found it when they arrived. Seem to mostly give the jury a lay of the land. They talk of a hat. They show where the bullet struck the baseboard. They had to pull back the board and eventually recovered the projectile. They bring in the actual projectile and baseboard as evidence, and it's brought into evidence. Multiple photos of the baseball bat, and this is where things get really interesting. Not blood or biological matter. Neither are visible on that baseball bat. The bat brought into evidence was shown. They actually have the bat. They have a photo of a projectile with a deformation near Charles Vallow. That bullet is brought in and shown. Charles Vallow's left hand had blood on it. The blood was just on his left hand and not on his arm. No blood on the floor around his hand. An image is shown of a shell casing from a semi-automatic handgun. The witness owns that type of gun himself and has used it. Explains how casings work in a gun to the jury. Another casing shown. The actual casings are brought in. He was present when the medical examiner was there. They took photos of the blood after the body was moved. The pool was then altered somewhat due to removing the body. And after photographing that, the blood pool was then cleaned up. So they found a defect in the floor under the body. It was consistent to being under his left shoulder. They showed it, and they couldn't find similar defects in other places on the floor. So we actually got to see this defect. It appeared consistent with a bullet strike. That piece of wood was physically cut out with, sounds like, much effort. They wrote on it to give the direction that it was facing, because that's important, because directionality of the bullet would matter. And that physical piece is submitted into evidence. And that is when they took their afternoon break. So, yeah. They have evidence. They show it looks like the directionality of the bullet makes sense. We have the bat with no blood on it. No biological evidence, at least visibly shown. Maybe Lori will cross whether they tested the bat for blood or not, but it does kind of go against Alex's story. An injury. Because remember, even if Alex had an injury on the back of his head, what was it from? When did it happen? Did he do it to himself, right? Because he had a long time. Remember, they're talking about how he seemed to bleed increasingly as he was out there, but they only called the police like 40-some minutes after Charles Vallow died. It's plenty of time for him to hit himself, get a lump to start forming, and then he could scratch it with something, for example, to get blood flowing. And if he did that type of marking just before walking out, it would explain why it slowly happened then. Because it's weird, I think, that you wouldn't start bleeding for 40 plus minutes, right? That seems a little weird. Now, when I mentioned being sick, I'm just going to mention it here because maybe I'll get worse before I finish. I'm not sure how long this next part will be. The person that I was dealing with yesterday that was basically bedbound, they're not feeling much better today. Their voice has, I don't know if you've dealt with this, but like you breathe and you can hear like a crackling sound, which reminds me of the CPR thing, but you hear like a crackling sound when they breathe. I heard that in my own breathing a little bit, and I've been coughing more, so I'm going to try to power through it, but if I'm sick, I know myself, there's a good chance I'm still going to do the case, but the video might be slower to come out because I'd have to do pauses and more edits to cough and stuff like that if I'm doing it a lot. So fingers crossed, we're going into the final part of the day. I don't know if we'll get told by the end of the day if we're going to have a Friday hearing or not. We are back. The feeds did begin with a little muted audio for the testimony, but we get the idea. He mentions the gun. They show photos of the gun, many angles of the gun. There was no blood when they saw the gun. The gun was loaded when they got it. They show the loaded magazine. The magazine was removed to make the weapon safe. There was a live round in the chamber. They removed as well. An orange bag was shown in a photo with a gun box. They show the gun box inside. A live round was in the gun bag. The gun and magazine are brought in and recognized. Lori questions if he took them or recognized them. No objection. Just wanted to know if he physically took the items, I guess. Lori's got some weird stuff in this part. We'll get there. A pile of evidence bags are brought to the witness. This is the gun case, the orange bag, and the live round that was in the bag. Lori objects for foundation, wanting a serial number, and the judge says he testified these are the items from the scene, so you can just bring that up on cross. They show images of 2 rooms. They didn't find blood. No blood was found on any of the gun items or around it. Reiterating, blood was not found in other rooms, no blood in sinks or countertops, no bloody items found, no blood drops in the hall. There was a lanyard on the wall, still there. No blood on the kitchen floor or cabinet, but they found what is possibly a small amount of blood on the kitchen faucet. Now, could be blood, could not be blood. Could be from a, meat cutting, technically, a little red stain there. Could be blood from someone cutting themselves. They have no mention of it being tested, right? And that's why it's kind of weird. Like, that is, like, if you were to ask me, do you have blood in your sink? Kitchen sink's probably the most likely, unless you cut yourself, like, shaving. No blood in the trash, no blood in the living room on the floors, walls, or furniture. They basically did a full walkthrough of the house saying no bloody items were found while showing the photos. 1 drop on the kitchen faucet and the area around the body. That's where the blood was. Talk of the bullet strike under the body. He applies his shooting reconstruction training at scenes like the body and the casing, the projectile locations, the exit wounds. He observed the wounds of Charles's chest, abdomen, and back. 2 entrances, 2 exits, the bullet that entered into the baseboard with other factors. He could follow the trajectory to where the shooter was at the time, with the damage to the floor, location of the injuries, location of the projectile. They could find that for the second shot, the shooter was near the feet of Charles Vallow. You can't stick a rod into the body at the scene to follow the trajectory. They don't allow that. With evidence, it was consistent that Charles Vallow was on the ground when he was shot the second time. He attended the autopsy. He explains that they're allowed to watch. They can talk to the staff during. They even have an overhead camera to get angles. The autopsy techs can actually put the trajectory rods in and take measurements. They couldn't on the scene. It further supported he was shot in the abdomen. He believes the evidence shows he was on the ground with the second shot. The trajectory rod did that alone, showing that he had to be on the ground. The divot in the floor, no stippling on the body, there was nothing other than that conclusion shown by the evidence. And now it's time for Lori's cross. She wants to talk to her counsel first. There was muting, and then the jury got sent out. So this had to be info we got from people physically there because this was all muted and not seen. Lori didn't want to have this cross interrupted, but the judge says they have over half an hour, so they're getting started. Lori then has a sidebar, and the jury is told to leave. Lori leaves as well, but her team and prosecution stay. Lori returns smiling, and the judge asks all set, and she says yes. Kind of felt like a forced delay. I don't know. It's weird that I don't know why they did that. Maybe she had to use the bathroom. We are back with Lori at the podium. They ask about the witness's work history. He wrote a report about what happened that day shortly after the event. He doesn't know when he started typing it. He lists who was there and when they arrived. He parked north of the scene. He got a briefing before going into the house. Lori wanted to know who led the briefing, but there wasn't really a leader. It was just explaining what they all knew individually. After the briefing, he contacted a detective at the police department to get the search warrant going and waited for that to return. They can't enter until the search warrant is issued. He goes over the process of photos and measurements. It is protocol to do photos first. Blood was searched for after the photographs were taken. The lizard Q was done after the initial photos. Divide and conquer to photograph the house. It's a big house. Lori wants to know how long they were there, and he said he doesn't look at his watch. It wasn't protocol for him to pick up all the evidence himself. They left around 4:30 p.m. Lori asks anything else that she missed that they actually did, and he's like measurements, waiting for medical examiner, basically listed everything we've already heard. Someone searched the backyard for blood evidence or anything related to what happened inside. He didn't know who. Let's see here. They asked someone asked for something to be turned off because it sounded like maybe Lori's notes were projecting. Because of what they were using to show the photographs before. Something like that. It's hard to hear. The screen did change behind the witness, so it sounds like something got changed. Maybe like the projector was on. Lori asked to explain the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic gun, which he does. I'm not going to repeat it here. Lori asked if it's common in gun classes to say shoot center mass. He says that's police training. Lori asked if it's a common phrase to say to center mass. He says he's heard it, but he wouldn't call it common. Lori asked if he would teach that in his class. He says he wouldn't teach it to officers or novices. He would say until the threat went away, which could be one shot. Lori asks in what direction do the casings from the gun go? He said he didn't test this gun, but most likely to the right. Lori says so it could have gone to the left. He says no, because the ejection port is on the right. He explains how it works. Lori says so a right-handed gun goes right and a left-handed gun goes left. Witness says doing the opposite is rare to see. Some people do have left-handed guns. They talk about the shells that bounce. Detective thinks it bounced off the wall. Basically, the issue is the detective believes the casing bounced to the right, hit the wall, and then bounced to the left and went and rested a couple inches from the other wall, which makes perfect sense, but Lori's trying to find anything. Lori asked how fast casings come out of the gun. He's never measured it. Casing didn't leave any marks. They normally don't leave marks. Lori asked if Alex said where he was standing. Objection. Hearsay. Sustained. Lori asked if Alex showed where he was standing. Objection. Hearsay. Sustained. Lori asked if there was a wall next to where he was standing. Objection. Hearsay. Sustained. Lori gets testy with the judge and says, she's asking if he observed that man standing in place. And the judge says she can ask if he saw Alex standing in a place. And he said yes, he saw him. She asked it, and he saw him standing where he indicated. Lori tries another question about where Alex shot during the shooting. Objection. The judge said if it involves where he stood during the shooting, it is hearsay. Lori asks again. she keeps harping on it. The judge says this is a form of hearsay. New question. Lori doesn't understand. Why is what the witness saw not relevant? Sidebar time. Comes back. She asked the detectives where he would place the shooter. He explains the directions he would expect each shot. Lori asked, so the shooter moved. And he said, no, he is changing his direction. The witness is saying he is not saying the shooter moved. He's saying the shooter changed direction. Lori is saying, so you are saying he didn't move. And the witness says, I'm not saying that. His belief for the first shot, the casing hit the wall and bounced off. The second shot, same thing happened. Lori asked how then the casings were, like how far apart were they? He said a few feet. And then Lori asked if he didn't move, would they be a few feet or closer? And he said that depends on different things like angle, or the shooter could have moved slightly. And Lori said, well, you said he didn't move. And the witness has to explain to her, I said the witness said, I didn't say he didn't move. That's the best she's ever gotten out of the man. He's not saying he moved. He's not saying he didn't move. He could have moved a little in the general area. Lori asked if it's usual for someone to shoot, move, and then shoot again. Objection, speculation, sustained. Lori rewords again, but it's the same question. Objection, sustained. Let's talk about stippling. The way Lori said that, I had to mention it. It was a weird way. Lori says that you said the first shot had stippling. And he said, no, I didn't. Did the second shot have stippling? It did not. Lori asked if that's in the ME's report. He says, I believe so. And Lori asked for a minute, goes back to her desk. And then she asked about when observing the autopsy, did you discuss stippling? And he said they didn't. Lori said, would you be surprised if it was said in the ME's report, if it was said to someone else that there was stippling? Witness says, I don't know what he had in his notes. Witness describes stippling as particles that follow the bullet as it exits the barrel, and it is a close-range phenomenon. Lori asks how far a gun would have to be to leave stippling. He says, depends on the gun. Lori says, this gun? He wants to know how far can you have stippling from the gun that's in this murder. The witness is not an expert on stippling patterns. The lab would have to test for it. Generally, the medical examiner would make an estimate. Lori says, would you be surprised if the medical examiner said 2 to 4 feet? The witness said that that's what he says. Witness said he would have to have the gun tested to see for himself, and then the jury is let out. So basically at this point, Lori is trying to do, well, the stippling, so he was this close, and because he was this close, it's self-defense. But at the end of the day, if you plan a murder, you plan to get someone killed, and you set up a scenario so you can claim self-defense, guess what? You're still going to be found guilty of that murder or a conspiracy to commit the murder. So this doesn't really help her. She has nothing else to go on, but it doesn't really help her. And it still sounds like he was a fair distance away. Again, it doesn't explain the second shot on the ground as much as she wants to say 2 to the chest. I've heard that phrase, and generally it's you pull the trigger twice, quickly. Not you shoot, change your angle, and then shoot them on the ground. Again, the guy was not a threat after he was on the ground after the first shot. And he was going to die after the first shot. The second shot was just making sure, and then they took an extra, 40-some minutes before calling 911 to be really sure. The judge asked to be informed of all evidence that might be submitted because it takes a while to get through the photos. Judge calls out Lori, adding things at the end of witness answers. So the witness will answer and she'll say, I wasn't aware of that, or I don't know much about guns, or that's what I recall. That is a form of testimony. The state says detectives have been subpoenaed to come tomorrow and a civilian too, but they don't have a number to call, but they were told to come in tomorrow. And the judge is basically like, the state's not going to close tomorrow. And Lori said it should have been to call in tomorrow. They should call Lori's investigator. The state will pass the number along. She says, I didn't get to see the subpoenas. It was handled by someone else. And that's the end of the day. So, I mean, she doesn't have a good defense, right? But everything she's gone off of thus far does not paint self-defense in any way. Even in her own variants, it's still not self-defense. She may It really feels like she's going through the motions, which she is, right? She is. But she should have just tried to plead guilty and gone back to prison quickly. That's what she should have done. So I don't know if this witness is done or not. Lori wanted to finish today, but she ended, so I'm guessing that's the final question. But they didn't really, at least I heard, tell him he's free to go. So maybe he'll be back up tomorrow. She really thought she had something with the stippling, but be like Nephi. If you're trying to pull self-defense, be like Nephi. We are on Lori Vallow's revenge tour. It is day 3. At this point, I've only seen up to lunch, and I have absolutely no doubt that Lori is doing this to have revenge on anyone she can. She is going to have so many objections in this part for harassment. Let's get into it. Lori began the day by complaining about her constitutional rights. I have a constitutional right to due process under the 14th Amendment. Yesterday, this court allowed the state to transform a witness into an expert witness. Lori wants the homicide detective's entire testimony struck and the jury told to ignore his testimony. The judge asked how his decision to let him be a witness violated her rights. Lori then said she stood by her statement but doesn't want to argue. Trust me, her idea of not arguing goes away real quick. Now, Livestream seems to have missed all of this exchange. Thankfully, people are in the courtroom. I highly recommend Nate Eaton, by the way, for anything that isn't caught on camera. He is doing an amazing job. So now we get right into Lori's questioning of the witness that she wanted struck. Daniel Coons, the detective who is very trained in firearms. Lori asks basically the same questions as yesterday about stippling. Lori is extra fired up today. You can tell right off the bat. Witness says that stippling still follows what he believed happens. Talk of the medical examiner report saying it was 2 to 4 feet away. Lori asks if a muscular man like her husband coming at you 2 to 4 feet would be a threat. Objection, speculation. Lori snaps at the judge about how she is asking based on him being a firearms expert, but the objection is sustained. Remember, she is doing this in front of the jury. She is not, I'm going to be honest. Anything where you go, well, maybe she thinks she can win, I'm throwing it out the window. She doesn't think she can win. This is a revenge tour. I'm calling it now. Judge said it leads to a legal conclusion which confused Lori. There was no video of her husband being shot. Lori asked if the detective knew Alex Cox and her husband played golf together and were friends. Objection. Relevance. Sustained. Lori tells the judge she is going somewhere with this, and the judge lets the witness say he doesn't know. Lori says, when investigating my life, you didn't come across this information. Objection. Relevance. Sustained. Lori asked if he knew her husband's wishes for his funeral. Objection. Relevance. Sustained. Lori asked if he learned in his investigation that her husband listed Alex Cox as one of his 5 best friends. Objection. Relevance. Sustained. By the way, just so you know, I might be a little extra fired up today. This is a wild thing. I'm feeling a little sick. I was kind of sleepy. This woke me up. Witness didn't read the other reports from the case. Lori has him follow up on his own report. He recognizes it. Lori asked him to read what he said about a shored wound in the report. Objection. Hearsay. He explains shored wounds in his own words instead. Projectile is up against a firm surface, like possibly certain clothing. Lori asked if the witness is aware her husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt. Lori asks if he knows bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric and he hasn't done research into the fabric type. Lori asks if that fabric could have caused a shored wound, and he said it could have contributed, but that's not the reason it happened in this case, since the body was against the floor. The witness says the shirt didn't appear tight against her husband. Lori doesn't like that. It needed to be a tight-fitting shirt for it to possibly be anything to do with shoring. He says it wasn't tight. Lori questions why they didn't investigate the strength of the shirt he wore. He doesn't know if that shirt could have caused a sword wound at all. The shirt wasn't investigated because it wasn't form-fitting and tight. Lori keeps asking if the shirt caused a sword wound. Objection again. Lori asks if any fabric could. Objection sustained. Lori repeats again with the objection sustained. She doesn't care anymore. I want to make that very clear. Lori is fired up. Lori doesn't give a shit. Lori asks where his shirt is. He says in evidence he believes he saw the shirt twice and didn't test it. The wood floor wasn't tested for fragments of the projectile because the projectile was intact and no one requested the testing. He knew they were in a rental house. Lori asks if the defect in the floor could have been already been there, and the witness says not in his opinion. Lori says, but it could have. Objection, asked and answered sustained. Lori tries again, asking about other divots. Objection, but the judge lets her do it. He says this divot was larger and unsealed, which basically is saying this is a new divot that hasn't been treated. Lori brings up an image of the defects and asks if there's there's much difference between the two defects. A witness says one is a wood grain defect, the other is an actual defect in the board. That one's from the bullet. Lori again asked if it was tested. Objection, asked and answered. It's the judge agrees with the objection, but lets him answer anyway because it doesn't matter. Yes, it was not tested. I think the judge giving her leeway here was a mistake. It's going to bite him because now she feels she can get past the objections, and we're going to find out about that. She tries again, saying if he knows it's from the bullet. Objection sustained. The other bullet in the baseboard had white paint on it from the baseboard and wasn't tested. Lori wants the actual projectile that hit the floor, and it's given to the witness. So the witness now actually has the bullet. Lori is asking again that it wasn't tested. Objection, asked and answered. The bullet is slightly deformed after hitting something. Lori asks how the bullet got out from under her husband if he was on the floor. And at this point, the detective, I'm sorry, I just have to word it this way, he explains how physics works to Lori, because it makes perfect sense. And I say to Lori as well, because normally when there's something technical that might be a little confusing, this witness seems to turn to the jury to make sure they understand. He's just looking at Lori, because Lori's the only one. No one is confused about physics. The bullet was about a foot or more away from the body. Lori asked about him not confirming another alternative. He said his job was to collect information. Lori goes to the list of everything she talked about, essentially getting asked and answered objections sustained for everything. So literally, she has a list of everything she's covered, and she's just asking the same thing that's already been answered. It was nonsense, and I wasn't going to write it all out individually. Just know she had a prepared list. State says they are going to start asking for questions to be struck because Lori is getting outrageous already, and it's going to get worse. He didn't contact the company that made her husband's shirt about the shirt. Lori asked if her husband could have been shot standing and the bullet followed the path, and the answer is not in his opinion. He wasn't at the police department when Lori was interviewed. He didn't look at Alex's wound. They didn't swab Alex's hand for gunshot residue because he said he was the shooter. He didn't know if Lori or Tylee's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue. Did he know for a fact that Alex shot the gun? And he said that he did for all the evidence he had. So all you know is that if my husband was shot 2 times by that gun at my residence and he passed away. The witness says they know more. Lori's getting real testy. The witness says he doesn't know when Alex was shot. Lori says he doesn't know if he was on the floor. Do you? The witness says he does. Lori says he doesn't know when my husband passed away, and he doesn't. And I have a little note here. I'm starting to wonder if she's going to go with it wasn't a conspiracy because Charles Vallow was shot and killed by Tylee. And they can't allege a conspiracy with Tylee because they haven't presented any evidence of that. I really think that might be what happens. She's really trying to pin the blame on Tylee. I know I'm making a lot of assumptions, and in my previous video, I assumed that she was trying to pin it all on Tylee. I'm still going down that. I'm still going down it that she's trying to pin it on Tylee, and it's a revenge tour. I think this is partly her revenge tour against Tylee. I'm going to be honest. She is going to go after everyone. That is my opinion. I would love to know yours. I want your comments. Let me know. I think this is a revenge tour. I'm more certain than ever after what I saw so far. Redirect. So this is the state. Crime scene techs picked up items and he observed it being collected. If someone finds something, they have to bring it to his attention so he can see it. The gun is brought up and they're explaining how the extractor and ejection ports work on a gun. They use a diagram with the reference points to give an idea about how things were at the scene. Talk of casings bouncing and rolling. They show where the shooter was supposed to be standing. The witness says stippling was never in the medical report. At the autopsy, the medical examiner never mentioned stippling. He was told the shooter could have been as close as 2 feet away, muzzle to chest, and then the prosecutor physically goes up with like a string or something and measures how far that would be. So the jury got to see how close that would be. He says that makes perfect sense with what they saw at the scene. They give the wood to the jury, so the jury has the physical wood from the floor. They talk of the defect on the wood and how it's fresh, while other defects didn't appear to be so, which remember, they get to see that. The defect indicates the path of travel, the angle of entry of the bullet, and the ground is only consistent with him being on the ground. So basically, the state asked what would have happened if the shooter was lying down and the man shot was standing. He said the bullet would have went into the ceiling. So there's been this thing where Lori has questioned, you don't know which shot was first, but the trajectory means the only way that the shot went into his abdomen would be either A, the shooter was on the ground firing up, or he's above firing down. But the issue is, if it was up, the bullet would have went into the ceiling, which is not what we saw, therefore we know where it went. They talk about the bullet in the baseboard fitting the path of him standing upright. He got briefed at the scene. He explains how you investigate a crime scene. You let the evidence fit for itself, not fit the story you are told. Which is probably, Lori's probably her personal vendetta against this guy. I told you what I wanted you to investigate and you didn't do it. You didn't follow my story. A lot of this is repeating what they already said yesterday and today. I think partly due to Lori, and I assume partly this is a new day. This is a chance for the state to refresh the jury. Brace yourself. Get yourself your Sarah Boone-sized bottle of wine. You're going to need it. The next witness is the woman Charles went on a date with the night before he was murdered. This will be Lori's first interaction with a female witness in the case, and a first interaction with someone who you could reasonably say she's on a revenge tour with. You're going to see. But the state's up first. Nancy Jo Hancock. She met Charles on an LDS dating site, and they talked on a website and later by phone. They met in early July. They texted a lot. They talked for hours on the phone, one time over 3 hours. She knew he was in the process of a divorce. He wasn't living with his soon-to-be ex-wife. They decided to meet. She knew he traveled a lot. Charles got detailed about his life. She knew Charles had children. He spoke of Lori Vallow, his wife. She had never met Lori Vallow. Lori, objection leading before the next question even got out. She was so excited to say this, it sounded like she was out of breath. It's very noticeable how she said this. Like the speed of her getting it out sounded like she couldn't do it fast enough. That was my first worry with this witness. Lori thinks asking yes or no is leading, and the judge has to explain it isn't. Charles talked about why he was separated from his wife. She knew issues have been going on for months, but more intensely since the beginning of the year. He talked in detail about his life with Lori. She heard a lot of things that were outside of the LDS belief. That is going to be things like the reincarnation stuff and the zombies, I assume. He thought Charles... She thought Charles was strangely calm and kind to Lori, even though what they were going through. She knew about JJ and him living with Lori. Why did you keep talking to him? He was kind, funny, good banter. He seemed pretty awesome. She didn't think they were exclusive, and he even shared some images of people sending him photos and then asking for money. She met him in person only once on the 10th of July, 2019. They went to a restaurant and talked till it closed and then talked more outside. Charles was in Arizona to see JJ and was so excited to see him. He was looking for a place to live and was supposed to meet with Adam. He was supposed to meet with her the night of the 11th as well, the witness. Charles was physically fit. Charles was like a kid on Christmas morning excited to see JJ, and she does appear to tear up a little bit saying that. He never used derogatory names about Lori. She was shocked with how kind he was about everything he said about Lori. He talked about his life insurance policy and talked about his life. He told her he changed the beneficiary to Kay, and she suggested he tell Lori he changed the beneficiary due to his worries for his safety. He chuckles and said that was probably a good idea. She doesn't know Lori Vallow or any of their family. They planned to meet the next day. She tried to text him but didn't get a response. She called and didn't get a response. She was puzzled and wondered how she misunderstood the date so much. She didn't know he was shot and killed. She learned he was killed in December from a news program. She learned it was the day after they went on the date. She told the police after she found out. I think it was like 2022. She said she told the police or talked to the police, but she told the police. Lori's cross. Charles Vallow stated he was going through a divorce, but she didn't have a way to verify that. Now, the way I write this here, I want you to understand. I write a lot of it with just the answer for my own sake with keeping notes and keeping this video rather short. Lori is very angry. This is something I would suggest you find this cutout of it and you watch yourself after this video, because whatever you think her attitude is probably worse. Lori asked if it surprised her later to learn they were not in the process of a divorce. Lori, holy shit. Lori is cheating on her husband with a married man, plots to kill her husband, does so, and then has the gall to paint Charles as the bad guy, this woman for the bad guy, for going on a date when her and Charles are obviously separated. The witness repeated that he was in the process of a divorce. Lori says he wasn't. The witness just responds, okay. She said that she doesn't remember if it said on the website he was divorced. She asked if she would have gone on the date knowing he was still married. She said maybe not this much married, but it was just a dinner. They weren't sleeping together. Lori asked if she goes on dates with married men. Objection, argumentative, and harassment. I'm going to be honest. The judge looked fed up. He even paused for a moment, like he was thinking about what to do. Sustained. Lori asked angrily to the judge, doesn't she have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she's already testified to? And the judge says you can cross her for what she's already testified to. She went on a date with Charles knowing his divorce wasn't finalized. Lori says the divorce wasn't started. There's a lot of Lori just interjecting in this. In the text messages, she asked if Charles was a good kisser, correct? Witness says yes, because why not? But objection, relevance, and harassment. The judge sustains for relevance and hearsay. Lori asks, so are you trying to tell me you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives? The witness says I am telling you the truth. Lori asks rather angrily, and this is a key moment, so you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me? And the witness responds, don't flatter yourself. No, we didn't spend the whole time talking about you. The key thing is there, the don't flatter yourself. I have to just let that in. Like, Lori. She feels like Sarah Boone did on the stand at her sentencing. Except she's letting her anger be visible, right? This is her revenge tour, just like that was Sarah's revenge tour. As we saw from Sarah's full statement, she actually planned to go after everyone and cut it down, and then released it anyway because it was her revenge tour. Lori asks what else they talked about. Oh, Lori says you knew about me. She says I knew what I testified to. Lori asks what else they talked about on the date, and the witness says lots of things. Lori says like what? Life, kids, the church, lots of things. Did he tell you about the 4 other children? He did. She asked about Tylee, And the witness says she doesn't recall specifics, and Lori says, I'm sure you don't. Objection to the comments, testifying sustained. Again, I think she's going to put, maybe at the end, do the hypothetical, what if Tylee shot him? We were covering for my daughter. She said she knew something. He did something with insurance, but didn't know specifics. They didn't talk about his work at dinner. And he did say he changed his life insurance beneficiary and said how much his was. Lori asked if he said how much hers was, and she said they didn't talk about Lori in that vein. Lori asked if they didn't talk about her at dinner, where did they do it? They said it was on the phone and other things going through with this, and they talked about other things he was going through with the separation. Lori asked if it's common for men she talks to talk about their ex-wives, and she said, yes. I mean, at a certain age, right? At a certain age, you probably have an ex-wife. At the very least, you have some exes. And if you have an ex-wife and you have kids, that's probably going to be discussed. It makes perfect sense. But she replied yes. And Lori replied, interesting. Objected to again, of course. There was some text after dinner, but she didn't know the time. Lori asked what they discussed. Objection, relevant, sustained. I'm going to guess that those texts I'm complete guess. Those texts might have been like sexual in nature, feeling things out, maybe. And she just wanted to get it in there for her revenge tour. Lori says that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. What were a lot of things? Witness says what I testified to. And Lori wants to know exactly what it was. And the witness asks, can I do a narrative then? Sidebar time. The jury is excused. There's technical difficulties, so I don't think the headsets and white noise machine worked. And the judge asked Lori if she really wants the witness to answer this question, because you're opening a really big door. And Lori says she wants it, and the state's not going to object. You're not going to stop your enemy while they're making a mistake. You don't interrupt them. And at this point, it was lunch break. So, yeah, that's my first. It's a revenge tour, right? Like, I know people have been wondering, like, how is she going to react when a woman's on the stand? I can't imagine all of this is just because it's a woman. This is a revenge tour. This is part of her revenge. I think that's clear. And now that this is clear, the question is the judge going to start shutting it down? Because I think something should have been done before it reached the point it did with this witness. And Lori's going to start in on her again? I don't know what happens after this. We're going to have to see. I'm hoping the judge tamps down what she does. And don't get me wrong. The judge doesn't do it. It becomes a much more entertaining trial. I get more views. Everyone gets more views. And it becomes a spectacle, right? But I think, like, in fairness, it's not okay for her to treat people this way. And if she can do it with this witness, she's going to do it with more. It's going to get worse. And not only that, remember, after this, there's another trial. There's going to be another batch of witnesses she can bring up and do the same thing too. And we know Lori does have defense witnesses that have now been subpoenaed. Those people have to deal with Lori. So I'm going to end the video here for this part, and I'll be back with the next one. Lori begins by asking the witness that she saw on TV that Charles Vallow had died, which is correct. Lori then says, you saw Kay Woodcock on that show and reached out. The witness says, that's not correct, but I did reach out to Kay Woodcock after finding out Charles died. She had spoken to Kay once, texted here and there, other things. She doesn't know what she can say. Let's be honest. These other things are going to be the murder of Tylee and JJ. 100%. And she doesn't know what she can say there. The texts weren't turned over with Charles, but she believes they all had them because they were on Charles's phone. She would have given them if asked. This witness hasn't turned over any conversations to the state. She has spoken to the prosecutor once in person and one phone call, texts about logistics to get there, more than 10 texts. Lori is weirdly focused on the amount of text. Maybe she's going to say, like, it's a vast conspiracy against me or something. Met with the prosecutor maybe an hour or an hour and a half. She spoke to Adam Cox, because she ran into him at a pickleball tournament. She says she recognized him from the media about Lori. The witness said hi. She showed him who her grandson was. She didn't think Adam knew who she was, and she told him her name, and Lori asked if he recognized it. At this point, there's a pause, and the witness goes back and changes how she originally spoke to Adam Cox. His picture had actually come up on a dating site, but with a different name. So she messaged the account saying if someone is going to use someone else's picture, they should use someone other than Adam Cox. That is how she brings up her hands and goes, met Adam. Lori asks if she knows what perjury is. Objection. Argumentative. And harassment. Sustained. Witness visibly shakes her head at Lori's nonsense during this moment while the judge sustains it. She spoke to the brother a couple of minutes at the tournament. Only that message on the dating app. She says maybe he messaged her back, but it wasn't a continued conversation. It was one interaction. Lori asked if she scheduled a date with Adam Cox, and she did not. She's asked if she ever spoke to Brandon Boudreaux. She says yes, he attends the church, her daughter does, and he happened to be at her daughter's house briefly. She only knew about it because the daughter told her. They knew because they know the story. This woman and her daughter, I'm quoting this, know the story. But they didn't speak to Brandon. She didn't speak to Brandon. And they were both there, but she wouldn't call it really a meet. This woman knows everything, right? This woman is trying to not mention the murder of the kids. The witness has spoken to law enforcement detective Moffitt. The interview was in 2020, maybe April, lasted about 45 minutes on the phone. I think I in my notes last time, I was confused between 2020 and 2022. It was 2020. I wrote it down wrong. Met with prosecutor about 5 weeks ago. Lori asked if the witness is aware that Lori didn't know Charles was on dating apps and meeting other women. Objection, speculation, sustained. Lori asked if Charles said Lori was under the impression they were separated. And the witness said he was under the impression you were having an affair. So him moving on was a natural effect from that. She said, he told you that? Yes. She met Charles on July 3rd and dated July 10th. That's when they went on the date. She knew Charles for a week. Lori asked if she had no contact with him after that. The witness said, well, he was dead, so clearly I had no contact with him. She reached out after finding out he was dead from TV. She asked about talking to Kay Woodcock. Objection, asked and answered, but allowed. She said she reached out to give condolences for her brother and to explain she had dinner with him and knew how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him in the morning. And Lori interrupts her with almost like a mouse squeak, is the way I would describe it. Thank you, that's enough. I can't even do it. It was so light. Contracted her through Facebook. State keeps objecting because these are all asked and answers. Lori is trying to give a recap. Lori tries to say she met with police on a certain day, and she says she didn't give that date, and it was on telephone. And at this point, we're at redirect. The witness is the one who reached out to the police. She was surprised because the police would have seen her messages with Charles. She knew of Kay from talking to Charles. And this is another thing, right? Like, if they had contacted her right after his death, Lori might have been arrested and charged in his murder before the kids were killed. Like, a lot of people have a lot of anger at the police. This is another moment. This man was on a date with a woman. What did he tell her? They didn't even reach out. The state asked if she was shocked he was dead. The witness gets a bit emotional and has to be careful to say his face came on in reference to a case, and shocked was my understatement. Again, my expectation is they were talking about the murdered children, and then his face came up, and she probably had a whirlwind of emotions. She hasn't contacted people to verify what Charles said was accurate. She is just saying what Charles told her. Some of what he told her. She said she hasn't told the police everything because she expected she would be interviewed again because he told her so much. She didn't talk to Adam about anything with the case. Saw him a week and a half ago, maybe testifying. They were going to testify at some point, but no details. She met with the prosecutor. They went through what she told police and was told to just tell the truth. Charles left an impression in that week that she knew him. She was asked a lot on cross about dating a married man. But where was your opinion of where his relationship was with Lori? And she said that he knew they started the process of divorce, they reconciled, but he was starting the process again and had contacted an attorney about it. He was done with all the craziness, and this was all known by her before the meeting. He told her the whole year of 2019, what happened. She believes meeting with a divorce lawyer was recent. She told him no one would be serious with him until he was further into a divorce, including her, but she did want to see him again because it was fun. There was a jury question the witness didn't know they could ask. The judge asked, did Charles ever express to you verbally any indication of stress? Definitely, he was worried that, and the judge cuts her off. So she was probably going to say worried that Lori was going to have him killed. But the judge cut her off, and no more follow-ups from either side. Court recess. And I do kind of wonder if Lori might actually want a mistrial at some point, because I am fully on board this is a revenge tour. And she tried to get a bunch of people subpoenaed. Some people got accepted. Some people got denied. Some people didn't get the subpoenas. So maybe what she'll do is try to get through as many witnesses that she wants to, grill on the stand that she can. And then whenever she reaches that point that she can't get the other people she wants, try to trigger the mistrial, restart, re-grill them, get new people. I guess it's going to depend on how much she wants a revenge tour versus how much she wants to go back to prison and be out of the jail. Now, during this recording, I'm going to double check, and I'm going to hope it's acceptable. If it's not acceptable, I'll re-record. My neighbor is apparently trying to mow with a lawnmower that sounds like it is eating the ground. There's something wrong with it. I think I've been able to dampen it quite a bit. Maybe you can't hear it. Let me know, I guess. It shows up on my software. That's why it's annoying me. But if you see this, I think it's low enough, and I hope it was. And I apologize if it wasn't low enough and it did distract. The next witness is Christina Atwood. She is a member of the LDS Church. She met Lori Vallow at church. She knew Charles Vallow through church. She had more contact with Lori than Charles. She also had contact with Lori while in Hawaii on a trip because Lori and Charles at that time lived in Hawaii and Charles wasn't home. She identifies Lori in the courtroom. The Hawaii visit was in 2015. Lori's kids were with them. JJ and Tylee lived with them. She knew of her son Colby before Hawaii. She didn't know Charles's other children. They visited for a few hours in Hawaii. She learned Lori and Charles moved back to Arizona later. She saw both Lori and Charles at the temple. Lori invited her to go to Hawaii late fall or summer of 2018, she said. She was interviewed by detectives, and she told the detectives it was the beginning of 2019 that Lori wanted to go to Hawaii. The state asked the witness, did Lori say why she wanted to go to Hawaii? She doesn't recall. State asked if her memory when speaking to police would have been better. She says yes. And this is going to be a recurring theme with this witness. They asked her to listen to the audio from the interview she did. She seems to have either forgotten or doesn't want to talk about certain embarrassing aspects of what she may have believed or been involved with. But there's prior interviews which would have been more accurate, more recent memory. They play the audio from the interview just for the witness. We don't get to hear it. She confirms it was her talking to the detective. She remembers the invitation being prior, but was referencing something else in 2019. The witness just seems a little confused about the time frame, but she was invited to go to Hawaii and couldn't go. In 2019, Lori reached out to her about things going on in her life, including her marriage. She was upset with Charles. She was not living with him. She said she had gone to Hawaii and was keeping it a secret. Charles was in Texas with JJ. Tylee was with Alex. This is kind of important because right there we get she's not even with her kids. She indicated Charles tried to get her temple recommendation taken away, so she left. She doesn't recall if Lori said she didn't want Charles to know. Her memory would have been better when talking to the police. If she told the police she didn't want Charles to know, she would have been truthful. She doesn't know about her going to Idaho until December 2019. Anytime I hear Idaho, bells ring, because everyone is basically waiting Are we going to find out about the kids, or is the jury going to find out about them? She doesn't know how long Charles didn't know where she was. She learned she was back in Arizona at some point, and she was invited to a group. The witness was invited to a group. The meeting was Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earle, and Serena Sharp. She doesn't recall who invited her, but it was at Zulema's. She knew Lori and Charles were still separated, not living together. She believed JJ was still with Charles in Texas and Tylee with Alex. Lori was also living with Alex. She had only met Nicole Earle before this meeting. Lori talked about dark spirits plaguing Charles. The witnesses asked if she said Charles was possessed by dark spirits. She says she doesn't recall. The state brings up what she told detectives in April 2021, which was, she said this was the first time she heard about him being possessed, and she listens. I think she listened, but she confirms that, if she said it, that's it. She can't remember when they met, maybe twice that week on evenings. Serena was from out of state. She recalled telling police Charles had a dark spirit. She doesn't recall saying Charles was possessed by a dark spirit and that there was a name for it. She doesn't recall, and then listens to the audio again. At this point, whoever is running the main feed seems to have screwed up. There is no sound on any that I could find of the channels covering the trial. So we have to go off people that were there in person. And what's sad is this is a very important part of the trial. I would say this might be one of the defining moments of the trial that people are even watching to hear about. She recalls she told police an evil spirit possessed Charles, but couldn't remember the name. Christina remembers Lori talking about Charles being possessed on more than one occasion. Lori was very open about the possession. Remember, all of this I'm getting from, actually, this is from Nate Eaton, who's in there in person. We do get audio again later. Christina remembers Lori having 2 cell phones and a landline. Lori was not working, and Christina never knew Lori to actually work. Lori talked to the witness about her castings. They would pray for dark spirits to be cast out of someone. Christina saw Lori pray for the evil spirit to leave Charles. Witness doesn't remember if people were assigned different elements for the casting. This is where I'm starting to think a lot of this might be doesn't want to say it rather than doesn't remember, but we continue. June 9th, 2019 at Zulema, at Zulema's house, Zulema, Alex Cox, Melanie Boudreau, Nicole Earle, Melanie Gibb, and Lori all got together. There was another woman as well that wasn't named. Witness says Alex Cox was loud and outspoken. She was uncomfortable with what he was talking about. After the meeting, Lori said Charles was still possessed. We were asked to fast and pray for her family. We came together fasting and gathered outside and had a prayer together. I believe Lori was the one who said the prayer, and then we went in and broke our fast and ate and visited. Alex was there. When they broke the fast, Alex said he wanted to just kill Charles. Lori was around for at least one of the times he said it. It was jocular, as I recall. He was standing up and just talking about it pretty loudly. Lori didn't react to the statements, but they upset the witness. Lori said she crushed up some of JJ's medicine and put it into Charles's drink mix. The witnesses asked if it was a significant amount, and the witness said yes and was disturbed by it, but Alex heard this and had no comments. Christina said she didn't stay much longer at the gatherings. The next day, she met with Lori and said, I told her I was very concerned about what had been said, and it was really disturbing. I told her if something happened to Charles, I would go to the police. She said they were just being silly and playing off each other and didn't mean anything by it. She was just being dramatic. She said Lori tried to minimize it and that she had exaggerated the amount of drugs she put into his drink. Then Lori began making statements that go against their religion, such as she didn't need to repent anymore. The witness said they stuck out because according to their religion, everyone but Jesus must repent. So Lori is putting herself on the same level as Jesus. Lori talked of knowing members in past lives. And at that point, the sound is back. So we literally miss all the dark spirit stuff, and then it comes back. Just, ugh. At the last meeting in June, Serena was not there. The witness heard Lori say negative things about Serena when she wasn't there, and she wasn't going to be good after all. Serena previously was in person in a Zoom meeting and then gone. Lori talked negatively. The witness stopped meeting with Lori. She was invited to lunch but got no more invitations after that. She learned Charles was dead by text message. She believed a brother-in-law killed Charles and later learned that it was Alex Cox. The witness then started to go into hearsay. Got stopped by the prosecution. The shooting of Charles was about a month after Alex said he wanted to kill him. After confronting Lori, Lori distanced from the witness. Lori never said she was joking about Charles Vallow being possessed. She never said she was joking about him having a dark spirit. She never said she was joking about the dark spirit having a name. State rests. And then we get Lori. Lori is going to get to question this witness who has talked about her going against the LDS religion, talk about her talking about dark spirits, all of this craziness. This witness who, if Lori presses, doesn't remember things, right? So maybe Lori can get some amazing statements to help her case, and Lori has absolutely nothing to say. Lori doesn't question her. I'm serious. Lori didn't question the witness. Well, people were wondering, how's she going to treat this female witness? Well, I didn't see that coming. The first one basically kept calling her out, saying she's for doing adultery, right? This one she won't even speak to. After that, there is a sidebar, of course, that we don't get to hear. And court ends. I mean, I was wondering, like, if Lori wanted to question her, it was obviously going to have to go into the next day. I expected something. So we've got our first taste. The jury's got their first taste of the dark spirits. The jury's got a taste of Lori abandoning her children. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting because we're still waiting for if the jury is going to find out that they were killed and that Lori was convicted of their murder. Well, we are edging, right? We are right up there. We are talking about the first female witness. It was, I mean, she talked about knowing about Charles's death because she watched something on the kids' death, but she couldn't say that part. This one, we're talking about Idaho. This Idaho was mentioned by that one fire department guy too, because he had to testify in Idaho. I still think that Lori is doing a revenge tour. I think she's doing a revenge tour, and I think we're gonna really, really feel that on her own witnesses. But man, what a day. I hope the video's fine. I had that one segment, it sounded fine, but there was loud noises outside. I hope that was fine. I'm trying to get it done as quick as I can to get it to you. Just what a day. What a day. I am blown away. I have so much I want to say that I don't know how to say it. That's kind of why I'm sitting here, because this was a terrible day for Lori's case, right? But I hesitate to even say her case matters to her, because I really think it's just a revenge tour. I'm on that. I'm on board. I am on board that this is a revenge tour. I am on board that any pretense of this being a case is purely so that it's allowed to continue, so her revenge tour doesn't stop. It is the side effect. And after this, she gets another one. If this gets a mistrial, she gets another one. Remember, there's only 2 alternates left. They had someone stick around who was texting during the trial while a witness was up. That sounds like a perfect reason to kick them off the jury, but they probably don't want to do that because they're so close to not having a jury. Let me know your thoughts. See you in the next video. I'm going to be there for this premiere, but after that I got to step away for a bit. This was just a wild day. We have reached day 4 of the Lori Vallow trial, and chicken enchiladas have become a hot topic of discussion. Colby Ryan is in the courtroom today, as I mentioned last night in my community post. The first witness is up, and it is Adam Cox, pro pickleball player and instructor. Before that, he did a radio show. He explains his family history. He identifies Lori. Lori was married to Charles Vallow for over 10 years. Lori married Chad Daybell after Charles died. She had 2 children before marrying Charles, Colby, and Tylee. Adam's son Zach actually lived with Lori for a bit after Colby moved out. Tylee was under 18 in 2019. Lori and Charles adopted JJ together. In 2019, JJ and Tylee were the only ones that lived with them. Alex and Lori became oddly close for a while. Adam didn't know of Alex doing things with just Charles. Alex is a member of the LDS Church and was excommunicated twice from the church. In 2019, he was excommunicated. Adam and Charles texted and spoke on the phone. Charles would sometimes pay for cell phones for various members of the family. Charles traveled a lot. Lori was a hairstylist before marrying Charles. Then he didn't know her to work. He talked to Charles about why him and Lori were having marital problems. Lori told Adam that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state. That there was talk of her being married to someone important in their faith. Lori told Adam that she had more priesthood authority than the priesthood did. In their religion, men hold the priesthood, but she was in a state above that. Adam would just let her say what she wanted to say. She would ask if he thought she was crazy, and he told her that what she says is not true. Lori stopped talking to him after that. Adam tried to tell his family of Lori's beliefs. The response was, Lori's in a delusion. She'll come out of it at some point. And Adam's family actually cut him off for calling out Lori's beliefs. Now, I do want to be very clear, just in case I mess this up. There is an Alex and an Adam involved in this. Alex Cox is the shooter. Adam is the witness, in case I missay it when I'm going through my notes. At the end of June, Adam received emails that were claiming to be from Charles about Chad Daybell coming to write a book for him. The email claimed it was about Charles's career playing baseball, but Adam knew Charles wasn't interested in that. The emails were inviting Chad to Arizona, and after talking to Charles, they believed Lori was having an affair with Chad. Charles seemed desperate when talking about that. Charles thought Lori was going overboard, going to the temple 5 times a week. You don't do that. So he thought if her temple recommend was taken away, she would come back to normal. Adam and Charles talked about intervention. He wanted to confront and record her so the stake president could hear what she was saying. They didn't have a specific plan with a date and time, but on July 9, 2019, Charles paid Adam's flight to Arizona. Adam was asking to stay at Alex's, and Alex agreed to let him stay. But he didn't stay with Alex. Alex didn't respond once Adam arrived. Adam stayed at his mom and dad's house. Adam knew Charles was also flying in. Charles was going to pick up JJ the morning of the 11th. Adam got a text message that Alex was at Lori's house that morning. Adam knew something was off. Adam was concerned Alex was at the house. The state gives Adam a printout of text messages that he had with Charles on the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and he verifies them. The state moves to admit them, and Lori objects, saying this is a report, not a full extraction. I think this is, again, her complaint with, they're not turning over everything, according to her. Judge said that wouldn't be an objection, but just to the weight, and they are admitted and published. Adam knew Charles had reached out to Lori and Chad's wife about the fake emails for the book offer. The messages start with talk of Adam flying out for the intervention, talk of people getting together without Lori knowing about the intervention. Different ways they might do it were discussed. Brandon Boudreaux played basketball with Adam and his son, but that wasn't part of the intervention conversation. That just happened. They discussed how they would secretly record Lori. Charles seemed desperate to have a last-ditch effort to break Lori out of the spell. She is hurting too many families. She is potentially gone forever. They show the text messages about Alex being at Lori's house. Adam said they are planning something in a text message to Charles the morning of the 11th. Charles responded, absolutely. They talk about how suddenly his text messages around 7 a.m. stopped being read, and then Charles's phone reads a message at 12:13 p.m. Adam didn't know Charles was shot and killed on the 11th. So Adam went to Tucson to visit his friend Eric and talked to him about how strange it was that Charles wasn't contacting him. Adam and Charles worried some members of Lori's family, like Alex, might try to stop the intervention. While in Tucson, Eric Googled Charles Vallow, and they found out that Charles was killed by Alex Cox. Adam never told anyone about the intervention plan, so if Adam's sister, a few hours after Charles was shot, told detectives that she was confronting Charles about the intervention plan, she didn't learn about it from Adam. Adam then explains the story of Nephi. He was a prophet, a humble and faithful servant of the Lord, and ironic enough, his brothers tried to kill him at one point. He actually ended up going to Jerusalem to get these plates back. He was run off, came back, and then went back again because the Lord asked him to. When he did, King Laban, who was actually a wicked king, was laying on the ground drunk in front of him, and Nephi was told to kill Laban. God told him to kill Laban, and he killed Laban. It was a justified killing to benefit the nation and his descendants. Adam was aware Lori told people Charles was possessed by evil spirits. He was aware of Lori saying Charles was dark. Lori says hearsay, but they're asking if he's aware of it, which the judge says can be answered, and yes, he was. Adam wanted the intervention to help Charles and Lori. After he learned Alex killed Charles, he cried, got angry, and called Kay to see if she knew Charles was dead. He learned Charles was killed on July 11th. Adam confronted his mother. She said she knew Charles was dead. Adam said to explain what was going on, and his mother said, "You tell me what's going on." Adam went back to his mother's house, and the conversation did not go well because Adam stuck up for Charles. Adam, after this, went home with his son. Adam didn't talk to his family for a long time after this, and now Lori is up for cross. So Lori is going to speak to her brother. Lori asks, how long has it been since we've seen each other? He doesn't know. He said he doesn't know when he last saw her. Lori lists out years, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. She sounds kind of angry to me. Lori seems angry that he can't remember the last time that he saw Lori in person. Lori asks if he saw her at Colby's wedding, and Adam says he didn't go, and Lori goes, And I'm wondering if this line of questioning is because she saw Colby in the courtroom today. He says maybe he saw Lori in 2018 in a kitchen. Lori asks if they were eating her green chili chicken enchiladas. He said he doesn't remember that. Lori asks again, he doesn't remember that? Lori asks, is that what she always makes during family get-togethers? Adam doesn't remember that. Lori seems a little angry that he doesn't know about these green chili chicken enchiladas. He doesn't know when their last phone call or text message was. Lori asks, when does he think the final message was? He doesn't know. They used to talk more often before 2018, keeping in touch. Adam lived in lots of places in his career. Lori lived lots of places. Adam didn't physically see or hear Lori conspire with Adam Cox to murder Charles Vallow. No more questions. So there's a redirect. Adam has not spoken to Lori since Charles was shot and killed. In 2018, the time they're talking about is when Lori said she was becoming a celestial being and other things that didn't align with the LDS faith. She asked Adam if she was crazy, and he said, I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true. They stopped talking after that. Adam found it off. Wait, let me make sure I get this right. Adam found it off that Alex broke off their plans to be at Lori's house the day of the shooting. Alex had guns. Charles was going to pick up JJ. State asked, "Do you find it odd your brother would go to the house JJ was in with a loaded gun and extra magazine?" Lori objects and tries to argue, but the judge overrules her. Adam said he finds it odd his brother would take those things to a location JJ was. Seems extreme. Adam told his family he believed Lori and Alex had conspired to kill Charles because Lori said Charles was dead and some guy named Ned was living in his body, a zombie living inside of him. All the things added up in the moment of the morning. When he found out Charles had been killed, he had no doubt in his mind. The judge decides that maybe this did go a little too far for a redirect and lets Lori recross if she wants to, and Lori doesn't. And the jury has no questions. So here we are at Serena Sharp. She is up. She's a member of the LDS Church. She attended an event for the group Preparing the People. That is a conference for emergency preparedness and getting ready for the second coming of the Lord. She attended a few of them. One of them in 2018 in Arizona. She knew Melanie Gibbs. She planned to stay with Melanie Gibb instead of staying at Melanie's. Instead, she ended up staying at Melanie's friend's house. That friend was Lori Vallow. She points out Lori in the courtroom. A lot of people were staying there that weekend, and she met Chad Daybell at Lori's home there. She spoke with Chad after the conference, too. She saw him at another conference in Idaho. She met with Chad in Idaho to talk about maybe living there. She knew Chad was married at the time, and she knew Lori was married at the time, and she didn't know Lori and Chad were having an affair. She kept talking to Lori after this trip and was invited back to Arizona for a girls' weekend. At Zalima's house, she met Zalima at one of the conferences. Now, I have to add in my own thoughts here. The least shocking thing ever is that what seemed to amount to a religious prepper conference led to people willing to murder their families to meet up and get together. I mean, if you ever asked me to come up with an event that would find people that would decide to do that together, I would literally guess a religious preppers conference. It just kind of ticks all of the boxes. She lists the people that were there that weekend. Lori talked about her beliefs and that she didn't need to repent. Lori had a couple of verses in the Bible that she believes means she doesn't need to repent. She was shocked at that. The witness was shocked because that goes against her religion. This witness was interviewed by police in 2021. She told the detective, she said, "We don't need to repent anymore because we've come to that stage." She wanted all of us to believe that. She doesn't remember telling the detective that exact phrase, but if it's in the report, that was closer to that time as what happened. She remembers Lori assigning people with dark and light levels. Lori talked of changing physically and and something else that I didn't list here. It basically was a translated concept. Maybe physically and religiously or something, or spiritually. Lori talks of casting that weekend. Lori talked about casting more than once. Casting was to cleanse evil from an area and not a specific person. Lori asked everyone, however, to cast out her husband, Charles. It stood out that it was a single person, her husband. She talked about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit named Ned. Witness says she was asking Lori a lot of questions and others in the group about castings. Lori told her Charles was no longer her husband Charles. Ned was in Charles's body. Lori used the term zombie. Lori said zombie was evil spirits and people like her husband. After questioning things, she was treated differently and the group cast out together against Ned. It was just one time from her memory that they tried to cast Ned out. Sorry if that's a little quick, but I am trying to get this done while I can before I have to do some things and then get back to cover the rest of the case. So to me, what stood out is, again, it really felt like a revenge tour against Adam, right? That's the feeling I got. Like, she's like, what about me? You didn't talk to me. You haven't seen me. What about my enchiladas? Like, that's what she's worried about, right? Like, she is on trial for the conspiracy to murder her husband, and she is asking if he remembers her enchiladas. And I think that says a lot about Lori's state of mind. I continue to believe that this is purely her revenge tour. We are back. Same witness. This witness spent 2 weeks getting to know Lori Vallow. Lori started limiting contact with the witness when she questions Lori's beliefs outside the church. She had seen Lori twice more after moving to Arizona. Lori was at a welcoming event for the witness along with Alex Cox when she moved to the area. The witness said hi, and Lori sat on the other side of the restaurant. Witness came after Lori lost her husband, to see her, but doesn't know if she was included to going to that by accident. She didn't know how Charles died at the time. Lori seemed stoic. No mourning or crying. She didn't know Lori moved or married Chad Daybell. Maybe a few texts after that, talking because a husband died, trying to be nice, but nothing of substance. Lori is up for the cross. Lori asks if the witness took an oath and swore to tell the truth, so help you God. And then Lori says, so we can agree that this court acknowledges that your testimony here today will be accountable to God. Objection, relevance sustained. Lori says, Your Honor, they brought up the religion, and it was kind of said in a whiny voice. The judge says he didn't ask for a response. It's sustained. Next question. The witness asks, do you believe your testimony here will be accountable to God? And the witness says, yes. They met in person 4 times. Maybe 2 or 3 one-on-one conversations during those meetings with no one else involved. Probably more than 10 times. Calling on the cell phone. Witness doesn't know how many texts. Lori asks, maybe some of the things you remember aren't from me directly. Witness says perhaps. Lori wants to know what Lori said verbatim about the zombies. The witness said that Lori talked about zombies during the girls' weekend. Lori says, I talked about it from my mouth and not from someone else's. Objection, argumentative, overruled, but rephrase. The witness is saying under oath that best of her recollection, Lori herself said the word zombie. Lori asks, could it have been someone else? State objects, but it's overruled. Lori asks again, could it have been someone else who said it? And the witness said it's possible, but she doesn't think so. You have to remember, this is something from 6 years ago. Lori gets louder and says she wants to know the exact sentence that she said about zombies. She's obviously getting mad. Lori had to rephrase because asked and answered. Lori does it again with the same objection. The judge at this point agrees with the objection but allows it. Witness says it was 6 years ago. I don't remember verbatim. Lori says it's possible it never came out of her mouth. Objection, asked and answered, now a 3rd time. You can tell the state's getting a little annoyed at the judge. Sustained. Lori then asks, who are the 3 Nephites in the Book of Mormon? Witness doesn't know the answer off the top of her head. Now, this is kind of a thing. I think I talk about it later. The witness believes Lori is asking for the names of the Nephites, not what they are. They thought it was like a direct, who are these people, not what are these people, that type of thing. Lori asks about John the Revelator in the Bible and John the Revelator being translated. The witness says she doesn't remember that. Lori asked about Elijah in the Old Testament. Was he translated? Objection to relevant, and the judge asked the relevance, because at this point, we're talking, Mormon scripture? Lori says, I've been accused of being out of the scope of the LDS religion when this is exactly in the scope of the LDS religion. And the judge's response, I don't think Lori caught it the way he said it. The judge says, as far as you comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I will allow it. Like, that's not a win, Lori. Witness believes Elijah was translated. Witness says the Nephites were translated. Lori asks, and is it not uncommon in the Christian belief to believe in people being translated? Witness says she isn't qualified to answer that for all of Christianity, which I think is fair. Lori asks if she is a Christian who believes in the Bible. Objection, relevance, and the judge says he'll allow it, but briefly. Witness believes in it. She believes in the translated people in the Bible. Those people in the Bible being translated isn't outside of the witness's beliefs. The girls' weekend, they went to lunch, went to temple, they did projects. She doesn't remember how long the prayer was. It was a small portion of the weekend, though. She has had many conversations with Christina Atwood. Their relationship has grown over the past 5 years. I don't know where this is coming from. Lori asks if they are now in-laws, and the answer is no. And then Lori responds, just wondering. And the state asks the judge to tell Lori to stop commenting after her answers. The witness hasn't spoken to Zelima for a while. Witness doesn't know who Kay Woodcock is. Witness speaks to Nicole Earle. Witness doesn't talk to Melanie Gibb, but they do run into each other sometimes. Lori asked the witness that Lori said she doesn't need to repent and that the witness was shocked. And the witness says, yeah, she was shocked by that. Lori wants to know what she said to her. And it was over 6 years ago, so she doesn't know verbatim. Lori asks, how would that come up? And she doesn't remember. The witness remembers Lori saying that to her directly in front of everyone. Lori asks, why would she be the one speaking in front of everyone? And the woman says, sometimes we take turns when speaking. Like, this is like a child logic, right? Like, imagine you have a group of 5 friends, right? You have 5 friends. Have you ever been in a scenario where someone is talking and everyone else is listening? Like, Lori is acting like that is some crazy new, obscene idea that there's no way that happened, right? It's a revenge tour. I think I have some notes here about that, but we'll get more into that. Lori asked about the witness saying she was uncomfortable about some of the topics that weekend. She says, yes. Why didn't you leave if you were uncomfortable? She was still there with friends and she flew across the country to be there. But you are a grown woman, correct? Yes, it would be fair to say you didn't disagree so much with it at the time, but now you disagree. The witness says, I don't think that's a fair comment. No. Would it be fair to say we had a good time that weekend? Yes. Now you change your mind. Change my mind about what? About you being made uncomfortable. No, I haven't changed my mind. Here's my note. This is Lori's revenge tour. Lori is personally upset. The woman said she was uncomfortable by Lori. Lori caused a problem 6 years ago. Lori is taking that as a personal insult. Now she is harassing the witness not to help her case, but to try to make the witness look bad, knowing how many people are watching. Again, I get so many Sarah Boone vibes from the way she talks. This is not about helping her case. This is about trying to get it one over on this person. But remember, she got mad at the other witness because he doesn't remember her green chili chicken enchiladas. This witness, she's angry because they were uncomfortable. Like, this is a woman who had multiple friends at this group. She flew across the country, and Lori's like, well, if I made you uncomfortable, why didn't you leave? Probably because the woman could pretty much ignore you, Lori. You're not that important. The witness mentions something about, and then Lori has a long pause. Interviewed by police a couple of times. 2 times. First time Nate Moffat, spring 2020. Doesn't remember how long the interview was, longer than a few minutes. Second interview was 2 detectives from Idaho. That was longer, over an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Lori asked what could she have told the police for an hour and a half about someone she had only met a couple of times in her life. Objection. Relevance. Sustained. And I have a note here. These detectives were from Idaho, so Lori almost opened the door on JJ and Tylee being dead. So were they what were they interested in you telling them? Objection. Speculation. Sustained. Lori's still knocking on that door. What did you tell them about me in the interview? Objection. Overbroad. Judge adds hearsay and then sustains it. Do you feel like you have something to offer today in relation to the crime that I am being charged with? Objection. Sustained. Did you witness Lori conspire with her brother or anyone else to murder my husband, Charles Vallow? I did not. It's time for redirect. The witness takes her oath seriously. Everything she said is true to the best of her knowledge. This happened 6 years ago. She did not tally up how many times she texted Lori. Things stand out she remembers well, such as Lori saying she doesn't need to repent, such as Lori saying Charles was possessed by an evil spirit named Ned. Biblical figures are translated, but she had never heard a person saying they were being translated. She can't remember how many prayers they did over the girls' weekend, but the casting one specifically felt different. They were a different type of prayer. Witness asked others about Lori, saying she didn't need to repent, but she didn't just pack up and run away. She was friends with people there, and she didn't make things up about Lori with these people. These are her own memories, and the jury has no questions. Next up is William McDonald, a retired police officer from the Chandler Police Department, and he's trained in cell phone extraction. He explains how extractions work and confirms they keep the original extract intact. This is very important since Lori keeps talking about only getting reports and not a full extraction. He identifies a phone that had a pin to access it being 0, 0, 0, 0. Extraction began July 17th. He identifies photos of the phone while processing it. He shows the photos, and you can see the phone is in airplane mode, so the data is secure from changes. The phone had a SIM card. He explains how they charged the phone, and 0000 let him in the phone. He shows the phone identifying data. He did a full file extraction that records everything possible, including some deleted data. Newer versions have never shown changes to the previous data. Sometimes they just find new items better. Basically saying that basically this is future proofing, and if Lori says, well, we used a brand new version and it had something different, well, it doesn't change things, it just finds more. It took about an hour to extract it with the gray key. Once that single container file, they open that file and make it a more readable format. He did no research on that phone after getting the information. He would give the Cellbrite reader file that would allow detectives to read it, because Cellbrite is expensive, so they use a reader version that can only read it after it's been extracted, I guess. It includes all the data, though. No questions from Lori, but a question from the jury. If someone deleted their browser history, you can recover it. He says sometimes if it's more recent, and by recent he means like within the last year. So after all of that complaining about cell phone data, no questions from Lori. Next is Marissa Francisco, a forensic scientist. She explains her career. She explains how fingerprints being left behind work. Someone doesn't always leave a fingerprint or a print of good quality. You can wipe away or smudge prints. Explains the process to get a print from an item. Talk of how fingerprints are compared. The witness identifies the bat she tried to get fingerprints from. It's the bat from the scene. They swabbed grip for DNA, but due to the texture, it probably wouldn't have had prints. It's just not a good surface for it. Witness starts checking her notes. A photo of the bat is being shown. No visually seen prints, so they did super glue fuming and found prints. They found 2 prints and they took photos of it. They appear to be fingerprints due to the shape and size of the first one. The second one was less clear what type of print it was. Both were determined to not be viable for identifying, but possible for exclusions. She was asked to compare them to 3 individuals: Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow, Alex Cox. She was then asked to compare them to Charles Vallow to determine they did not come from Charles Vallow. The first was inconclusive. She couldn't identify or exclude Charles Vallow. The second print was also inconclusive to Charles Vallow. She was not asked to do comparisons to Lori, Alex, or Tylee. Cross from Lori. I thought maybe there'd be something big here. Lori just asks if the DNA got tested, and she says she doesn't know because she just sends it off, and that was all for this witness, and they go into a break. So we got another example of Lori on her revenge tour. She's angry that this woman, I assume, my guess is, slighted her by talking about how basically unsettling Lori was while being a host for an event, right? And it really reminds me of the green chili chicken enchiladas, which I'm probably going to keep saying that phrase because I can't stop. I won't stop. I want green chili chicken enchiladas right now. I actually really do. And it's also just something that's going to stick out from this case for me, probably forever, because it is such a stupid thing for her to harp on. And it really shows where her head is at during all of this. I am very interested, and I hope Colby Ryan goes live tonight. I would love to know his thoughts on Lori doing things like this and saying things like this today since he was in the courtroom. In my coverage, in very serious cases like this, I do try to add a bit of levity, mentioning how Lori was so strung up on things like green chili chicken enchiladas or how many times people texted her, that type of thing. This next part, it's just sad. It's just sad. We are back with the next witness, Kay Woodcock. And I go into this fully expecting Lori to be absolutely terrible on cross because Kay got Charles's life insurance. And honestly, I might have some things to say when I finish my coverage of this. Kay is Charles Vallow's sister. She explains her family structure. She was close to Charles and points to Lori Vallow in the courtroom. Talks of Charles and Lori's marriage. They got married in Vegas, so Kay couldn't attend, but there was a party somewhere else for the family. Talk of Charles's kids before the marriage, Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow. Lori had Colby Ryan and Tylee Ryan. Charles's sons never lived with them after the marriage. Tylee was still a minor in 2019. Colby was an adult. Charles's children were adults. Charles and Lori adopted Kay's grandson JJ in July of 2014. He was autistic and born premature. JJ was 7 in 2019. In July of 2019, if Lori said she was taking care of 5 children, that wasn't correct. And they explained that when Charles was in town, JJ was 100% of his responsibility. But no, Lori did not have 5 children to take care of. She had Tylee and JJ. JJ loved to fly to visit family. Charles was a financial planner. He had to travel a lot. Lori helped doing something in Charles's job. Kay wasn't sure what. Charles was drafted into the Houston Astros when he was younger. He was a left-handed pitcher who batted left-handed. That's very important because remember, Lori claims that he bats right. He blew out his knee and that ended that. He was still active. Kay's family did not grow up LDS, which means Charles did not grow up LDS, but he converted after marrying Lori. In March of 2018, Kay's mother died, but Lori didn't go, which Kay thought was appalling from Lori for not going, because Charles went. Charles's mother died, and Lori wouldn't go. Kay and Lori did get along, at least early on, and Kay loved her. Charles and JJ met with Kay's family for Thanksgiving in 2018, what they found odd, but at the time, Charles didn't say what was going on. Lori wasn't with her. Kay had concerns about Charles and Lori's relationship, but Charles wouldn't say much. In 2019, Charles started to go see Kay more, and she knew the marriage was in trouble. In 2019, Charles was concerned for his safety. Lori sent Kay a text about her and Charles were fighting and that her, JJ, and Tylee went to a hotel, and Charles called Kay. So Kay flew out to meet him because Lori's family at this point had turned their back on him. Kay at this point learned now there was a huge problem with Charles and Lori's relationship. Kay spoke to Charles about concerns for his safety. Nobody would tell Charles where Lori was. JJ was now with Charles, and Kay started coming out to help Charles with JJ. Tylee, as far as they knew, was with Lori's brother. 58 days. Charles had JJ and couldn't find Lori. Charles moved to Houston with JJ because Charles said Lori didn't want him, JJ, or Tylee anymore. So Lori didn't want to have her husband or her kids. Kay would help take care of JJ. Kay helped with Charles's business as well. Charles had to change all the passwords and accounts so Lori just couldn't access it anymore. When Charles was packing to leave to do that move to Houston, Lori showed up. Charles was on the phone and didn't know Lori was behind him. When he turned around and saw her, Charles started crying, and Lori started yelling at him. Why did you take JJ? Why are you moving? This is all your fault. After 58 days of no contact, she shows up the day they're moving out. The two talked, went into a different room, and periodically Kay could hear Lori shouting while in another room. At one point, Lori goes up to Kay and says she loves her, and Lori cried. Someone at some point took all of Tylee's belongings the next day. Doesn't know who. Charles still wanted Lori to be part of JJ's life, even though Lori did not want JJ. Charles told Lori she is welcome to join them in Houston. He would fly her out, but she said no, she was busy. She had something she had to do in Hawaii. 2 weeks later, she showed up in Houston. Her and Tylee moved in Houston then. Charles stopped asking Kay to help with the business when Lori came back. Around this time, Charles came into a large amount of money in his commissions, and Lori knew of it. At some point, Lori left Houston and went back to Arizona and took JJ with her. Charles didn't move back. Lori was a hairdresser until she married Charles, and as far as Kay knew, since marrying Charles, she didn't work outside the home. Charles worked so Lori could be a stay-at-home mother. Kay knew Charles had a life insurance policy. Charles helped Kay and her husband get $1 million life insurance policy each and talked about him and Lori having one. This was not an unusual type of conversation. Kay had a conversation about the beneficiary of his life insurance, and he told Kay he was changing it to her. It was maybe a minute and a half conversation, and she never followed up. She didn't know if he actually did it until she got a phone call after he was killed. This conversation they had about Kay becoming the beneficiary was when he couldn't find Lori and Kay was taking care of JJ. Kay saw Charles last in June. She thinks he visited for the weekend. JJ wasn't with him. The last time she saw JJ was May 18th. Charles texted Kay the night before he was shot. She thought he was just going to see JJ. She had no idea about the intervention. She trusted Adam to be with Charles. Kay doesn't remember Charles saying he wanted a place in Phoenix to be closer to JJ. Kay learned Charles died July 12th while at a nail salon. Kay got a call from Cole, one of Charles's sons, saying he got a text from Lori that Dad is dead. Cole said Lori wasn't answering phone calls. Kay called her husband and he said he'll call her right back. Kay's husband called her back and he Googled and Charles is dead. Alex killed him yesterday. It was horrible. Kay cries on the stand. Talks of having to call her siblings and let them all know. Kay is handed tissues. She said everyone's freaking out. She didn't know what to do. She called Cole and told him it was true. Kay was telling people, let's keep in touch and share what we find out. She tried calling and texting Lori, trying to call and text Charles. Lori eventually returned a text saying she had to deal with a lot, and she was too busy to call his family to say he was dead by her brother killing him. At this point, Kay needed a moment to compose herself. Understandable. Kay called the detectives to be able to speak to a detective, get that done. She had talked to a detective before Lori, and she told them that she had arranged a flight because she needed to know where JJ was. What had he seen? What had JJ known? She knew it wasn't good. She had to talk to detectives before anything with Lori. When she met with detectives, she told them about the life insurance policy but didn't know if it was changed. But we had to get JJ because JJ was not safe with Lori. The state says, let me stop you there. Again, we are knocking on the door. We are knocking on the door of the jury learning JJ and Tylee were killed. Just from what they have heard, they have to be wondering, where is JJ and Tylee? Are we going to hear from Tylee? She's now an adult. Are we going to hear from JJ? They have to be wondering. Before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money Charles had in his life insurance, she had Charles cremated and FedExed to Kay's office with his Letterman jacket, some cheap sunglasses, and a couple watches. You see, Charles had a watch collection, and Lori sent Kay crap watches. Again, this is before Lori knew she wasn't a beneficiary of that life insurance policy. Kay set up a service for Charles, a memorial service. The last time Kay talked to Lori, Kay was trying to be nice, but she knew Lori had something to do with his murder. Kay is a bad liar, so when she talked to Lori, she had to ask what to do with the stuff in Houston. It was hard. Lori said, you all split it. Just you take what you want. So when they got there, none of Charles's belongings were there. Nothing. All of it. Just Charles's business files and big furniture. Kay found out the beneficiary was changed because the following week a lady called her and said she was a sole beneficiary and asked the address and wanted to verify a few things to send out the check. Lori confronted Kay about being the beneficiary via text, a text with the image of the change of beneficiary form. Lori then texted about needing to take care of 5 kids and his sister gets all the money. Is that why you want JJ? Kay said she just wanted JJ, period. Lori said she was left with 5 kids, but she didn't have 5 kids. It was Tylee and JJ still in the house. Kay got the okay to go get JJ to take him to Charles's service, but after the change of beneficiary form, Lori was too busy, and JJ, it was too hard on him. He needed to be with her. This ended most of the contact she had with Lori, except to speak to JJ. Lori's cross, and you can see and hear Kay go, oh boy. Lori asked where Kay was on July 11th, 2019, and she was home in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Kay says the relationship between Tylee and Charles seemed to always have drama. Charles didn't say much, and Kay didn't pry. And I might put a note here. I still think Lori is going to claim that Tylee shot Charles by the end of this case. I can feel it. Kay knew there was contention between those two for a while. Kay wasn't aware of the events that morning when Charles was murdered. Kay adds she didn't know because you didn't tell me. Lori asks if she personally heard Lori and Alex Cox conspire to murder Charles, and Kay says no, but she saw a ton of evidence that they did. No further questions. That final bit, maybe something could have been said about hearsay or something, but no one's going to question it. Redirect. How old was Tylee when Lori and Charles got married? She was 3. Charles was in her life most of her memorable years. Tylee was 16 in July of 2019, a teenager. The two had good times. It wasn't that they couldn't look at each other or anything like that. A teenage girl is hard, but there were a lot of issues with Tylee's dad, Lori's ex-husband, in custody. It was a mess. Tylee had a lot going on in her life. Kay never saw anything that sticks out of them not getting along. She just knew Charles would say it was difficult. Which, as a step-parent, it can be difficult. On July 11th, when Charles Vallow was killed, she had no idea he was dead. How would she know? She didn't hear it from Lori Vallow. It was from Google after her husband found it. No questions from the jury. Well, the judge is saying no court tomorrow and explaining to the jury about next week. The camera turns and shows Kay Woodcock hugging someone. Judging by people in the court, it was probably Colby Ryan. Monday and Tuesday are going to start a little early. Half an hour earlier than this week for anyone wanting to watch. So, as I said, there's nothing funny. No, nothing. I thought Lori would do more, but I think Lori knew continuing to question Kay was going to make her look bad. And this is her revenge tour, and while I'm sure she'd love revenge on Kay, it doesn't work if Lori feels like she's the one getting the bad side of it. So, I didn't know that Lori refused to allow JJ to go to the service after the beneficiary thing. That was obviously payback, right? And now I wonder how much of their murder was not only payback, but I mean, people always thought that she probably killed the kids to try to get the benefits that JJ was getting, right? The survivor benefits. But with that being said, I wonder how much of it was to get back at Kay. Because Lori didn't want JJ. Lori didn't want Tylee, and now they're dead. Jury doesn't know that. Jury doesn't know that. I just keep thinking, imagine you were on this jury, right? And I think if you're on this jury, you find Lori guilty and you have no question. That's my opinion. But imagine you were on this jury. You're on this jury, and you end and you never find out they died. Imagine I'm assuming they're going to let the jury leave so they aren't hounded by media. I think the jury, some people like video the jury leaving Sarah Boone. I'm not entirely sure on that. I might be misremembering, but there seems to be less security with this trial than like keeping the jurors away from people. So it could be they get swarmed as soon as it's over. But either way, Imagine you find her guilty, and if it doesn't come out that they're dead. Like, imagine the emotions that hit you after everything you've heard, and you find out that Lori is a convicted murderer of her own kids. Like, imagine they walk out of the courthouse and someone comes up to them and asks, what do they, if they know, or like, even if not, imagine they're home and they Google her name. Imagine coming across a video like this. Imagine going to the videos of the trial and reading the comments below. I think if it's not available, there should be some form of free therapy after a case like this. Maybe it is available because this involves murder and there's graphic images. Maybe that is available from the state, from the what county, whatever. It's just I don't know how I would handle it. And I really don't know how I would handle it if I was one of the individuals sat there, because there might be someone who questions whether this woman could do this, right? Imagine if they find her not guilty. Imagine they find Lori Vallow not guilty of this, the jury does. And then you find out what she did to her children. You find her not guilty because you don't think she's capable of this. That's something I always try to think about, like, being on the jury, like, seeing this information for the first time. Is it actually helping her case? And of course, I don't think Lori's helping herself. But in this particular one, what they don't know might be just as traumatic, if not more, than what they've seen during this case. And that is bad. Like, imagine you get through it, this stressful case, and it's finally over. It's finally over. And these murders are kept from you, and you find out after. Like, I wouldn't be able to help myself but dive into what I didn't know. But that's just kind of where I wanted. I knew I wanted to talk about it, so I just put it here at the end. Um, Again, this is the last court appearance for the week. There was talk of a possible motions thing tomorrow. I'm not seeing mention of it, so I guess that's not happening. Any videos that come out this weekend? I don't know. I don't have any ideas for this weekend. I've got to do some things. I've got to go shopping. I have watched this trial, right? I have to watch the trial, record the videos, put them together, render it, upload it. I'm there in the chat. I don't have a lot of time, so I got to do a bunch this weekend. I also still have to fit in my taxes that I haven't started, and that's on Tuesday. Probably not going to do them tomorrow because I just want a break. Maybe start Saturday, the worst case Sunday, maybe finish Monday, Tuesday. I mean, they probably won't take me long to do. I think I have everything. If not, I can find it online. I should have everything though. I did go through about 2 weeks ago and just gather items. How much I owe, that's going to be that's a whole other problem I'll deal with for future me. And by future me, I mean like in 2 days when I cry. Um so that's my plan. As I said, I'm planning to keep covering this case until it ends. That's not changed. I don't feel sick. I mentioned that I was dealing with someone who was bedbound and I was helping them. I appear to have not gotten it. At least it hasn't struck me yet. I'm checking my schedule for anything else. Um, Anything else, it'll be a conflict. I don't think I have any conflicts coming up for this case. As long as we stick Monday through Thursday, I don't think I'll have conflicts. The 17th next week, there's an update to a game. 2 games, technically, and I'm going to have to pick which one I go with that I want to possibly play for the other channel. I don't know yet, but I will prioritize this case above that, so that's not a problem. Yeah, I don't think there's any other conflicts, just for anyone wondering, so my coverage should continue without worry. But yeah, I just want to thank everyone who watches, everyone that likes, comments, subscribes. I like the chats. I try to be as active as I can. Sometimes when it's premiering, I do have to multitask a little bit because I've kind of locked in for the whole day, and, things have to get done still. So sometimes I'm like on mobile. Generally, the video itself's not playing for me. I'm simply in the chat with you all. So my context for certain things might be off. And then, of course, I want to do the same thing for the next trial. Hopefully. I saw some people talk about other cases. I don't have the time. I don't have the time, if I'm watching this one and covering all of it, to do more right now. I might talk about stuff Friday, Saturday, Sunday in short videos. There's a video I did last night of the wife of the bassist for the band Weaver getting shot by police while she had a gun outside her own home, and now she's charged with attempted murder. Like, stuff like that might happen. If there's any crazy tariff stuff, I might talk about that. But beyond that, this is my main focus. I still haven't watched the 60 Minutes interview with Lori, and I really should. I don't know if I'll find the time because, as I said, I got things I have to do. That might be a video that pops out one weekend in the middle of this trial, if I find time. Or if something happens in like a Tuesday or a Wednesday, they have to not have trial. Maybe jurors have issues and they have to delay a day. Maybe I'll fit it in there to just have content for that day. But yeah, I think that's it. I think that's everything. Sorry, I'm kind of looking over my mic so I can actually check my little calendar there. Thank you all. I appreciate you all. Like, comment, subscribe. See you in the next video. If you want to use Buy Me a Coffee, I probably have it pinned in the comment when I remember. Half the time I don't remember. I'm mostly just trying to get the videos out after I render them. Make sure you check out Colby Ryan's YouTube channel. I think you just search Colby Ryan, he'll come up. I expect he'll do something to talk about tonight. Maybe not soon. I mean, if he was hugging Kay, maybe he's going to go out to dinner with her and talk to her, which I think is appropriate. But maybe in the next few days, he might do a live and talk about the experience in the court and what it was like to see Lori. I kind of want to know if Lori looked at him before she referenced his wedding, stuff like that. But thank you all. I'm out. I've rambled long enough. Off we go to the next video. What you see behind me is my dinner. These are chicken enchiladas that used green chilies. And yes, I made sure to give some to someone else so I can ask about them in court 6 years from now. I thought I would do a quick update with my thoughts for the Lori Vallow trial week 1. I am still of the opinion that before this ends, Lori is going to put forward the scenario that maybe Tylee killed Charles Vallow. She has been focusing on how no one was there and has video of what happened. She's been focusing on how Tylee didn't get along with Charles. And, hey, if they covered it up because of Tylee, at the very least, that wouldn't be a charge of conspiracy to commit murder. I think that is very much a possibility. We'll see. I do want to say that a lot of people, and me included, believe she is on a revenge tour. The way she treated people from her life, not the experts, was pretty revolting. The way she questioned the religion of multiple women. The woman who went on a date that night with Charles do you go on dates with married men? Like, she was harassing them. And that's kind of what I expected going in, and she did what I expected there. When it came to Kay Woodcock, I was shocked at how Lori crossed. I expected more, and Kay did have some shots back in her answers to Lori. And I watched Colby Ryan's live stream, at least some of it, and he mentioned something that we couldn't see at home. Lori was shaking while going up to talk to Kay, and I wonder if she was afraid to confront her, what Kay would say. Because Kay, I mean, they knocked on the door of JJ and Tylee being dead. Now, Kay could have went into a rant about JJ being killed. Lori being convicted of his murder could have caused a mistrial, and maybe she wouldn't want to do that for her brother's case, but it was within her power to do it. She would have gotten it out. And Lori would have been all over the news. That would have went viral. Just like the don't flatter yourself moment and the enchilada moment did. Maybe that's what Lori was most afraid of, her public image getting even worse. I looked at the state's witness list, and I don't think they have anyone else on that witness list that is going to be someone for Lori to harass on her revenge tour. At least not someone from her personal life. So those should be more calm, I would expect, days. The issue is, we still have to wait on Lori's defense witnesses. We don't know how many have actually gotten subpoenaed. We don't know how many will be allowed. But we've seen what she's like to people that the state brings up. What is it going to be like when she's been planning and plotting and wanting to bring them up in this trial? I think we're going to have some fireworks whenever that happens. I'm not sure how many more days it'll be. Maybe next week we'll be able to get to her witnesses. I was happy to see that Colby Ryan seems to have some form of closure. You know, Lori's, to him, it sounded like he has some closure that Lori just isn't his mom anymore, and he's done with her. That is honestly the best thing I think could have happened to him. Trying to think of anything else from this week that's worth talking about specifically. Her attitude has been getting progressively worse, I think, in court. More yelling at the judge, more yelling in front of the jury. And I do wonder if week 2 will be a reset, a weekend reset, or will she be the same as she was Thursday? If I were to make a guess, she'll probably be slightly better Monday, depending on witnesses and what is said. I'd say probably by Tuesday, she might be back off the rails. If she's not by Tuesday, maybe she'll calm down until we're to her witnesses. Maybe that's what riles her up. People from her own life that she can grill, gets her a little excited. Not like there's much excitement waiting for her in her life being behind bars, As I said, I still plan to cover the whole trial. I still haven't done my taxes yet. This is being recorded Friday night. I'm not sure when I'll release it. Today I mostly slept. I've been having problems sleeping all week, so I was doing these videos running off of about 3 to 4 hours of sleep and caffeine. So I had a long sleep today, went to the store, got the stuff to make the enchiladas. I already had the chicken. I started chicken was in the freezer, but I got the other stuff to make the enchiladas because I decided that I wanted enchiladas for a reason. Something had made me crave them. Thank you, chat, by the way. You made it worse. So I made enchiladas. And now I'm sitting down, and I'm honestly already after dinner. I'm about ready to go back to bed. I feel tired. So don't really expect videos much this weekend. Saturday, I might just sleep again. I might sleep the whole day away, and then I might have to scramble and do my taxes Sunday into Monday after trial. Last minute, it's fine. It's whatever. As long as I get them done. They won't take long. I'm just procrastinating because I know I owe and it's not fun. And I'm still very tired. I can operate for multiple days low on sleep, but then eventually when it catches up to me, my mind just doesn't want me to do anything. Um, I still haven't watched the 60-minute interview with Lori Vallow. If I procrastinate enough tomorrow, okay. If I procrastinate, I don't know if you could hear that. There was a loud dog outside. If I could procrastinate enough tomorrow, I might watch it and then do like a post video reaction. I've heard that it involved her blaming Tylee for the death of JJ. So that kind of fits where I feel like she's going in trial, and then people informed me of that, so I need to watch it. That would be a good reason to delay things tomorrow and not actually do what needs done. So that probably will happen. Sarah Boone today. Sarah Boone, the 11th today was the last day for the transcripts, according to the court order, to be posted by the court. I don't know if all of them got posted. I didn't double check that it was all that were ordered. If it's not, we'll hear about it. And they could have been, I guess, submitted today and not filed online yet. So we'll see. So there's a little bit of Sarah Boone information there at the end. The Lori Vallow trial is really sad. It really is. Especially Kay. It was... I teared up a little bit when I watched it with Kay. That's the first time it got me in this case. It's only going to get worse. And it's going to get worse if the jury finds out that Tylee and JJ are dead. And I wonder if Lori does go with the Tylee angle openly. Is that the door open for the state? I would assume it'd have to be for the state to say, and here's who killed Tylee. At least Tylee. For the jury to know. It feels like a roller coaster every day you watch, because I feel like everyone is kind of on the edge of their seats. Not because like we don't know the answer. It's not like we don't know what happened. It's not that we don't have an expectation of what the jury is going to decide. I think a lot of the anticipation is people waiting to know, are the jury going to find out about the kids? Who is going to mention what happened to the kids? How much are they going to know? I think that is a lot of the draw for people to watch live. The other half, I think if Lori wasn't representing herself, I don't know that this trial would have nearly as much viewership. That's part of it. But picturing those jury members seeing all of this and not knowing about her other convictions, not knowing what Lori Vallow has been convicted of. They might think at this point they're in front of a monster. They might. But they don't know how bad it goes. Week 2 of the Lori Vallow trial begins with yet another juror issue. A juror is late. Now, this isn't a major deal, but you have to remember we've already lost 2 jurors and there's only 2 alternates left. So personally, I get a little worried when I hear any issue with the jury. Thankfully, they showed up. Maybe they were just late due to the fact they started 30 minutes early today. Now, the state has multiple motions. One is on a subpoena served to Bobby Vallow, a motion about questioning of police, a motion to preclude defendant's witnesses again, motion in limine for testimony about a video seen by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. The state also says they want Brandon Boudreaux and Bobby Vallow to have their subpoenas sealed as a matter of victims' rights, and that's something they want to discuss immediately, and the judge just agrees, and the rest of the motions will be discussed later. So that should be, I believe, talked about today, and we'll cover it later in this video if it is. Due to a juror being late, they started scheduling for the next trial. Yes, the next one. Remember, there's a second Lori Vallow trial coming up. I'm not going into specifics because, honestly, it's so far off that anything could change. The judge is leaving the area at one point. It's a whole thing. But they do expect they'll need 300 potential jurors to find those they need, factoring in the publicity issues from this trial. Remember, if you're in this area and you didn't know about Lori Vallow before, you might see this coverage. You might be watching this video, therefore you can't be a juror in the next case. The first witness is Dr. Derek Bumgardner. He explains his qualifications and how autopsies are done. He did the autopsy on Charles Vallow. They bring up the Charles Vallow autopsy photos, which of course are not going to be shown to the public. Well, the public online. The public in the courtroom, they see it. The first photo is a photo of Charles's face used for identification. Charles Vallow was under 6 feet tall and just over 200 pounds. No injuries to Charles's face or head. No contusions you would see if he fell backwards after being shot. They show the gunshot wound, saying it happened around the time of death. Right hand, no abrasions. Left hand, there was blood transfer on his hand, and no abrasions. I'm saying no abrasions here, but there is an update in a bit. Left hand, there was blood transfer on his hand, but no abrasions. Again, I just reread that on accident. Charles Vallow was wearing a watch. They have to explain why. The body isn't touched as much as possible until an autopsy, so things like a watch remains on. And the watch wasn't damaged. There was damage to Charles Vallow's knees, received around the time of death. Next are close-ups of the gunshot entrance wound. There was stippling on the injury. And the medical examiner, the autopsy guy, whatever his exact title is, explains that he did not use the word stippling in his report, but he did describe it. The muzzle was 2 to 4 feet away according to textbook, but exact ranges would have to be tested for that particular firearm. If it was any closer than that, there would be soot, and he didn't see any soot. They show the exit wound. He explains how exit wounds are different shape than the entrance and generally larger. The witness explains how the bullet passed through Charles's heart. The wound was not immediately fatal, so he could live for up to a few minutes. He could speak and move during that time. He could touch his chest with his left hand and have fallen to his knees. The wounds on his knees do match that scenario. They show and explain the trajectory rod. It was front to back, right to left, slightly downward for this particular injury. Now, this could be due to the angle of the gun, or the difference in size of the shooter. So if the shooter is taller and you're shooting downward just because you're taller, that could do it. They talk of the other gunshot wound on the abdomen. This one had no stippling or soot, so it was most likely from 4 or 5 feet away. This exit is found in the upper left shoulder. This exit wound is a shored exit wound, which happens when a firm surface is against the skin. You would expect this if someone was on the floor. He has never seen a shored wound from someone wearing a t-shirt. He has seen less than 50 shored wounds, but this is a textbook-worthy example. This shot went through Charles's lung and his ribs before exiting the shoulder. Trajectory was front to back, left to right, and upward. And they show more of the photos to explain it. The gunshot exiting his back was not shored. The one for his shoulder was shored. The shored wound would be consistent with someone shooting from Charles's feet as he was laying on the ground. And they asked if there was a defect on the floor under his shoulder that would match the shored wound, and the answer is yes. No drugs or alcohol were on Charles Vallow's system, and he died of gunshot wounds. And this is where Lori gets to cross. And I don't know about you, but if there's anything other than green chili chicken enchiladas, which I still have some leftovers of that I don't know if they're good or not. I'm probably going to eat them anyway. But I wonder about bamboo. I felt at this point she's going to have to mention bamboo. That's another thing I'm remembering from this case is the bamboo. Lori begins, though, by asking what drugs they test for, and he lists some of the things that were tested. Lori says medications like blood pressure and things like testosterone or human growth hormone, and no, those weren't tested. The wounds of Charles's knees were near time of death and could have been from a scuffle before the shooting, same as the abrasions on his hand, and at this point I have a note. So I went back because I thought they said there were no abrasions on his hand, and I went back checking, and as far as I heard it, maybe I'm mishearing it, I didn't hear them say there were abrasions, but I only listened through it twice. I did check reporting of people inside, and they said there was a small abrasion on his left hand. Maybe that was visibly shown, and I couldn't see it, but there was an abrasion according to people in the courtroom. I'm going to take their word for it. Lori asked if Charles was still falling during the second shot, if that would cause a shored wound, and the answer is no. And anyone watching this trial should know that after all the explanations, because if he's actively falling, there isn't a hard surface behind him. Lori asks what if he bounced? And again, the answer is no. Lori asked if it could be caused by tight clothing. The witness explains it would have to be something tight like a belt or a bra. The witness doesn't know about bamboo clothing or how tough it is. Of course, Lori had to talk about bamboo. Lori is done, but it's redirect time. If the shirt caused a shored wound somehow, then it would have caused a shored wound to both exits, which wasn't here, which is a good point. If he's wearing this shirt, okay, if you're wearing a shirt that is tight-fitting, so tight it's going to do a shored wound. It'd have to be like as tight as a belt. But if it's that tight, you're going to see that in two locations because you're wearing the shirt and both exits are in shirt area. And that's not what happened. There was nothing in the Charles Vallow autopsy to indicate he died of anything but a gunshot wound. I don't know why Lori was talking about testosterone and human growth hormone, maybe claiming he roid raged out. I'm still of the opinion that she's going to eventually blame it all on Tylee. But maybe she's also going to add in that he was roid raging or something. She's got to be working through what her final claims are right now, because even though she began with the evidence will show in her opening statement, the evidence isn't showing anything, right? And a lot of this evidence doesn't exist because the only person who can say these things is Lori, who was there. So if she decides not to testify, it's just she threw that out there as a truth and there's no verification of it. There was a jury question. And at this point, they put on the headsets and all that. There was no significant amount of blood in the lungs, but there was blood in the left chest cavity. Heart may have not been beating at that point, but there was no blood in the throat or mouth. State follow-up, when someone is shot in the heart, blood is expected to be in the left cavity. Next up is Mark Sari. He works for the Office of the Inspector General and investigates fraud and abuse for the Social Security Department. He explains survivor benefits. When a child becomes an adult, those benefits drop. If a child is adopted, those benefits then go to another individual. We are knocking on the door again, right? Because Lori told Chad about the benefits she would get due to JJ. Killing him could have been a way to keep the benefits after Charles's death flowing, as Kay would have possibly taken JJ, and of course, they can't have the body be found because then they'd stop. And if you have JJ around, he's going to cost money. And Lori doesn't want to spend money. Not on her kids, just on herself. The mother can get benefits if they were married at the time of the parent's death. So Lori can get her own benefits. If they are not married, the mother doesn't get those benefits. The benefits disappear if the mother gets married again. So again, any benefits Lori was getting would disappear by marrying Chad, but not JJ's benefits. This man looked into survivor benefits for Lori and JJ Ryan. He also found out about benefits that were being provided to Tylee Ryan. So, The benefits that Tylee is getting were $1,859 per month. And the payee for Tylee was Lori Vallow. So Lori is getting Tylee's money. Money, money, money. You're going to hear more about money. You're going to hear more of Lori excusing how she spent that money, too. Those benefits are typically in an account both the parent and child can access. You have to apply for survivor benefits. Lori Vallow did one of the meetings to apply and had to give information. Lori was asked when they got married, and she gave it. Lori was asked, was she living with Charles Vallow when he died? And Lori told Social Security they were living together at the time of his death. Lori was granted a Social Security payment of $1,951 per month, plus a back pay of $4,157. This would be almost $4,000 a month because Lori would get hers and JJ's. But don't forget, Lori was also getting Tylee's benefits, so we're talking of her raking in about $6,000 a month. The witness learned Lori remarried to Chad Daybell on November 5th, 2019, which would have gotten rid of 2,000 of those benefits. The majority she would still get because of the kids. Now, Lori is up to cross at this point. A surviving spouse can get benefits without any children. Lori asks if there are two spouses to a deceased husband who both have married to him for over 10 years, would both get the survivor benefits, and the witness doesn't understand the question and then said he doesn't know of that policy. Lori asks if it is explained to me I could receive that, and the objection sustained. Witness said you'd have to ask an expert. This witness investigates fraud. Lori asks if the witness doesn't know what the employees tell the people who come in for the appointments. Lori asks if mother and care benefits are for a child. Yes. So the benefits Lori was getting from the death of Charles were supposed to go to the child. Lori asks how it is decided if a spousal benefit or a mother and care benefit, and the witness says the person applies and then gets a letter in the mail for an appointment where they go over it all. There wouldn't be a confusion on what you are applying for. So Lori is trying to put that she wasn't trying for mother and care, she wanted the survivor benefits, and they're telling her that's not how this works. Lori says if I were told, again, objection sustained. Lori rewords it with a hypothetical with recipient was told. There was an objection, but the judge is allowing it because she's pro se and the judge is going to give her more leeway. It is up to the applicant to let them know if it's the wrong benefit. So if it was wrong, it's Lori's fault. So if the employee, what's this? So the employee would bring it up to the applicant if it was wrong to fix it. And the witness says it's based off the applicant and them being truthful. Well, if the Lori did it wrong, if the employee did it wrong, would it be up to the applicant to fix it? And the witness says it's based off the applicant being truthful. So I want to interject here because I'm not sure how I worded this well. They explain it really well that you fill out the forms. It's kind of like people like, well, I don't know how I got to the screen on my computer. You choose the buttons you press, right? Like you make all the decisions. So the only person who can screw it up is Lori. Lori doesn't want to admit she did this, but that's what it's about. Witness says it's based off the applicant and being truthful. Lori asked if he has Lori's application for the benefits, and he said ask the prosecutor for that. I believe he physically has it in front of him right now, by the way. Survivor for JJ and mother in care as well. And Lori asked she didn't have a survivor benefit application. And he repeats again that he covered the JJ and mother in care. She did not have a survivor benefit for herself. It was mother in care. Lori says so it could have been a mistake on the employee. He says they rely on the information you provide. Lori was present through the application and when they went through it line by line. The witness reviewed any and all documents for Lori and JJ. Lori asks if they are redundant benefits, and Lori doesn't understand, it seems, that JJ had a benefit and she had a benefit, and that both those benefits had to be used on him. Basically, what I'm getting at here, and let me know in the chat, 'cause I'm going to put this up for a preview. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments if you're late. If I'm understanding this, if you watched it and you agree. Lori knows she blew all the money, right? And she believes that by saying it was a survivor benefit, her blowing the money is okay. But if it was for JJ, it wouldn't be. So Lori is trying to claim that she was falsely put under a mother benefit because she wanted the money for herself. If that's making sense. Lori knows she blew the money, and this whole thing is her trying to explain it, to alleviate herself of that to the jury, because if the state goes into it, there's probably some purchases she doesn't want to be brought up. Lori asks if the benefits are supposed to be used for the benefits of the child, and the answer is yes. They do an audit to make sure. Lori says you have to spend it every month and you can't save it for college. So again, Lori is basically like, well, I have to spend all the money. And the witness explains to her, no, you don't have to. Lori says if an employee told a recipient that they can't be saved, is that wrong? And he explains that saving it for the benefit of the child is allowed. So right there, Lori is definitely worried about how the jury is going to think about her blowing all this money that was meant for JJ. Lori pushes the same question, objection, and the judge said that she's trying to testify. And again, I put in my notes here, she's trying to justify why she blew the money. That has to be it. She tries again, sustained. Lori confers with counsel. Witness was not present at Lori's interview and doesn't know what was said. He investigated the fraud starting in January 2020. This is while the search for JJ and Tylee were in full force in the news, but before Lori's arrest. We are knocking on that door again. If she pushes into why it was being investigated, we could lead into that. Also, she has a new marriage, but people found out about the new marriage, it seems mostly, during the children being missing. So, I paused to write my little notes there. I was very attentive. Lori asks who his boss is. Objection, relevant, sustained. Lori's asked who assigned him the case. A now retired employee. He gives a name, but it doesn't matter. Lori's done. Redirect. August 12th in 2019, Lori had her meeting to apply for benefits. A letter was sent to Lori in Arizona covering all her answers. They lived together, her kids, what she was applying for. Social Security doesn't start giving benefits without the applicant applying for it. When a spouse dies, both the spouse and child can get benefits. Lori knew how much she was getting, one for JJ and one for mother and care. No surviving spousal benefits, which again means that none of the money was actually for Lori. Witness says on Lori's marriage to Chad, the benefits would cease, but benefits for JJ would continue. So there we have a little bit of motive. So Lori's half of the money disappears on marriage, but JJ's doesn't. There's a jury question and a sidebar. We'll get to more information about this later. The sidebar had some issues, and it doesn't come up till later. Lori Vallow's payments were stopped after the investigation. Knocking on that door again, sure the marriage dropped hers, but JJ's death stopped his. That is... Lori Vallow did not tell Social Security of her new marriage. Lori has a follow-up. She asks if she didn't notify Social Security, and he says to his knowledge she didn't. Lori says, so you don't know while in Hawaii I notified them. Objection, sustained, testifying. Lori asks if he would have all information of every office, and the witness says it wasn't in the record. Lori says the witness looked at at least the records the witness looked at. He explains it was in a database for all offices and there's nothing there. 0 notifications. An employee would have to make a change and it would be seen. No changes in November and he would know it. He did not miss it. Redirect. Social Security uses computer systems so anything updated anywhere in the country gets updated and nothing was missed. Social Security wasn't told she remarried. We're up to the next witness, and this is Robin Smith Scott, custodian of records for Banner Life Insurance. And immediately my mind goes to Robin on the phone with Lori when Lori found out she wasn't the beneficiary. This call is online for anyone who's interested. I think East Idaho News has it. She explains that people get life insurance going through an agent or applying online. The person who owns the policy has the full control over that policy. The insured person can't change the beneficiary. The policy documents determine who will be paid. Any changes to a policy over $500,000 must be notarized. Calls are recorded for changing beneficiary information. Charles requested change in February 2019. It was emailed to him, and it was returned notarized. He'd made the beneficiary Kay Woodcock. The witness is given the documents in a CD of her call with Lori Vallow. So that's probably the call that we've all heard, I assume, because we don't get to hear it in court yet, at least. The witness listens and verifies it, no objection, and they call the break. But there was an issue at the sidebar earlier with the previous witness, and the court recorder couldn't hear it. Basically, the headsets didn't work, so they had to go up and actually talk about it. So, for the record, we get to know what the 3 jury questions were. One of them wasn't asked. 1. Were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation? It was asked, and there were no objections. Number 2. If an applicant lied on an application, would the applicant have to pay the money back? Both objected, and it wasn't asked. 3. Did Lori notify of her new marriage? Lori objected due to relevance. The state did not. State said it was for motive, and this question was asked as we heard. Now, it sounds like, and I'm recording this on the break, it sounds like they're going to come back from the break and cover those motions next, and then we'll get to more witnesses. But this is part 1. We've already got talk of Bamboo. Bamboo is her crutch now. I mean, she's looking so bad. Like, it's very obvious. Like, it feels like she was personally attacked. It sounds like she feels personally attacked that they went into the fact that the money she received was to go to JJ. That the money she received for Charles's death was to go to JJ. She worked so hard against that idea that someone else must have screwed up, and that gave her the right to blow the money. That's all I can feel from this, is that seemed to be a huge worry for her. I do expect we're going to find out about some spending she did with that money later. Or at the very least, she does. Just very, very weird focuses for her. And she's trying so hard to deny things when there's a computer system that would have saved it. But now you get to see the next part. It should be unsurprising to everyone that there are more juror issues in this next segment of the trial. We'll get there, but first we're back with motions. The state plans to call 2 more witnesses today, and the state expects for their case to be done this Thursday. There was a motion in limine about questioning police. Lori read it, but didn't get to discuss it with her team, and the state says this could be an issue today due to possible cross-examination. The judge says he doesn't know to what extent Lori wants to cross police about why she wasn't arrested that day, why Alex wasn't arrested, or why it took so long for the charges to be submitted. And the judge asks, is that what Lori wants to ask? And Lori says, not in those terms. They aren't on her list, but it will become evident they weren't arrested that day. The judge says timing of the investigation, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not be relevant. One of the first witnesses there was a question why her and her brother weren't arrested that day. The judge says if she goes down that path, you could open a door. And then he kind of trails off and said it could be reasons it took a while. The jury doesn't need to know about that. Basically saying if you open the door for why they reinvestigated this, you're opening the door to you murdering your kids. Like, that's what he means, right? Like, why did it take so long? Why did the investigation pick up? Well, everything really went rolling when the kids disappeared, right? That door is just always being knocked on. The judge said he doesn't think it's relevant, but if she does want to ask about it on cross, ask to take a break and they'll discuss it then. Lori subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow for a date that already passed. Lori says it was a clerical error with an exhibit and it shouldn't have been a subpoena, but she gets interrupted every 20 minutes when calling from jail. State asked to seal everything with Bobby's information. The Boudreaux subpoena is quashed and also filed under seal. Lori hasn't discussed the video motion that's supposed to be happening, so that's kind of delayed. Same witness is coming back in. The primary beneficiary is Kay Woodcock. If Kay Woodcock died, the money would have gone to Nicholas and Zach Vallow. So yes, Charles put protections in place in case Lori decided to kill Kay Woodcock. That's my understanding of that. Lori wasn't even number 2 down the list. His wife wasn't number 2. The life insurance company doesn't tell a beneficiary if they're removed. Banner Life recorded Lori Vallow's call and they play it for the jury. As I said in the last segment, it's online if you want to hear it. Lori gives Charles his name, says Charles is her husband. They ask Lori a few questions. Some of this is covered. Charles died July 11th. Charles was shot. Lori is asked if it was a homicide. She says it was an accident. Lori says she's the primary beneficiary. They tell Lori they will do a review to send to the main beneficiary. Lori is asked how she would like to receive information, and she says email would be great. Witness says Lori said she was the primary beneficiary. Lori says Charles was shot, and Lori said it was an accident. Lori wanted contact by email. I know I'm repeating it, but these were all verified after the fact. Name beneficiary with notice by email. It is standard to wait and look up things after a death claim. They review all changes over the life of the policy to make sure the appropriate party gets the information. Witness didn't know during the call Lori wasn't the beneficiary, but looked it up after. They review policy and claim requirements. They need claim forms and death certificates with the manner of death. Banner Life determined Lori was not the primary beneficiary. Lori was told by email. The email wouldn't say who was the beneficiary or when it was changed. Banner Life would never tell who the new beneficiary is. That's personal private information. Lori called after getting the email. There was some phone tag until she got to talk with the voicemails. Witness listens to the new call they have and confirms it, and now it plays. Lori says she was the beneficiary, and then the last update she has is she's 80%, and then 2 employees were 10% each. The witness said they don't see Lori at 80% at any time. The beneficiary was changed March of this year. I'm trying to figure out, it's March of this year as of the time of the call. Lori says, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing. We have 5 kids. We've been married for 15 years. I know he owes a lot of money to people, and I was afraid they would come after me for money. Now I'm left with none. Did he change it to one person or several people? So she doesn't have 5 kids again. We've gone through this. She has the 2 kids that were living with her at the time that were murdered. We deal with the business all the time, so I kind of know how it works, but I'm completely surprised. We have a 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together, so I'm surprised that he would do that without telling me. There is nothing Lori can do because it's Charles who owned the policy. Lori asked about her own $2 million policy and if he could change it by forging her signature. So Lori was trying to put on that at one point that maybe Charles was going after her for her policy, but Lori's policy was in Lori's own name, so she had full control over it. But Lori didn't have the policy in her Banner Life. Lori would have to call them to ask. The witness doesn't feel Lori understood what was actually happening and like with the insurance policy process, and that Lori did not have a policy with them. There was nothing she could do for Lori. Kay Woodcock got the money after they verified she had nothing to do with the murder of Charles Vallow. Lori has no questions. Which, fair. Because, like, what is Lori going to say here to make herself look better? Nothing. There's nothing she could do. Thought she might, but she didn't. Especially since it was a woman, but she didn't. Next witness is Jeff Moberg, a forensic scientist in the Firearms and Tool Unit. He goes through his training and explains how semi-automatic guns work. Cartridges are ejected as you fire. There are marks on the cartridges left by the gun. You can have marks on bullets, too. You can tell a bullet from a casing or a casing came from a certain gun. There's a very basic low-level explanation for the jury that doesn't know anything about guns whatsoever. I'm going to skip most of it because I'm assuming most of you understand the very basics, especially since this is a true crime video. You've heard of, like, matching a bullet to a gun. The witness was given Alex's gun and casings. The gun was tested, fired into a water tank. He used ammo as close as what was used in the killings, but it wasn't the exact type. 3 shots were fired without issue. Explains you don't reload after each pull of the gun with this type of gun. He was able to determine the bullet was fired by Alex Cox's gun, the one at the scene. The whole process is photo documented, and Lori is up for cross. I cut so much out there, but honestly, most of it is for the jury's benefit. It's not part of the case. It's basic explanations. Um, this is where it gets really interesting. This witness received the request to test the firearm March 2025. Huh. He was told on Wednesday and did all the work on Monday. He wasn't sure of the exact date. He checks his notes, report March 4th, 2025. Evidence was actually received February 26, 2025. He received it February 26, 2025. Returned to the evidence room the 4th of March. He was requested to do this by a detective who reached out to him by email asking if he could assist in a rush. He contacted the detective and had the evidence submitted. Detective Duncan asked, so Detective Duncan's the one that asked him. Once he finishes his report, it's reviewed by an examiner, then an admin, then released to Detective Duncan. The photos were attached to all of his case notes, about 13 or 14 pages total. Witness fired the firearm 3 times in testing, and the testing fire was done into a water tank with a tube, with a rest so it fires the same every time. About a foot away from the water. Lori asked if the casings went to the same locations. He said they have a net that catches them. Lori asked if he fired the gun and then moved 45 degrees if the casings would land in the same location. Objection, judge lets him answer. Witness tries to clarify what she means. He said he expects slightly different, but not much. Depends on if it hits or bounces off of something. If fired from the same location, it depends on what is around it, because if you move at all, it is changing the angle, and that might change how it bounces and rolls. Lori asked about the wall, and witness says without knowing the scene he couldn't say. Lori doesn't want to simplify, but says these things came from this gun. He says correct, he would say that. The testing was done on March 4th, and he says no, that the final report was on the 4th, but the testing and the analysis were on the 3rd. Redirect. The casings ejected to the right and up. Casings don't land the same spot if you purposefully don't move. They tumble around the air and bounce. Even trying your hardest to keep it still as possible does not mean casings will land next to each other. All surfaces bounce differently. If firing many rounds, it will land in a general area, a pool. Not small. Turning a gun changes the location the casing goes. You cannot tell from the casing what is shot 1 and shot 2. There's a jury question. Where would the casings go if it was fired sideways? He shows up or down depending on the way it bounces off of. Basically, you fire it one way, it goes up, the other way, it goes down. The next witness is up, and this is, I'm going to butcher this name, Cassandra Euclid with Chandler Police Department. She works in robbery and homicide. She shares her work history. She was going to a community event and was asked to respond to Lori's home. She did not have a body camera. Fire, she believes, was still there, but they had their own fire responding for her unit. She saw Alex Cox sitting on the curb. He looked normal, with something in his hand, touched the back of his head. She had no contact with him. She explains people's roles at the scene. She saw another officer interact with Lori and Tylee at the scene, but she didn't know who they were at the time. She identifies Lori Vallow. Lori was standing, not real animated or emotional, talking to the officer. Police cars and crime scene tape are up at the time. Again, they're painting the picture. Lori is bored, basically, waiting to get this over with after knowing her husband was murdered. But this witness at the time doesn't know, on the scene when she saw Lori, that Lori knew. She learned who Alex Cox was, later learned who Charles Vallow was, and later learned who Lori was, and their relations. The witness didn't know Lori knew her husband was dead. She knew Lori wasn't present before she arrived, so she assumed Lori didn't know. She decided with other people that the right thing to do was to tell Lori her husband was dead, a death notification. Tylee and Lori were moved to a van, and they tried to get Lori to leave the van without Tylee, to have the conversation. Lori was very calm, not emotional, didn't seem very affected, nonchalant. When they told Lori to get out, she said she already knew that Charles was dead. She was there. Now they're witnesses, and they need to be interviewed. Witness was surprised she didn't have to tell her she was dead, and the demeanor of Lori didn't change after talking about him dying. The witness took Lori and Tylee to the police station. They were taken to the Family Advocacy Center, it's designed for victims of crimes. Very calmer, plain clothes, stuff like that. She had no idea about Lori's involvement or if she knew. Lori talked about Tylee's schooling on the drive there. Lori didn't seem emotional. Lori asked no questions about Alex or Charles. The interview was video recorded. You would think at least you'd ask about Charles, right? Because Charles, in her made-up scenario, Alex. And in her made up scenario, Alex is being attacked and hit and injured, and she doesn't care about his condition. Lori had a phone on her and told the interviewer her phone number. The interviewer never asked to look at the phone and was never offered to show her phone. The witness wasn't in the house before the interview. Witness didn't know Lori had Charles Vallow's phone with her. Witness expected it to be at the scene. They play a very short part of the interview. Very short. Lori gives one phone number, and the witness learned later that Lori had more than one cell phone. Lori was there consensually as what's believed to be a witness, so there wasn't a Miranda. Another segment of the interview, and I put a note here. If you haven't seen this, I believe I watched the full thing on my videos covering the case in order. Of course, other channels also have the full interview. Lori, on the video, talks about how Charles is all about JJ, never Tylee, and they got Lori a house. Charles is sending threats to her on her phone. He doesn't want a divorce, but she doesn't like him. JJ's adoption and disabilities are discussed. Lori never showed the claim threats, never explained what she meant, and in later days, they learned that the number that Lori Vallow gave them is not the number she normally talked to Charles on. She used another cell phone. Lori says Charles didn't want a divorce, and Lori didn't want to deal with him. Lori says that Charles filed she was crazy and wanted to limit her visitations with JJ, so she abandoned JJ for 30 days in retaliation and didn't talk to Charles. We find out, and I think it was Kay, it was actually 58 days, and then she showed back up yelling at Charles. Another interview portion is being admitted. Lori objects. The whole interview should be played, and it just gets admitted anyway. Lori talked about abandoning JJ for 30 days and not talking to him after Charles filed she was crazy. Now for the break, but there's a part that wasn't live streamed due to it involving a juror. Yes, juror problems. My biggest fear in this case. A juror said he had an issue with the Social Security after it was brought up with a witness, and he talked to another juror. Juror says he can put his feelings aside and not have it affect the case. Another juror is brought in, number 16. That sounded familiar. So I went back. Number 16 is also the one that saw some of the body cam footage previously. I thought that might get them excluded. But remember, we're already down 2 jurors, and we have 2 left for alternates right now. So the same juror is causing a problem. The juror talked to another juror about Social Security and said that Lori was getting was too high. The judge says they can't talk to other jurors, and this juror can stay a juror. So this is a problem. Like, I've seen people like think I'm overreacting a little bit with like the juror issues, but this is a big deal. Like, imagine if these 2 jurors got kicked out. Okay? If these 2 jurors got kicked out, which one of them already was involved in an issue previously, if these 2 jurors got kicked out, there are no alternates. If the one that was late this morning didn't show up or did something and get kicked out, it's a mistrial. We're that close, people. I just want to really put that in. This could end in a mistrial because of the jury. Just. And people were commenting how quickly the jury was picked. Maybe it was too quick. Maybe it was too quick. This is worrying to me because, hey, if she gets a mistrial and this has to all restart, that's more content, right? But it's terrible for the family. It's terrible for a whole new set of jury that has to see all this. Today, they saw Charles Vallow cut open on a table. And if something happens with this jury, you are condemning another group of people to have to see that. I have real worries about it. I'm worried. Because we are at day 1 of week 2. And we are not in a good place. We are back, and the witness didn't know about Charles filing about Lori being crazy. She knew Charles was coming to visit JJ. Lori knew it. Lori knew about booking a room because she booked it for Charles. Another clip of the interview is brought in about Lori talking about those exact things. Lori objects, wanting all of the interview played, but the clip is played anyway. Lori Vallow said that Charles traveled a lot. Lori said his travel was an excuse to not care for his son. Lori said Charles rented Lori and Tylee a house. Lori says she texted Charles the night before the killing. There was another exhibit, another small segment. Lori knew when to expect Charles the next morning. Charles showed up at the time he said he would. Another segment is played. They knew Lori knew Charles was coming, what day, what time, and to pick up JJ. They talk about how Lori put JJ in the car and then took Charles's cell phone. New segment was put forward. Lori objects, but it's still played. Lori says Charles always leaves things in the house, and Lori claims Charles left the phone on the counter. Lori refused to give it back, saying, "Show me your text." Charles is plotting and talking to her brother. They confirm Lori says she got a hold of Charles' cell phone while inside where he left it, and Charles demanded it back. Lori didn't say she gave the phone back. Lori said she left JJ for 30 days with no contact and is now asking why Charles is there. So Charles had to take care of his son when Lori left and is now visiting his son. Lori asked why Charles is talking to Adam, her brother. Witness doesn't know who Adam was or that Lori had Charles' phone at the time of the recording. There was more talk of Charles wanting his phone back, more submitted video. Lori objects again and it's admitted anyway. She said Charles was screaming at her and reaching for his phone around the house. So at this point, the jury basically is just hearing how Lori lured Chad to a location in the house where he was eventually killed. Lori said it is just her and Charles at this point. The interviewer didn't ask, why didn't she give the phone back so JJ can go to school? Lori claims Adam and Tylee showed up. They were in the house and they're there. Lori claims that Tylee poked Charles with the bat and Tylee fell when Charles took the bat. Lori didn't say why Alex brought a loaded gun to her house, and Lori didn't explain why Charles wasn't there, why Alex wasn't there when Charles showed up. Because remember, if Lori is so worried about Charles, and that's why Alex is there, why wouldn't he be there when Charles showed up at the door? Lori never said Charles started the argument. Lori started it by refusing to give back the phone. Lori claimed Charles came after her with a bat, and while she couldn't see it, she heard a shot. The witness is given another exhibit from the interview, and again, it's admitted against Lori's objection. Lori did so many objections. Lori shows how she says Charles swung the bat. Lori talks about her husband being a semi-pro baseball player. Again, Lori wouldn't give back the phone. Lori said she only heard the shot. Lori said the shot, as in one shot. The witness hadn't been in the resident yet, so going off Lori's descriptions at this point, Lori says she doesn't remember Charles or Alex saying anything before the shots were fired. Another exhibit. Same objection from Lori, but it was admitted. This one was actually the wrong exhibit. They played the wrong thing, something they planned to play later, but it got admitted anyway. Lori said they left after in Charles' rental car. Alex was standing in front of Charles on the floor. And now is the segment about the shots coming up. Same objection admitted. So basically, it's a little out of order. The jury is seeing how happy Lori is in this clip. It's got to be killing her case. It's got to be hurting her case. Like, she's talking about her husband being shot and she's laughing. She's laughing in these clips, smiling. Lori never says she gave the phone to Charles. When her daughter got involved and Charles was still demanding the phone, Lori didn't return it. He was there to take JJ to school, and Lori's brother comes out and she still wouldn't give Charles the phone. Lori never explained why she didn't just hand the phone over. Another exhibit. This time it's a copy of the full interview, which is admitted. They start to play it, I think, but they get stopped. Lori does the same objection, which is funny because Lori's objection is because it isn't the full interview, but this is literally the full interview. It gets admitted, of course. Lori never called 911. Alex Cox called 911. Lori had multiple cell phones. The witness later learned that Lori had Charles's phone but never called 911. She brought Lori, Tylee, and Alex Cox with another detective back to the station. Brought them back to the scene after this. Lori was unaffected and unemotional, chatting, not upset. It was striking. Lori didn't talk about needing to tell people that Charles died. After dropping them off, the witness went into the house. Witness left to work on another case. Later, detectives asked her to get Lori and Alex to come in to do a walkthrough. They called the number that Lori gave in the interview and didn't get an answer. Witness said Alex, Lori, and Tylee did eventually come back to the scene. Detectives said they couldn't find Charles's phone. The witness knew Lori said she had the phone at some point, so asked if they knew where Charles's phone was. Tylee gave it to the witness, and they both gave the passcode. Lori claimed she found the phone in the car. Lori's demeanor is still the same as before. They found it odd that Lori said she had it in the house and wouldn't give it back, but now she suddenly found it in the car. And they show the witnesses Charles's cell phone, and she confirms it. Lori is up to cross. Female witness! So my first thought was that Lori's going to think she wronged her, and we might get some fireworks. And little precursor, we do. We absolutely do. Witness says the case agent was Moffat. It moved to Duncan when Moffat was promoted. Witness got the call 10 to 15 minutes after hearing radio traffic about the incident. She didn't see Lori and Tylee arrive. Lori and Tylee were talking to the officer, but she couldn't hear them. And at this point, Lori, I believe at this point, I don't think that's my notes, Lori keeps trying to be like, why didn't you see me? Was there an obstruction? She just didn't notice her. Lori, you're not that important. Like, you were off to the side talking to someone else, not loud. You weren't making a scene. Maybe if you had made a scene, Lori, as would be expected to someone when their husband was murdered and they returned home in their house covered in crime scene tape, maybe she would have noticed your exact arrival. Lori says, you talked about my demeanor being ordinary, and the witness says, yeah, ordinary. Lori says nonchalant. The witness says, yes. Lori asks for a definition of nonchalant. Calm, detached, things don't matter. Lori asks if she has a degree in psychology. No. Lori asks if she knows how someone should act. And the witness says there isn't one way to act, but the way Lori was acting was striking behavior. At this point, Lori has a sigh, and the way she's talking seems pretty angry. I think she knows her laughing in the interview is a bad look, and it's really upsetting her. Lori asked if it was mentioned Tylee needed her medications from the house. The witness said the search warrant takes precedent. They couldn't enter until after the search warrant. Nothing was removed at that point. But the witness was aware that Tylee needed her medication for her panic attacks. Objection sustained, but the judge lets it be reworded. The witness was aware Lori asked for medication. For anyone just now tuning in, somehow, you've not watched the case, you've not watched the previous parts of this video, you're just tuning into this part. No, this medication has nothing to do with the case and doesn't help Lori at all. Yes, Lori was convicted in the murder of her daughter. This is Lori using a daughter she used as part of her defense, right, of what happened, using her medication to try to harass a witness, knowing that this witness knows she killed the daughter. Could Lori have been calm due to trying to feel strong for her daughter? Objection sustained. That interview footage without Tylee completely disproves that. Right away, everyone knows that. This is Lori trying to go on a revenge tour. This is revenge tour. The detective was being calm and other detectives were being calm. We've heard all this from Lori before, asking about how murder investigators are calm, so why aren't the witnesses calm? We've heard this. The jury's heard this. Lori asked if it was a calm environment, and the witness would disagree it wasn't calm, but people weren't running around being hysterical. And at this point, I just kind of wanted to jump up. You, Lori, you are the one expected to be hysterical in this scenario. The fact you aren't hysterical is the problem, Lori. You are the problem, as you always are. The witness was briefed in a group setting. Lori keeps messing up names and trying to talk about it, getting an objection for testifying. Tylee and Lori were in the van where they were told about the death. Witness tried to get Lori to get out of the van, and Lori said she was already there when it happened and already knew. Lori says, I already knew what? The witness snaps back. Charles had died. I was trying to tell you, not in front of your daughter. And Lori asked, that would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. Lori asked, how did I know you were coming to give me a death notification? Objection sustained. Lori asked, did you tell me you were going to give me a death notification in front of my daughter? The witness has to explain it would have been redundant to tell you I wanted to give you a death notification, but not in front of your daughter. The witness literally laughs, scoffs, whatever you want to say at Lori, because Lori is basically like, why didn't you tell me you wanted to tell me my husband died, not in front of my daughter, while I was sitting in front of my daughter? And obviously, Lori was never shocked about the death, so it's not like it came as a shock. Lori knew. Lori's whole "I was calm" is because she knew, but she's still angry. She's trying to find a reason to. This isn't helping Lori's case. This is to insult this investigator, this detective doing their job, right? Lori says, why would I already know? Objection sustained. Both the witness and another were involved in the death notification. Lori said she was there and already knew, and at that point they asked her to come back to the station. Lori asked if they were asked or told they would do it. The witness said it was a consensual voluntary interview. No body cam saw this because no one was wearing it. They voluntarily went to the station and were separated. Lori asked about the interviewing of Tylee. The witness says it was discussed. Lori asked for protocol for interviewing a minor, and the witness has to explain that changes in circumstances. Her saying protocol, honestly, it felt like the invoking of Sarah Boone. I might use that in my title. That might be overselling what happened today, but it felt like Sarah Boone. Needlessly harping on the word protocol to like personally go after people. It's so Boone-esque. I don't know another way to describe it. I'm sure people that watched feel the same way, that seen both. But yeah, the protocol for interviewing a minor changes on the circumstances. The witness is certified to interview children. Asking parents is also circumstantial. Lori's asked if she was asked if Tylee wanted to be interviewed. No, Lori asked if she asked Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed. So Lori's asking if the witness asked Tylee. Objection, hearsay, overruled, and she did ask Tylee. She doesn't know if they were being Tylee didn't know if they were being videotaped, and neither were told. So Lori and Tylee did not know they were being videotaped. Tylee was left alone during a 35 to 40 minute interview with Lori, and not knowing she was being recorded without her medication. Of course, Lori has to mention about this medication. Suddenly the medication is so important to the daughter that Lori is convicted in the murder of. Yeah, that's crazy. Lori says she was worried about Tylee. Objection to relevance sustained. The witness wore her gun during the interviews and treated the two as victims. The gun wouldn't be the gun. How did they word this? Basically, Lori is questioning the gun being involved, and would a gun be worn due to the child? Like, would a gun be worn to interview a child? And the witness is basically like, it depends on their age. Lori asks, is that your normal protocol? Objection, asked and answers. Again, protocol. Protocol, I think, is going to be so common in this trial, too. Witness explains that this wasn't a forensic interview of a child, but a witness interview. It was almost a victim status, but it was a witness. The Tylee interview was 30 to 40 minutes. Lori asks if she believes Tylee. Objection sustained. We are knocking on that door again. We are talking about an interview that is 30 to 40 minutes long of Tylee, and I cannot imagine this interview gets put in without the talk. I can't imagine how it gets in at all, but even if it somehow got in, I can't imagine it doesn't get in with talk of her death. Right? We are knocking on that door. Again, of course. Lori asked if Tylee's demeanor seemed genuine. Objection sustained. Did she have reason to believe Tylee was making something up? Objection sustained. Did you learn during Tylee's interview? Objection, hearsay, sustained. Witness was told during Tylee's interview during Lori's interview that Tylee came in with a bat. Was that confirmed by Tylee? The state at this point just sounds pissed. Objection, pretrial ruling, hearsay. Lori wanted a sidebar, and the judge told her, no. This is hearsay. She does not get her sidebar. At this point, Lori flips some pages, which means she was planning to berate this witness about Tylee even more. But she can't ask them now. Lori asks about her and Tylee being left with a victim's advocate, and that happened. After that, they go back to the house. Lori says, you stated I chatted the whole way back. She sounds very annoyed. She does not like this characteristic that she was chatty. Lori asks if it was Alex and Tylee who were chatting, and the witness says, oh, it was you, mostly. So the witness is just like, no, we're not playing this game. You were the one that couldn't shut up. Lori says, it wasn't just me looking out the window and the others talking. No. Lori is trying so hard. It's kind of Sarah Boone-esque. This is Sarah Boone, right? Think of Sarah Boone. When you think of Sarah Boone, think of the case. They kept changing the story anytime a camera wasn't filming. Sarah was so mad at the parts being filmed, they were being misconstrued. And then any segment that wasn't filmed, she had some excuse or reasons or some story. We're getting the same thing with Lori, where she found a gap. She found a gap, she wasn't on video, and she's gonna try to exploit it. She's gonna try to use it. Lori and Tylee and Alex left in a rental car after they got back. All of their vehicles were part of the crime scene. The rental car was not part of the crime scene. Lori asked if she was instructed to come back after picking up JJ, and the witness said, "You could do that." Lori asked if I was told to do that. Objection, sustained, testifying, because Lori is testifying at this point, saying, well, I was told. That's testifying. Witness went to the house after they left, talked to detectives, and then went to work on another case. They talked about what they found during the search warrant. Witness doesn't know when Lori got back. Sometime after, though, Lori did return, and they asked where Charles's phone was. Tylee took it out of the cup holder. Lori says, and that's where it was the rest of the day. Which, remember, it wasn't. We know it wasn't. We know that Lori and Alex went through Charles's phone, and there were photos taken, I think, of the phone. We've already been through this. The jury knows better. But objection, speculation, and testifying, and it got sustained. They gave the code. The witness explains chain of custody of the phone after that. Witness handed the phone over at the station. Lori starts to say, according to grand jury, objection, sustained. Lori's got even more for this witness. Lori wants to keep going in because it's a woman who she thinks personally wronged her, and they're going for a break for the day. And there's more. Don't leave yet. There's more. But I really think Lori is going to go after this woman on a personal level, and she wants to try to make herself some sort of like a doting mother to Tylee, because I think she's banking on the fact the jury is never going to find out during this case what happened to Tylee. And now the judge looks absolutely pissed off, and we're talking about issues that can bleed into the next case, okay? We are already into next case problems because Lori is so late on this case. Let's get into it. The judge has to explain to Lori she can't phrase questions as your understanding and what you remember. That's testifying. Sustained objection about the mention of the grand jury. The judge explains why the clips were allowed instead of the full interview, and that the full interview wasn't applicable. The state can't submit self-serving hearsay, so it had to be cut up. The state did submit the full interview, I believe, so that's questionable. To me, that ruins her arguments because the whole thing's going to be available for the jury. Lori talks of a new extraction from Charles Vallow's phone, but they can't open the files. The judge doesn't know what to do since they can't open it. They have someone testifying from the defense side saying someone else might be able to open it tonight. Their investigator, or their expert, they spent 4 hours and couldn't figure out how to open it. The state explains this is raw gray key data that cannot be parsed. You have to put this into Cellbrite to get the data. Lori says that they have Cellbrite on their side, but it won't open. The defense says the state gave them old Cellbrite, and the state says they gave them a reader, not Cellbrite itself. The state says they don't think that what the defense is saying is correct. State has an issue. They're even talking about it because it's like a precluded expert, while the state is about to end their case in chief. And the judge says technically it could be evolved in the next trial. They don't know if that would be allowed then either, but Lori wants their expert to help, wants the state's expert to help. The judge questions if the problem is with the disclosure or who's opening it. Unlikely to actually be an issue for this trial. Basically, the judge is saying no matter what, you're probably not getting anything in, and we're done for the day. So with the Cellbrite stuff, my understanding from the trial is that the raw data has to be put into Cellbrite itself. Cellbrite can then read it and can convert it into something else that a Cellbrite reader can open. Lori has been arguing she didn't get the full data because they got the reader format. So the state gave her the full data, but you can't view the raw data because they aren't paying for Cellbrite. That's my understanding. So this whole thing is just Lori's side either not understanding, which if they're not understanding, how do they have an expert that doesn't know how this works? Sounds like a problem to me. So with all that being said, that's day one of week 2. We've had juror issues, we have vendettas, we have what sounds like Sarah Boone, we got more bamboo. This is a mess. This is a mess, and I feel like as it goes on, I feel more of that narcissist Sarah Boone energy, right? I feel more of that coming out. I really feel it in this case. This feels so similar. Just the way she words things and says her questions, her tone of voice, her inflections. I wonder if we'll get anything about her mental state. I would love to know if she has any diagnoses like the diagnoses were given with Sarah Boone. It might already be out there, right? It's just so interesting. They sound so similar. They would love to be pen pals. That's all I got to say. They'd be perfect pen pals until the moment they turned on each other, right? With that being said, I do have everything solved for the week. I got my taxes done, so I don't have to worry about that. There's none of that that's going to delay me. Thursday, no problem. I'm going to ignore the game launch. I'm going to cover this and get it out as soon as possible for you all. Again, this weekend, I'm probably going to get things done to prepare for next week, right? Because next week, if state ends, next week's Lori Vallow side, I don't know what they're going to do. They might not even have witnesses. It's going to be a mess. So I want to be clear for that. So I got to get everything done this weekend. I do want to ask, just randomly, because I have people here, someone's watching. I've been thinking about doing some extra raised garden beds. I normally have one, but like with pricing, I think with like food pricing, it'd be nice to have some more. I'm debating trying to do it with like cheap kiddie pools. I know it sounds dumb, but they're like a wide area. They're plastic. I could like do maybe a food safe black paint so the sun doesn't degrade them as quickly. I've thought about doing that and growing some vegetables in there on some soil that, how do I want to put this? The soil itself is not good. Like the soil in the yard is bad. And I think it would be easier to do it in that type of container. I just want some thoughts. If people have done that before, how to work out. I already do like a raised bed and a few other beds. I've done like a mushroom bed. Those are really fun. If you've never done a mushroom bed, especially a mushroom bed around like your garden vegetables, it is so fun when it works. Sucks when it doesn't, but when it doesn't, if it doesn't take on, it's just more mulch when everything breaks down. I just thought I'd ask since I have people here. I'm considering it because it's cheaper. But yeah, thank you all. As I said, I feel Sarah Boone energy. We're not even done with this witness. I can't imagine what more Sarah wants to ask, but we're technically not done. I could see the witness not even being called tomorrow. I could see, did I call her Sarah? Lori. I could imagine a scenario tomorrow where Lori just doesn't have any questions because her defense counsel is like, you gotta stop, right? But yeah, I'm really interested in people's thoughts on today's because I thought the revenge tour might have been over because, you know, all the people that she personally knows, but this is a woman and she seems to think this woman has personally slighted her, and we can feel that revenge tour energy. We can feel the anger, juror problems. I just want to get through this trial without a mistrial. That's my biggest worry right now is a mistrial is coming. I hope I'm wrong. I can just feel it. Something feels wrong. We're getting a lot of issues. It feels like we're getting more issues than other cases I've followed. We're down to the wire. Please hold out. Day 6 of the Lori Vallow Revenge Tour trial started off bad for Lori. We begin with the state calling out Lori for a subpoena to Larry Woodcock. This included information such as his address, which she should not have access to due to victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution. This is multiple people now she has violated the rights of, and the judge seals it. The judge asks if Lori has outstanding subpoenas for other next of kin. She says not that she knows of, and the judge explains that if she does, it has to go through the state's attorney's office for those people. Lori says that both of them weren't supposed to be subpoenaed, which I found very interesting. What do you mean? And the state calls out that Lori is the one signing the subpoenas and acting as counsel. So how do you think Lori decides to solve the problem of, oh, they weren't supposed to be subpoenaed, but also she's the one signing them? Lori says she had a stack of subpoenas and just signed them all and didn't check. That's actually Lori's defense. Someone else must have messed up. And she can't read, I guess, or won't read. The judge warns her about doing it in the next trial. The judge talks about how if Lori wants to ask about things like how long it took the police to charge her, she needs to call a break to discuss it. Janice Cox in the Summer Shiflett video is up next. Now, basically, Lori wants it in, but the state hasn't even seen the videos the witnesses say they have watched, and the video isn't being submitted, I guess. So the judge explains testifying about a video that can't be brought into court is hearsay. The state wants to preclude her witnesses just in general. And I cross-referenced who these people are that are going to get brought up now because I wanted to know who they were. I'm going to probably butcher the names, but there's Baisa, Tylee's friend. The judge asks if they found her, and Lori says she has to check with her investigator. But the question is, what could this person possibly have that isn't hearsay? And in my opinion, it's just a chance to hurt someone who is close to Tylee and knock on that door that Tylee is dead. She just wants to... This is a revenge tour. She just wants to harass. Gabriel Bonilla is next, who is the bishop of Charles and Lori. He has not been served. Ashley Rind, Tylee's best friend, I saw that she spoke in Idaho, was not served. Barry Cox, Lori doesn't know if he was served. I believe... I want to say that. I'm not sure exactly what capacity Ashley Rind testified to. I listened to just a small portion of it today when this started happening in court. And I believe it sounded kind of like a victim impact statement, but it might not have actually been that. Judge says Lori's out of time as the state plans to arrest this week. Even if they are served, the judge has to know what relevant information could they possibly testify to, and the state would have to interview them. The judge asked about Zach Cox, who the state has interviewed, but the state says isn't relevant. Lori says he was with Adam Cox on the 11th. Lori says he could testify about what Adam Cox testified to. The state says they have no idea how he's relevant unless he impeaches Adam Cox. Lori says the interview with Lori's experts show that Zach Cox would be actually contradicting Adam Cox. And the state says, well, they talked to her investigator, and that's not right. So who do they bring up but Lori's investigator, Jeff White? The investigator said that Zach Cox was belligerent and was saying things that go against his father, Adam Cox's story. The judge says we'll see if he gets served and shows up. So again, this to me sounds like revenge tour. Oh, Adam, I already got to harass you on the stand. I'm coming for your child. The state says, well, they might even finish tomorrow. So after all of this, we get to the first witness of the day, which is Detective Cassandra Yinklin, the detective that interviewed Lori, and this was yesterday. We're continuing from there. And Lori's crossing was angry because Lori didn't like how this woman spoke about her, and it was part of her revenge tour. So Lori goes back to the phone chain of custody. The witness didn't do an exam of Lori's phone. Lori asks if the witness saw the threatening text messages that Lori mentions, and she said, I didn't do an exam of the phone. Lori says it was mentioned in the interview, but Lori wasn't asked to show them. Lori was cooperative. Lori asked if she would have shown them if asked. Yeah, that was an objection. Lori asked the witness if she thought Lori would have shown her phone if Lori was asked. Obviously, that was sustained. Tylee was cooperative. Witness didn't know if Alex was cooperative because she didn't interview him. Lori said she would have to show the text, but she never did. The witness didn't request Lori or Tylee turn their phones over. The witness never reviewed any reports with text messages. The witness didn't ask Lori why she had two phones because the witness didn't know that Lori had two phones. Lori asked if the witness ever learned Charles stole her phone, so she had to replace it. Objection. Testifying. Sustained. So now, taking someone else's phone without permission is bad. Gotcha. Thanks for clearing that up for the jury, Lori. Lori responds, it was all part of the investigation to the judge. She's trying to get that in. And there's an objection again, and the judge says sustained, that's testimony. Lori asks if the witness is aware he gave the phone back, and she kept both phones. Objection, sustained. And I have a note here. I am wondering if Lori is trying to testify this way, so then she cannot actually do a real testimony during the trial later. Leak out everything she wants to claim because the jury can't actually unhear something and might not actually disregard it once it is objected to. The witness knew there was a life insurance policy on Lori, but she didn't review reports with it. She doesn't know the amount. Lori and Tylee were taken to a family advocacy section, and Alex was held in a different place for the interview. Different interview rooms. All interviews were recorded. Someone was watching the interviews of Tylee and Lori in the Family Advocacy Center. Lori asked if the detective who interviewed Alex could have been watching Lori's interview before interviewing Alex. Objection, speculation, sustained. The woman watching Lori and Tylee's interview could do it from her desk. The detective is who released Lori and Tylee from the police station. Detective Moffat released Alex. The two detectives decided to take them back in the van. The witness doesn't know about the press release that the police sent out that day. Lori tries multiple times to ask about this press release. Objection, asked and answered, sustained. I'm not sure what this press release was, but Lori seemed to really want it in. The press release was not run past this witness. Lori asked if Moffat was involved. Objection, speculation, sustained. The altercation lasted a few minutes with how Lori described what happened at the house. Lori said they hadn't been arguing very long. The witness says that's subjective, and Lori moved past that. Lori asked if the witness learned JJ was outside in the car during the incident. And the witness said she knew that Lori said JJ was in the car. Lori asked if she knew the car was running. She didn't know it was running. Witness says she doesn't know if Lori said that JJ was in the front seat. JJ does have autism. The witness spoke to his school. She spoke to the school several months later, knocking on the door. Doing that again. Because the thing is, there's a reason that you would contact them several months later. It escalated. Lori then says, but the police verified it was his school the next day, correct? And she says, I believe so. So Lori is like, well, you knew it was his school the next day, and it's kind of putting a doubt in the head. Well, why didn't you go for several months? But she doesn't ask directly for that why. If she did, it'd be a problem. It was verified they went through Burger King. That's what you can see behind me. It's actually a still from them going to Burger King. Moving my webcam. Anyway, that's them going to Burger King. Lori asked if she was aware that Lori said that she got chicken fries and a Sprite. Lori asked if she was aware, if the witness was aware that Lori ordered 2 bottles of water. She wasn't. Lori asked if you can get incredibly thirsty when adrenaline kicks in. Objection, speculation, but the judge allows it. It can. Lori asked about adrenaline kicking in again. Objection sustained. The witness offered them some apple juice to drink at the interview, and Lori asked if that was because adrenaline makes you thirsty, and she said, no, I just offer a drink to people. Lori asked if the witness has ever seen Lori not calm. Objection, foundation, and the judge tells Lori to give more foundation. Lori says, you said I was calm on July 11th, and Lori asked if you've ever seen her not calm. There was another objection, foundation. I have a note. At this point, we are banging, trying to barge in on the door. Lori is asking any time. This could be any interview or her past trial. This could easily bring in the death of the children. Lori wants a sidebar, and she comes back and does not touch on that again, and we find out why soon. Lori ran out of the house without shoes and got flip-flops at Walgreens. Lori asks how hot it was that day. Warm. Lori asked if it would be hard to walk JJ to his class that day without shoes. Objection, relevance, and the judge says the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature of Arizona in July. Judge sometimes has a little bit of an attitude when he has to deal with Lori. Understandable. Lori went back to the house after dropping JJ off. Lori was cooperative in the interviews with this witness. Tylee was cooperative as well. They were not in custody. Lori asked, did they know that? And she says, I think so. Was it explained they could walk out? She said no. Lori at one point asked if she could go to the ladies' room. They said yeah. And they handed over Charles's phone when asked. Yes. They were cooperative in the witness interactions. Yeah. State is back up. The witness wasn't watching for people to arrive, so she just saw Lori arrive at some point. This is hearkening back to yesterday when Lori was like, repeatedly asking why this witness didn't see her when she arrived, because that wasn't her job. Lori Vallow's behavior stood out because there was a homicide against her husband. Her brother did the shooting. The proximity of her children. Her demeanor is calm. The witness is calm, but she hadn't just seen her husband get shot inside her own home by her brother. The other officers was calm, but they didn't see their significant other shot and killed inside their homes by their brother with their children present. Which, again, we've seen a similar line gone down with other witnesses when Lori tries to go, well, everyone else was calm. Yes, but you weren't supposed to be. Tylee never seemed panicked or overwhelmed with emotion. Nothing made the witness think Tylee needed medical treatment. Both Lori and Tylee were in the van when the witness tried to do a death notification. The witness tried to get Lori to come out of the van away from Tylee to say Charles died, to come up with an idea to then how to tell the children. Lori said she already knew what happened because she was there, so now it was witness interviews. Tylee was separate, so their responses wouldn't be influenced. When the witness got to the scene, they thought the shooting happened when the 911 call came in, and she thought that was still the case when she was interviewing Lori. Remember, they waited over 47 minutes or something like that to call 911. Lori was just chatting in the car. The witness didn't give Lori a time frame she could return to the scene. It was normal to offer people they interview a drink and let them use the restroom. Lori and Charles argued about the phone before Tylee got involved, according to Lori's story. In her story, Lori confronted Charles about who she was texting before Tylee was involved. In Lori's story, Lori walked away with the phone while he asked for it back before Tylee was there. Many chances before any bat got involved. The witness didn't actually understand the timeline of the events when interviewing Lori. She didn't know about the 47-minute lapse in time from the 911 call to when it actually happened. She didn't know Lori had the phone. Charles's phone. Lori said she knew her brother was texting Charles, but at that time she didn't know that Lori had accesses to Charles' phone after the shooting. She knew Lori had the passcode. So this is kind of like, hindsight is 2020. How does she know they're communicating? Oh, she went through Charles's phone, right? Like that's what they're alluding to. Witness didn't have iCloud, downloaded phones, or even been in the house before the interview with Lori. If she had more questions and probably had requested Lori's phone. It was an initial interview and they had to go off of what Lori said. Jury questions, the headsets are put on, but we're going to be put on, but there's a problem so parties had to approach. This is why we get to know a little bit more. If there's a technical issue, it's bad for the court, it's good for us. We get to know what the sidebar was. Was the rental vehicle ever searched? She doesn't believe so. If the defendant and daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they with a victim's advocate? They are witnesses, or are they witnesses or victims? And they said the civilian group can help families with death, so by law, even though they aren't victims, it can still help them. Lori did not express concerns about Tylee talking to police at the time of the interview. Does law enforcement have to tell interviewees that they are being recorded? No. There is no expectation of privacy inside a police station. State wants to follow up about victim services introduction. It was to help them because the father was killed, and this was before learning more about the case. And then at this point, they bring up the next witness, but there's an issue with a PowerPoint, so they ask the jury to leave. Lots of technical problems. Then we get to the information about the sidebar, because due to the technical difficulties, it wasn't recorded and it needs to be put on the record. Lori wanted to question the witness about other times she had seen her, which would have included things like the Idaho trial and social media. The judge warned the defendant this is probably not a door she wants to open. Someone appearing in court might have behaved better than someone not in court, and Lori would move on. And I put a note, this would have probably brought in Tylee and JJ being dead, and that's really why Lori moved on. Another sidebar with jury questions, there was a question about detectives using their subconscious mind for witness demeanor as evidence. Both sides agreed that they wanted to object to that. It was not asked if Lori asked for an attorney during the questioning. That was something that they also agreed against. Do police need parental consent to speak to a minor witness? Was not asked because the state objected and the judge agreed. And the rest of the jury questions were actually read, and now we're on a small break. Yes, they took a small break because they had to send the jury out for the technical issues. So this next segment, I don't know how long it will actually end up being. It might be shorter, but I'm combining all the segments together anyway. I'm just kind of giving you the flow of the courtroom. There was a break. Next up is Ariel Werther. I'm probably mispronouncing it. He is a detective for Chandler Police. His work history is explained. He shadowed Detective Coons as an observer. He wasn't personally involved in the crime scene investigation on the day of the shooting. He first talked to Lori on July 12th, the day after the murder, when he got contact information about JJ. He learned about JJ's school and confirmed Lori went to Burger King before Lori drove to JJ's school. This is very important because his knowledge of the area, this didn't seem possible. He learned the hotel Charles was staying at while on the call with Lori, getting some of JJ's information, because Lori said she had Charles's wallet and his hotel key. That's when they learned she had his wallet. The witness said he would tell someone else so they could get it, and then this detective went to Burger King to verify that Lori was there. And the detective goes over the timeline as they knew it. 911 call was at 8:36, and Lori was on body cam back at 8:48. The detective knew this didn't make sense with the distance of travel. It's not possible in 12 minutes that Lori drove 7 miles to take JJ to school and stopped at a store to buy flip-flops and got food and drove back. It's not possible in 12 minutes. They verified the timestamp, however, on the Burger King video was reliable, and Lori was in the drive-thru at 7:54 a.m. well before the 911 call. The Burger King receipt and video are submitted. Lori gave this detective Charles Vallow's hotel key, and they submitted it, and they show the Charles Vallow receipt for the hotel. Him and another detective went to the hotel and secured Charles's items. He thought he heard Lori went to a CVS, but he went to 7 of them and couldn't find proof she went there. So then he got data from someone else that was Charles Vallow's phone data that had GPS locations. And this is where he learned Lori appears to have driven to a Walgreens. He learned his lesson. After 7 CVS visits, he called before going, and they told him that there was a transaction that matched the description, so he went and obtained the surveillance footage and the receipt. Both are brought into evidence, and they show the receipt. Talk of him creating a PowerPoint that included not just Charles's phone data, but from other phones. He used cell phone tower location data from Lori's phone. It's submitted. He did the same with second Lori's phone, because she had 2. And he did the same for Alex Cox's phone. And they submit even more data that was used to corroborate things because things could have been altered. So it's all submitted. And now we have lunch break. And speaking of lunch break, I would like to talk about the Burger King visit Lori did. So her receipt was actually posted by East Idaho News, and it was a 10-piece chicken nuggets, a 9-piece chicken fry. She ordered a value Sprite, changed that to a small Sprite, so they took the value Sprite off, and then 2 bottles of water. Now, I decided, because I'm a little nosy, I decided to see how these prices compare from back then. It's not that long ago, 2019 is what it says on the receipt. So, chicken fries. $3.99 for an 8-piece is what I can find now. So it's the same price, but they've stolen a fry. Chicken nuggets are $2.49 for an 8-piece. They've raised the price $1 and taken 2 of your nuggets. A value Sprite would be $1.89, which is 50 cents more than Lori paid, or would have paid if she got it. But also, the small Sprite is now 20 cents cheaper. I think that's because fast food places do that whole, well, you might as well upgrade the size thing, because you should. And then bottled water was $1.99, which is close to what she paid. It was a little cheaper back then. Just thought I would mention it. I'm assuming Burger King had an app at that point, and she could have saved a bunch of money or a decent amount of money using the app like you can with any fast food place. But curiosity got me with, the rising and changing prices. I wondered how it altered. And yeah, it was more food for less back then, as you would expect. Just a little addition, little levity in the middle of such a terrible situation. I thought I'd give you some Burger King facts. We are back from the lunch break, and the revenge tour gets into full swing in this segment. They talk about the PowerPoint, and they wanted the witness to control it himself, but he couldn't from his location. There were technical issues with that. That seems to be a recurring theme today, technical issues. Kind of like a recurring theme with this case is also jury problems. Now, we didn't get to see the PowerPoint at the beginning, just had it explained. The live streams didn't show it. It was basically for data. It did move up periodically so we could see like the color coding. He explains how cell tower coverage looks like on it. He talked about how it doesn't always mirror real world conditions. That's why they do corroborations with multiple things. They show a map. It's actually pretty cool how they show how Charles's iPhone moved, like the way they do it. It has a bunch of technical difficulties, a lot of glitches visually, because it seems like the machine they're running on is probably old and can't handle it. Again, technical difficulties, but they get through it. It shows the phone going over the location he was shot. Then it shows the phone leaving the house after that. Charles's phone left, and Alex Cox called Lori Vallow. So they're basically going through the timeline of here's Lori leaving, Charles's phone's leaving with her, and then Alex Cox calls. Lori's phone was shown to be away from the house due to the tower it used. Charles's phone went to Burger King at the time that matches the receipt and video. So the reason we have so much pinpoint data is because Charles's phone was giving GPS data, while Lori's was just connecting to cell towers, same with Alex. So Charles really helped himself here. This is all estimates. They show Lori Vallow at the Burger King. You could see a front seat passenger, but you can't tell who it is. It's what you're seeing behind me. Can you tell who that is? Not really. Charles Vallow's phone continues heading north. Lori moves her phone to the same location. Alex Cox calls Lori again. They show the phone went to Walgreens. They show Lori walking in at Walgreens and buying the flops. Next is Lori at JJ's school area. Then the 911 call goes out from Alex Cox's phone. Then it shows Charles' phone returning to the house where the shooting was. Then it's the body cam of Lori and Tylee, and he notes the flip-flops match what were purchased at Walgreens. He keeps tracking the phone the rest of the day. Alex's phone was near the Chandler Police Department. Lori's and Charles' phone, same location. Alex Cox's phone at a similar location at similar times. Then they move to Alex Cox's home. Lori called a detective about returning to the scene, movement, an outgoing call to the mortuary. They moved back to the shooting location, and then Charles's phone was handed over to detectives. And the detective was talking about only checking that single day. Someone in that room, actually a witness, not like a witness, but someone in the gallery had their phone go off. So we're talking about phones, and someone's phone goes off. You could hear them tell them turn it off, or people be kicked out, all that. He talks about how it only shows the timeline of the shooting. He talks about how this PowerPoint shows the timeline of the shooting that Lori gave doesn't match the data. So basically, I know I kind of mumbled there, but without actually seeing the PowerPoint, it's hard to explain. Basically, it shows the path Lori took, her phone and Alex Cox's phone, and it tracks all of it to show Lori is lying, right? It shows Lori's time frame of like the idea they called 911 immediately had to be false, which in the previous part we went through how they knew it had to be false due to time, but now it's corroborated. So Lori's up. Now Lori is up and she's been found a liar. Looks bad. So what is she going to focus on? Lori talks about a report the witness submitted, and Lori says his report made contrasting things. Quote, "You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?" The fuck does that matter? Lori Vallow just had a witness go up and in detail, PowerPoint, a literal PowerPoint, how she lied. And her first response was, "Did you take note of how Charles loved me?" He responds he didn't remember it. He put in there, "Did you also make note of the interactions with women he was attempting to date? Is that correct?" He does remember that. And here we go. This is the revenge tour. Trying to tear down Charles Vallow, a man separated from Lori, who, was going on dates, while Lori was in an adulterous affair turned family annihilator. Because that's what she is, right? Serial killer? I don't think that's like technically the description, but there's a list of victims, a serial of them, even if you just count the one she's already been charged with and involved in and found convicted of. More if we add in the new ones if she's convicted, which I think she will. Lori says that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes, I think that was the name, but found she never boarded. Objection. Relevance. Judge asks what is the relevance, and Lori says it was in his police report, and the judge has to explain to her just because it's in the police report doesn't mean it's necessarily relevant. Lori says it's relevant to show what is going on, but the objection was sustained. And Lori asked if he learned who Florence Hughes was. Objection sustained. Revenge tour. Lori says you found Charles sent someone $1,000. Objection, relevance sustained. State then says I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions. The detective's role was to go through the location data, but not other data. Lori says he made notes about other data. He said he may have from the Google account, and if he saw it, someone else asked him to check it out. And he makes notes because the main case agent might think something is relevant when he doesn't, so he just notes everything. Case agent would decide if it's relevant. This witness was just helping with particular tasks. Lori asks about a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. The witness says yes. So this one was allowed, obviously, because this is a witness to the case. She's already spoken. Lori asks about another date with a Jennifer Gilbert, and the witness says correct. Probably should have stopped her there. We know what's coming. Lori asked about another date with a Juliet. State objects. Relevance. Obviously trying to smear the victim. Sustained. Lori asked, did you find searches for these dates? State jumps for the objection, and the judge is pissed. Tells her, hold on. Sustained. Stares Lori down for a moment. Just looks at her. And Lori, it is a different question. And the judge tells her if he planned or went on dates is not relevant to the case. The judge goes on and says you can ask about the person who went on the date the night before because she testified and had relevant information, but other than that, these questions are not relevant. The witness went to the hotel room, listed out some items that might have been in it. Since the crime didn't take place, they just sealed them all up and took them in. The electronics weren't checked by the witness to see if they were on or off. He doesn't know how long they were there. The items were documented. Everything is written. Nothing was left in the room. Lori asked if he became aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on her, and he wasn't. This is where I'm confused. Really confused. Because didn't we just have a witness yesterday, just yesterday, where Lori said that she had her own policy against herself because she would be able to change it? Because maybe I'm misremembering, but I'm pretty sure we're at another contradiction. She loves to bring up this life insurance policy. They're like, because we know what she did for money, right? This witness didn't see threatening messages from Charles to Lori. The witness was on the scene shadowing Detective Coons and stayed with him the whole time. Lori asked about the call where Lori had the hotel key. Initially, the witness only looked at the location data. Years later, he worked them all into the overall analysis. He still only did the 1 day of data, though. The witness explains you have to wait for data from a search warrant to actually be handed over, and that's why some things took a long time. Witness never went to JJ's school. Witness said he couldn't verify JJ as 100% who was with Lori at Burger King. Redirect. The witness was provided extractions from Charles' laptop, and it wasn't used in the PowerPoint. Nothing from the iPad was used in the PowerPoint. He was asked to look at just that day because the timeline that they were told appeared to be inaccurate. The devices clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call, and either shooting happened earlier or Lori left before the shooting occurred. Nothing from the jury, and nothing from the jury makes me think that they fully believe this witness, that they believe that Lori had that big of a delay before it was called on 911 and she was fully aware of it and all that. And nothing from the jury, followed by a witness was ill, so they ended early. So I had some things happen that slowed me down today. So I was worried about how late I would get this video out, but I think I caught up in good time, partly due to all the breaks because of the technical issues and because of a witness being sick, shortening the day. State says they could be done as early as tomorrow. If they're done as early as tomorrow, then that probably means there won't be any court Thursday, because Lori will probably want until next week to be ready to try to do whatever. That's what I expect. If there's nothing Thursday, you probably won't get a video from me because I'll be playing Last Epoch. Today, I found out that a RuneScape game came out. I love RuneScape. Played since I was a little kid. I'm talking, I played on dial-up internet. I don't even know how many years ago. I was young. I was young. That game's interesting me, but I have the game coming out Thursday, so I'm not going to waste $30 when I'm going to play a game I already own on Thursday. If that game on Thursday disappoints me, maybe I'll spend $30 on that. But then I found out that there was a big leak for the game Oblivion, which I played as a teenager, and apparently it's coming out next week, and looks awesome. So that'll probably come out in the middle of this trial. And I'll probably just expect that the day it comes out, I'll do the video for this trial, of course, covering it all. And when I'm done, I'm probably going to be up late playing Oblivion, and I'm probably going to be very tired the next day. And I just want to apologize if I look like I'm about to pass out, because I probably am about to pass out, because I'm going to be so excited to re-enjoy my childhood again, right? So just putting it out there, just know if I look like I'm tired, I know I always have bags under my eyes, but if they look really bad, because I am sleep deprived. And also that's really good content for my second channel, and I would be doing videos probably, Oblivion, I would be shocked if I can play Oblivion and make under 100 videos on it on my other channel. I'm not kidding about that number. I think that's a reasonable number. So that's going to keep me busy between this and that, and I'm going to have very little sleep, and I'm going to have a lot of caffeine. My thoughts on today, probably should have started with that. Sadly, I didn't. Lori's revenge tour is all today was, right? At the end of the day, that was the main takeaway, is that Lori got caught, Lori got destroyed. Lori had her entire everything kind of thrown apart by these phone towers, because this just shows anyone who was like, well, maybe they really did call soon after the shooting. Anyone who still believed that's gone, right? The jury knows. There's no question in the jury's mind. And now the jury is wondering, how did she watch her husband get shot to death and then go to Burger King? How did she just argue with that one witness? How did you know that I knew Charles was dead? Well, because you said it. How did you know? Well, now the jury knows that she's just being a bitch. I don't know. There's no other word I could use there other than one that starts with a C, because the jury knows. The jury knows she's just being vindictive, and that's all it is. Like, she was just arguing. How did I know from you saying you wanted to speak to me, and me saying I saw it? How did I know Charles was dead? And then, well, of course she did know. She admits she knew. But then we also have this here. She not only knew, she was calm enough to go to Burger King, get herself a drink. And remember, JJ only ate chicken fries. So were the nuggets for her or Tylee? I actually want to know. Now that I think about that just now, maybe they split them? Because I could see Tylee not being able to eat because, she knows something happened in the house, right? She got assaulted by Charles with her version that Lori probably coached her into, in my opinion. Well, not really assault. He took a bat from her that she was swinging on him. I'm sorry, if you swing a bat at someone and they take the bat away and you fall on your ass because they took the bat, that's a you issue. You did that, right? You did that. She came out of her room with a bat. Just saying. Even in that variant, that's Tylee's issue. She shouldn't have done that. Maybe she was also told to do that by Lori. We'll never know. I would not be shocked if her stomach was too upset, or she was just too upset to eat, and Lori was sitting there snacking on some chicken nuggets. I would love to know who they were for. I mean, if you wanted to make Lori look worse, just get her to admit she ate the chicken nuggets, because that would, I think, do it. Just, it's small, but those are like the small things that come to mind when I'm just like,
thinking back on this, and that's kind of why I do a little bit of a ranty end to a lot of these, is because I want to get the video out as quick as possible. And talking through the ideas of a trial out loud actually sometimes makes you realize other things. This is going to be a little rant here. If you've never heard of it, with programming, there's a thing people call it like the rubber duck, where basically they'll get stuck on a problem and you speak to an object and you explain the problem and it'll help you work through the issue. Just the way your mind works. And it also is why just going up to someone, hey, I'm stuck, here's my issue, and you tell them your problem, sometimes you think your way through it, it helps you. It's the same concept. I feel like this at the end helps me talk about it and think about it. And that's also why I kind of like doing the live chats for these premieres. I know some people actually don't like premieres, but I think that it gives people a chance to live discuss it. And it gives you a new perspective, not just because maybe you like my perspective or someone in chat's perspective, but you explaining your own perspective to people can lead to you having yet another epiphany, another perspective. And I think that's really important, especially when you have a case like this where there's so many small components. I will say the judge feels more fed up with her, and I can't blame him. And the jury knows. If I know, the jury knows. They've seen him today. And Lori, they know the jury knows that Lori knows she shouldn't be prying into these things after an objection. But again, this is her revenge tour. She's on her revenge tour. This is about revenge. This is about getting back at the people she felt wronged her family, the victim, the people who interviewed her, the people who... It's kind of like Sarah Boone, right? Sarah Boone, if you go and you listen to her statement at the end, who did she hate? It wasn't just George and George's family. It was other people involved in the case, detectives, her own lawyers. We're seeing that with Lori. She sounds the same. Except Sarah Boone saved most of this to the end because she didn't represent herself. Lori is trying to essentially make the Sarah Boone final statement mid-trial. And it does make me wonder, I have to imagine in Arizona she is allowed to speak on her own behalf like that at sentencing. What will she say? What will they allow her to say? Because people argue that Sarah Boone, even in her edited form, got away with too much. I don't think this judge is just going to let her go off at sentencing. And I say sentencing because I'm of the opinion she is going to end up convicted. I think any chance she had of not being convicted, she's ruined herself. Any sort of doubt people would have, she is not a character that they can feel bad for. She is setting herself up to be the villain. So, I saw someone else, it was in a comment from one of my previous videos about Lori, and I think I talked about the murder of Charles or something, and they're like, don't say that unless she's been convicted. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, she was involved with the murder of Charles because he was murdered by Alex, and Alex can't be convicted because he's dead. Either way, she was involved in that murder, and either way, she is a murderer. She's a family annihilator who killed her kids. That's who Lori is. It's all Lori is now. There's nothing else left. Thinks she's on some religious mission by going to prison, comparing it to that in that interview right before trial. Well, I've ranted a long time here. I had a lot of thoughts because I really zoned in on this one because I was going I was starting late and I had issues and I was worried about getting it done late. And because I was so focused, I just kept analyzing the stuff she says and does. And it just makes me mad. She made me mad today. Like, normally I can be disgusted, find her funny from how stupid she does certain things, but today I felt mad. I felt mad. And I don't know how much of that is I came in with that emotion and just kind of transposed on her. Um, but I think her little antics with especially the detective about Charles going on dates really made me mad. Like, if Charles is single, and he is, because Lori is cheating on him, they are not together, he's going to get a divorce. Lori doesn't have interest in him. At that point, people will argue you shouldn't go on a date till your divorce is finalized. If you're separated, in my opinion, right? Like, if Lori could, if some woman had sent Charles a nude photo, I bet Lori would try to get it put into evidence to, like, spite the woman, right? Because of who she is. And it just kind of angers me because that's something that's not unique to Lori. There's a lot of times where they'll be like, I've known scenarios where someone cheats in a relationship, there is a separation pre-divorce, and the other person who didn't cheat moves on, and the person that was cheated on is then the one mad that the other person moved on, and about how they're the real problem because they should have tried to make it work. Charles tried to make it work. He did more than enough. He almost got free. Lori roped him back in, and then he was killed. And then JJ was killed, and Tylee was killed. Alex Cox is dead. Chad Daybell, his wife is dead. They planned to kill others. Tried to kill others. I think I'm going to call it here. See you in the next video. What a day. We are on day 7, and Detective Nathan Duncan with Chandler Police is up. And I have to say, I'm just starting with before lunch, but I get the feeling that the state isn't going to rest today like they thought they might. They have so much information with this man. He was also originally supposed to be there yesterday, but he was sick. He's feeling better, obviously, if he has appeared today. He goes through his credentials. He has written many digital search warrants in the past. He learned of the shooting at Lori's house from the radio. He went to the scene and he got assignments. He saw Alex Cox from a distance, but didn't see... Oh my God. In my notes, swear to God, I wrote Sarah Boone instead of Lori Vallow. By the way, there's a 2.5 hour long Sarah Boone video I came out with this morning. Gotta check that out. It's very interesting. It goes into the sidebars, but I can't believe I typed that. I'm not editing it. That's hilarious. He worked with Detective Coons, and they had to wait for the search warrant. This witness got the 911 call time wrong in his report, but that's now corrected. So there was a mistake in his report. It's fixed. Maybe Lori will try to harp on that. Alex Cox made the 911 call. He explains the process at the crime scene we've heard before, with things like Lizard Q and the main room being empty and taking photos. It looks like Charles had put his hand over his chest after being shot because he got blood on it, but there wasn't blood around his hand. They loaded up an image of Charles previously submitted. They talk of lack of damage to the mirrors. This witness saw the bat. A lot of corroboration happened with previous witness statements. Basically, for a while, he's just repeating everything we've heard. A lack of blood drops around the house, only a small amount of blood on the faucet in the kitchen. This witness was the one responsible for making the gun safe. The gun case had an extra 2 magazines. Alex Cox's health savings account is brought into evidence. The witness didn't know Alex Cox had an injury to his head at the start. They carefully checked the gun for blood, though, because if you were hit with a bat and then grabbed a gun, there might be blood evidence expected to be on that. The serial number showed Alex Cox owned the gun. This witness was present when Charles Vallow's body was present at the scene. This witness actually cleaned the blood under Charles and found the damage on the floor. A lot of this, as I said, is just things that were repeated before, which is good. This is a new day. It's a refresh for the jury on the basics, start of the day, and it shows the detective stories are consistent, which can be compared to Lori. Witness did not search Charles Vallow's rental car, and Lori Vallow had it all day. The witness came back on the case June of 2022. And my question is, will Lori knock on the door again of regarding why he came back on? She's done that previously with witnesses. This witness, I am sure, listing out. This witness reviewed Charles Vallow's phone extraction, so I'm sure Lori is listing out revenge to her questions. This witness also went through the iCloud. Witness noticed interactions between Charles and Lori had a change in interactions after June 27, 2019. So there was a change in how they acted after June 27, 2019. On that date, Charles found an email that was sent to Chad and was claimed to be from Charles. Charles saved a copy of that email to his iCloud. Charles hadn't used email with any... Charles hadn't used the email address that was associated with, basically. Charles texted Lori Vallow about the emails. Charles Vallow contacted Chad Daybell and his wife after knowing about this email. The email address that the email had been sent from had a search warrant also executed, and the witness verifies an affidavit from an account from Google and information. The same name of the person subscribing to it was Karen Walker. So the email was from Karen Walker. The email address said it was for Karen Walker, the person that signed up. And the phone number didn't trace back to a Karen. That's actually wrong. It did trace back to a Karen, but it traced back to Lori Vallow. That account was opened April 21st while Lori and Charles were in Houston. Lori Vallow objects to publishing due to relevance, but it got published. Yes, Lori, please complain to the manager of the trial while they're calling you a Karen because you named yourself that. Okay. Gotta find humor where you can when you're covering some of these dark cases, right? Like, you gotta do what you can to get through it. I know some people don't like jokes like that. Some people do, but you have to, especially if you cover them repeatedly like I do. I mean, this is a convicted child murderer. Don't forget what's behind me. What's behind me is a convicted child murderer smirking, leaning against a car after her husband was shot. And she's angry that the email she sent named Karen got into evidence. We take the entertainment where we can. They showed timestamps and IPs. The email Karen was using to invite Chad Daybell to Houston. They show the email. They also show another email from Karen Walker email to Chad Daybell, but now it's not from Karen. Now it's claimed to be Charles Vallow himself, talking about wanting a ghostwriter and preparing for the People conference that Lori Vallow was a part of. They ask for Chad Daybell to come out and write the book. This is the email that had Charles Vallow contacting Chad and his wife. And I put here, we are knocking on the door that, where's Chad's wife? Where's Chad? Why aren't they talking here? Why aren't they witnesses? The jury has to be thinking they're going to be testifying. Charles Vallow began confronting Lori and Chad about the affair less than 2 weeks before he was killed. It's such a tight time frame. Charles at this time was in Houston and Lori Vallow was in Arizona. After finding this email, the next time Charles saw Lori was when he was killed, which is something I've never thought about. I've never thought about this. Charles Vallow sees this email, and then very next time he's in front of Lori, he's dead. Search warrants were done on Lori's iClouds. They found evidence of flights of Lori and Chad together. Witness saw text messages between Adam Cox and Charles Vallow. They read some messages previously submitted between them. The final message from Alex Cox was read after noon, which is after Charles was dead, while Lori Vallow was in possession of the phone. There's additional evidence Lori and Alex Cox went through Charles's phone. Verizon provided Alex Cox images associated with the Alex Cox account. There's an image of another phone that is Charles Vallow's phone, and it has timestamped after 2 p.m. You can timestamp it by 2 p.m. by looking at Charles Vallow's phone clock. Let me explain this. So basically, this isn't a screenshot of Charles's phone. This is a image of the phone, right? So it's an image of the actual phone taken by another phone. And so you can see the clock on Charles's phone. So let's try to make that clear. Lori knew the pin to get in. Alex Cox sends those images to Lori Vallow after submission of iClouds that belonged to Lori Vallow. Explains how they knew it was her. It included photos of Charles Vallow and Lori's wedding. Lori objects relevance, but it's submitted and published. Yes, object again, Karen Walker. They show Lori getting the photos of Charles's phone. Charles Vallow was dead on the floor at best 45 minutes before 911 was called. If he lived for 2 minutes, which is about the max after being shot, 45 minutes after dying, 911 was called. But Alex called Lori 3 minutes after she left the house with Charles's phone. Alex called Lori again after about 17 minutes. Alex Cox hadn't called 911 for another 30 minutes. Lori Vallow never called 911 on any of the 3 phones she had. They show that Adam called Alex Cox about saying that his house was staying at his house, and it was answered. You can see Adam did try to reach Alex when he arrived. A text message from Adam to Alex. Alex didn't respond. They are using phone data basically to corroborate Adam's story of contacting Alex and then Alex ghosting him. Charles had a copy of the lease in Phoenix from June 2019 to June 30th, 2022. Lori objected a bit to it, but it's admitted into evidence. They move into evidence one of Lori's iCloud accounts, and it was the same name they gave Banner Insurance. So this is something Lori gave out, this email from this iCloud to Banner Insurance, so it's verified. The state confirms affidavit, some messages. The witness found a recording of Chad Daybell from November 17th, 2018 at the Preparing a People conference. The witness said in this download they had, the witness said that Ned was the name of a dark spirit that had taken over Charles' body, and in knowing this, I went through these records looking for a mention of Ned and how it was used. The first reference he found of Ned in these files was from Alex Cox to Lori, February 15th, 2019. Ned was at the temple yesterday looking for you. He thinks you are staying with me. Lori said it's good he's so off. Lori sent to Alex March 2nd, 2019. Ned just came by and Tylee unleashed on him. He came to my house and he went to Summers first. He ran up in a rental car. They talk about the message of Ned still being alive, then it's a new one about Ned being gone. This is during the girls' weekend. Alex says Charles's body is still alive. They are trying to cast the spirit out from Charles's body. One of Lori's iCloud accounts was made after Charles contacted Chad and Tammy Daybell about the affair. The newer account had photos of the change of beneficiary life insurance form. Witness verifies evidence to be submitted. One of the images that was sent to Buddy. Someone named, not Buddy, Bubby. One photo is Banner Life for Charles, showing Lori as the primary beneficiary. Then it's a photo of a computer screen. It was a change to Kay Woodcock. This confuses me because Lori was asking about Charles's laptop in the hotel. I wonder if it doesn't look like in the screens that they stopped off and took photos of it, but when did she take this? I want to know when she took this and what computer she took this photo on. They got a search warrant to find out who Bubby was. Bubby was Chad Daybell. They even got an audio recording of a business of Chad using that phone number while contacting that business. It's all admitted into evidence. They went through many, many text messages between Lori and Alex. He confirmed the Be Like Nephi messages and talking of going to Social Security. He saw talk of people being Z's due to association with Charles. More admissions into evidence. It was Lori giving Alex her address. Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. She said, so the plot thickens. Call me when you can. Followed by getting sleepy. So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple of days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori and Alex have an almost hour-long conversation after that. The witness did search and found out the significance of Nephi. It took a long time to get all these search warrants because you find one thing, a new number, you need a new search warrant. It took time. Adam and Charles were planning an intervention the same day Lori and Alex were aware and talking about it. So somehow they knew. There are ways that maybe they were in Charles's accounts or something like that and knew, but we haven't gotten there yet, and we go on a lunch break. So that's the first part of this. I really cut a lot out because a lot is repeats from previous days and stating things that have been said multiple times, but we are getting into directly the messages, right? And it's gonna be really damning. And Lori trying to complain that they're not relevant. I have to imagine her cross is gonna be really bad. Her cross is gonna be really bad, or she's gonna realize there's nothing she can do and she's gonna not give a cross. But I think she's gonna give a cross. And she's gonna ask about Charles with women or something like that. That's my guess, but we shall see. We came back to the witness, immediate technical issues. The jury is sent out. It takes a few minutes, but the jury is now back and the witness is up. Prosecution basically does a catch up to remind the jury where they left off. I'm going to not do that because you just got caught up. Lori talked of meeting up with Mel on July 10th. No text messages between Lori and Alex on July 11th. Lori texted Alex, "Need you." Adam is freaking out. This is after Adam found out Charles was dead. So, text about Lori telling Alex she was at Social Security for the... Okay, that was reviewed. They recap talk of the zombies and witnesses. Said Lori called people Z's in the messages. This is like over a wide span of time. We're going to go with some more like in-depth day-by-day stuff in a bit. Right now, they're just kind of doing Alex's stuff. Lori texts bad news on our brother. Alex responds, what? Lori responds, I put X. I think it's supposed to be Z. Alex responds, ass really? When was that? Lori replies, as of early January. Alex says that explains his interest in Charles. Lori says Ned recruited him shortly after that. That's why he's part of the 24. Alex says that makes sense. Wow. Any doubt the jury had that these two are living in a fantasy land has to be gone now, right? Like, you have to. Lori then says, more sad news. Guess who the final Z of 2024? I put X again. I think it's supposed to be Z and it's autocorrect. Alex responds, Pops or Brandon. Lori responds, Zach. And I have a note here. Lori wanted Zach Cox, the son of Adam Cox, as a witness for this revenge tour. She sounded very focused on it, and he was very aggressive when her detective contacted him, or investigator. Sounds like she's targeting him even back then. Would he have been an eventual victim? Lori continues, nope, think of Judas who loved me completely then turned against me. Alex says, tell me. Lori says, yes, our sweet Zach. He is in paradise. The real Zach, it finally makes sense. And Alex says, when did that happen? About the time he turned makes sense. He being dedicated to Brandon and Ned. Response, so February. Response, yep. And then it was asked, how did Zach die, or was he forced out? The response is crazy, I know, but it's sad and true. Now we know all 24. Forced out, I think. Imagine being on the jury and seeing this delusion for the first time so plainly in text. Like, sure, we've seen a little bit of it, but this is so far. Imagine if Lori then tries to bring in Zach as a witness and berates him in front of the jury when they know this is what she said, right? Alex says with his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back, with Lori responding, I have an immediate flashback now to Lori talking about Tylee's anxiety medication. The jury has to be all in at this point. I don't know how this doesn't grab your complete attention, especially when we're getting so many parallels. More talk of Z's exist, anyone working with Charles being equally dark. Next is text about Lori Vallow to her sister Summer. They are admitted and they make it clear that Zach is Adam's son, just in case the jury doesn't know. They're probably keeping notes. Summer tells Lori that Adam and Zach are coming in with their mother. Summer tells Lori she wants to know if she can confront him as a preemptive strike, and she is told no. So Summer, Lori's sister, Lori's mother is wanting to confront Adam and Zach because Adam is wanting to do an intervention against Lori.
Well, guess what? If Lori wants to bring in any of her own family members for her side, jury's going to know quite a bit right now. Lori told Mel to stay and not to go to Utah, but she did it anyway. Summer says that Zach and Adam went to see Spider-Man. JJ left his bracelet and ukulele. I believe that was at Summer's house. Summer offers Lori to stay at her house, and she will lie to her brother to hide Lori. So Summer gives her an out, right? Summer talks of Adam, waiting for Alex to text him. Adam stayed with their parents. Summer texted Lori on the 11th, the day Charles died, and Lori didn't respond. Lori had an out. Lori could have hidden at Summer's place and didn't do it. And she used her family. Lori, without their knowledge, used her family for the plot that she's accused of. Melanie Boudreau is being discussed in how she is in messages and the need is being discussed in how she's in the messages and the need for her not to go to Utah. They have messages between Lori and Melanie that are submitted. Lori wants to talk to Melanie ASAP. Lori says calling you and finding out what to do. Melanie responds she took the kids to the temple and they are chasing the bunnies. Lori says they have an elaborate plan. Melanie wants to drive with her kids, but Lori says she can't go. They have to stay and defend themselves. So she's trying to rope in Melanie. Melanie says she will pretend to be sick but go to the gem, temple, and lunch. Melanie is getting direction from Lori. Melanie asks about Adam and Charles coming in, and they are coming that night. Melanie talks about having the kids and pretending to be sick again tomorrow. Lori is giving Melanie a mission and telling her to miss the wedding she's supposed to go to. So Lori is so demanding. Literally miss a wedding to be here for the death of her husband, I guess. Well, the shooting of her husband. Lori and Melanie, which Melanie at this point, there's nothing to indicate she knows that's where Lori is going with this, right? Like, they aren't saying that, but Lori is. I'm really glad that Melanie didn't go with her kids and they end up possibly witnessing something. Because we know what happened to the other kids that were the witnesses. And we know we know who the trial had, well, she has a trial about in June, too. Lori and Melanie discussed meeting up. Lori already knew that Melanie was no longer needed the night of the 11th, which would be after Charles died. So before what actually happened on the 11th, Lori was telling Melanie that she wouldn't be needed that night of the 11th. So Lori, for some reason, seemed to know everything would be done by then. Melanie is doing this to distract Brandon. Melanie asks, will you clear me? Lori offers a blessing. Melanie says she will head over on July 11th, the date of the murder. Melanie says Zach is at her place. He acted like he was coming to get his mail, and he told Brandon Adam is in town. Brandon acted like he didn't know. Zach doesn't know if he was moving in with Adam. Melanie later sends a message saying she can fly out at 9 p.m. tonight and back Saturday morning. At this point, Charles is already shot by Alex Cox. Not everything is saved in iCloud, and he had to cross-reference with phone records. Chad's records show Lori and Chad messaging between each other that morning of the shooting of Charles Vallow before it happened. There was a call after Lori's interview to Chad, and there was a call again. There were actually 3 total calls that night. After, there were multiple calls the day of Charles's death, but we don't have what they were about. Kind of what I need to get to there. The witness noticed Lori and Chad were in a romantic relationship. He couldn't find open and romantic messages between them before Charles's death, but could right after. Chad wrote a romantic story about themselves, calling them James and Elena, and I put a note, maybe I should do a video reading that. I think it was put into evidence in the other cases, and I saw it. The message also included conversations about people like Adam, Brandon, and Ned. The state moves to submit evidence. Lori objects relevance, but it's admitted. So basically, I know I kind of fumbled what I was trying to say there. Chad and Lori weren't openly flirting in their messages, at least that were saved. Remember, some things weren't recovered, so we don't know for sure. But the things that were saved didn't have open flirting. Then the day of the shooting, Lori multiple times throughout the day contacts Chad, and then we move into very quickly, open romantic love. They weren't very good at hiding anything. 2 days after Chad asked how did Adam and Brandon find out, Lori told Chad, my mom, because she was so mad she went off on Brandon. Imagine that. Lori's mom yelled at Adam after Alex Cox shot and killed Charles Vallow. Chad asked did he have much to say in his defense. Lori says he was very defensive and tried to justify everything, but my mom kicked him out and said she would never talk to him again. She's dramatic. I have other words I would use. And then Chad says, also, I learned that Raphael is deeply, crazily, madly in love with Lily, something like that. He wants to vanish with her to another world. This is them using different names. This is about Chad and Lori. This is them being open about their relationship. There's a message saying, I love you so much. You are my greatest desire, my best friend. Now on with the story. They show part of the story, and it shows lots of calls and love messages. Chad says, I have been clearing the Houston house. I have removed the darkness he caused, and I have gotten the vibrations up to 200 light, making progress. I love you. So you're wondering, well, what happened to the Houston house? It was all cleared out according to Kay. Well, we know who did it. I don't know if that was public before. Charles was considered dark. More affirmations of love, cheek to cheek, loin to loin. Talk of being naked, also returning to a car. More of that love story that continued until Chad needed a shower. Multiple texts of love. Now we have Lori learning she isn't the beneficiary of the life insurance policy. Blaming Ned for doing it, Lori still gets the $4,000 a month from Social Security. There's a problem here. There's a big problem here. Lori is saying that she's going to get $4,000 a month from Social Security July 18th. She didn't go to the office to set up the payments involving JJ until August. Why did Lori pre-know what she was going to get? I would say alarm bells for the jurors are understatement here. And now that Charles is dead, they just become open with texts and calls. Now, in her contacts, there was also a name called Melanie 2. That was linked to Chad Daybell. Because, oh good, what does this story really need but another Melanie? One of the emails even attached a photo of Chad Daybell. Romantic discussions for many of the emails. Both Chad and Melanie 2 talked about life insurance. Photo of Chad Daybell shown from Melanie 2 account. Lori called it a spear through her heart that she didn't get Charles's life insurance. He didn't leave anything for JJ. He did. He did, Lori. He did. He did. You could have just given JJ to Kay. You went a different route that you're convicted on. But 100% that's what Charles wanted to have happen. Man, it is so depressing. Because Charles thought something might happen to him, right? I don't think Charles realized something was going to happen to JJ and Tylee. That just makes it so much more sad. He tried everything he could. He even prepared for his own death. But he underestimated the evil of Lori and Alex and Chad. She wants to check Charles's email to see who it was changed to, and the photos that were previously shown had the change. So that's where she got the photos from. The police gave the laptop to her and she took photos. Chad tries to give Lori tips to try to get the money by suggesting the signature was forged, that Lori's signature was forged. But Lori has to explain that that's not how that works, that he can do it himself. Talk of bringing down the Gatatons, especially Brandon. And they asked about this. I don't think the witness could explain it, but if there's someone who's Mormon in the jury, they know. I Googled it, and this is what it came up. In the Book of Mormon, the Gataton, or whatever you pronounce it, robbers were a secret criminal organization that thought to destabilize society through murder and plunder. They were known for their secret oaths, conspiracies, and their goal to overthrow the existing government. They're comparing it to Brandon,
So I guess that'll be in the next trial. I would compare them to more, it sounds more like a Lori thing. Lori explains that Chad can change everything using just his signature, so it's probably decay. Chad responds, it will be interesting to see if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest. Lori says you can't change it after the death date. Chad says Kay is probably freaking out Lori got those computers. I mean, I would be worried if I was Kay that she was going to get killed. There were a lot of phone calls that happened that obviously they don't have the actual audio of. This trial, they called her Lori Vallow because Lori Vallow is what she was when Charles was killed. They talk about her becoming Lori Daybell in photos of the wedding in Hawaii. Lori objects for relevance, but it's admitted. Lori used the name Lori Ryan and an Idaho address on the marriage certificate. We are knocking on that door in Idaho, I swear. 4 months after Charles Vallow is killed, she has remarried to Chad Daybell. Speaking of knocking on the door, if you haven't watched my Sarah Boone video, my latest one, there's a lot of knocking on the door in that, including where Sarah jumps through it by telling the jury that she was incarcerated for so long. Definitely, I think that the Sarah Boone video is long. I think it's worth it. It is purely sidebar talk, so all the stuff we didn't get to hear during the trial, we get to kind of hear how Sarah was running the case. So she wasn't pro se, but at certain points, her lawyer was like, you tell her, Judge, which is really interesting. So after the jury finds out that she married Chad Daybell so quickly, Lori comes up for cross. There's a lot I don't have here because it's just nonsense and it's repeating, and I try. Lori is not doing well with this witness. I'll say it. She's doing so bad. This witness became an agent on the case, June of 2020. He became the main agent. The witness kept looking at records when he took over and reviewed previous information. Lori questioned him coming back after multiple months after the initial shooting. He had another case he was involved at in between. They go back over his time at the scene. He bought the saw to be used to get the baseboard out. Lori suggests he was that he was in there before the search warrant, and he explains he went in after the search warrant. Lori gets an objection for testifying. Lori asked about Charles being gone in an ambulance by the time the search warrant came in. The witness says he wasn't taken by an ambulance. It was with a medical examiner, and it happened after the search warrant. Lori doesn't even know when the body left, but she's her own lawyer. He goes back through the photos and processing the scene. Basically, everyone left around about 4:30. Some people were in their cars still writing reports, most likely. This witness was here during the walkthrough with others. There was a malfunctioning body cam, so there was no recording of the walkthrough because only one person had a body cam and it didn't work. That is sloppy police work, I'll give you that. It is included in the reports, the walkthrough, but everyone's report is different, so it's not in all of them. Overall, he has read at some point all the reports. Lori wants to know who wrote on it. Objection, asked and answered. Lori wants to know who wrote about the walkthrough, asked and answered. Lori asked about who had the body cam, asked and answered. Lori asked if the guy who had the body cam talked about it. Objection, relevance, hearsay, and asked and answered. Sustained, hearsay. The witness knew who had been interviewed and what was tested. The bat was tested for fingerprints, but those were inconclusive. The bat was swabbed for DNA, but that DNA was never tested. The witness explains that that's because everyone involved at some point had access to the bat at some point in time, so DNA would not be able to be tied to that specific time frame. No blood was visible on the bat. Blood, if it was available, would have been visible. Lori argues testing blood on the bat could have proven Alex had that bat, and the witness explains again there was no blood. So my thinking at this point is Lori doesn't know the difference between DNA and blood. DNA doesn't have to come from blood, it could just be from the fingerprints and things on the grip, the sweat, things like that. Lori asked who would be responsible for getting the swab to be tested, and it would be the witness or the previous case agent, either one. Lori says if Charles's blood was on the bat, it would show he took it from Tylee, like she said in her interview. We are knocking on that door. Objection, move to strike came real quick, and the judge sustained and struck. Lori asked if testing would have answered questions. No.
The gun was tested last month. The witness explains they tested it last month for comparison just before trial because they don't like to give extra work unless it's going to trial. They already knew the casings were from the gun due to the ATF, but the ATF will not testify. No tests on a bamboo shirt because bamboo shirts, of course, got to make it in. No chicken enchiladas today. Why didn't the witness request more tests? The witness explains the evidence already shows Charles was laying on the ground for sure. Lori says the medical examiner can't say that, but you believe you can? Yes. Did you see him shot on the ground with your own eyes? No. Let's see here. He can't speak on if they... What's this here? Oh, he can't speak on if Lori, Tylee, and Alex complied that day. He wasn't a witness to that. Lori keeps asking, trying to reword it, but got hearsay, objection, sustained. Lori keeps asking about reports they compiled, objection, hearsay, lack of personal knowledge, sustained. Lori asked if he learned they did not comply that day, objection, same thing. He gets to answer, and he says no, that he doesn't know. Talk of them willingly turning phone over. Lori keeps asking if they turned phone overs on request, but he doesn't know. Lori again testifies about not being able to spell a name she got, and this got an objection. Witness doesn't know if a copy of Charles's phone was done of Charles's phone of Alex's phone was done. He doesn't know if it was a copy or they just use Alex's phone records. Lori says you are the case agent. You don't know if the person who shot my husband's phone was copied. He doesn't. The witness thinks it was just a call detail records. Lori asks typical protocol is what they do with phones for their search warrant or consent. He doesn't believe it was done. Witness says knowing what we know now, would it be important for the investigation? It would have been important for the investigation. He would have taken it, but it wasn't his call at the time. They got his call detail records. It's nice to have the phone. Lori asks if he would call not extracting the phone an oversight by the previous investigator. Objection, speculation, sustained. The phone was returned to Alex that day. Alex returned for walkthrough. It was mostly positional things, not question. Objection, asked and answered, verging on hearsay, sustained. Lori doesn't know how much is left on her cross, so they went on an afternoon break. I hope the Lori segment was fine so far. She's literally just getting objected to for everything. I'm understating the amount of objections. I'm understating how bad she's doing. She is frazzled. This witness is not going well for her. She obviously isn't happy with them, but she doesn't know how to use them on her revenge tour, at least yet. Maybe she'll fit it in when she starts talking about the actual text messages, or maybe she won't touch that because it goes into her relationship with Chad. What even is this case? We're getting into part 3. I know what's coming. You probably do, because I'll probably put it in the title or the thumbnail. Let's get into it. We are back, and the judge explains this witness can't answer about things he read in another person's report. It can just be what he saw himself. This detective didn't interview Lori's mother, or read or watch her interview. The same for Lori's sister Summer. The same for Lori's father. Lori says his only source of information is her brother Adam, and the witness says that also all the text messages and evidence. Lori asked, you didn't ask any of these people what were meant by those messages. I have a note from this time. They are messages, Lori. They, by definition, send a message. Nothing was really in code. What was meant was out there. The witness explains they weren't at the scene of the shooting. He didn't ask what they meant. He couldn't ask Lori what she meant in the text messages either. Lori asked if he found that Alex wouldn't text Adam back. He said he can see that they didn't respond back, but doesn't know why. Basically, can't speculate. Adam also testified he wasn't getting called back, which matches the records. Lori says the only information you get is from my estranged brother of the family who didn't know what was going on with anyone else. Objected and sustained. Lori says our estranged brother is the only one you got information from. Objection, form of the question, sustained. Lori asks, is it normal protocol to talk to one witness and not others? No. Why didn't you speak to other members of the family? He explains a lot of members of the family have been spoken to. Lori says, but he isn't privy to those interviews. He said he overheard a phone call with Summer, but never interviewed these people himself. Lori asks how many interviews Summer has had with police department. Witness doesn't know, but at least one. He didn't ask about the text messages. And I have a note here. I'm sure her family just has to love she is making these statements, dragging them into it, like they would defend her for all of these hundreds of thousands of people that are seeing this trial in various forms. Like, she is kind of saying my family would back me up.
I wouldn't want to be her family right now. That is, even if you backed her up, you still believe in her, which I think would be, I'm not going to go there. But even if you still believed in her, I wouldn't want the public to have that opinion of me because of what's being said, what happened. They have to live in the public and Lori doesn't. This reminds me of how Sarah Boone acts. Sarah Boone throws other people under the bus because she doesn't care. Lori asks if he gets suspicion and only investigates things that match that, and he says no. The witness Googled and asked people about Nephi, and they all said the same story as Adam told. That's what comes to mind. He doesn't know there are 15 books in the Book of Mormon. He doesn't know 4 of those books are books of Nephi. Lori says the first book is, and there's an objection, testifying, sustained. Judge says, please just ask questions. And here I left a little note saying, well, Lori can testify and explain all about her religion and her beliefs if she wants. Witness didn't read the Book of Mormon. He didn't read First Nephi. He asked members of the church and Googled stories of Nephi. He didn't see the 25 stories in the Book of Mormon about Nephi. He didn't see that 3 different prophets were called Nephi. Objection, testifying, asked and answered, objection overruled. He doesn't know. Lori says, so isn't it true that you have no idea what I was referring to when I referenced Nephi in that text message? And he says he can only go off what he sees and what people say. He can't just say what he thinks Lori is thinking. Lori says you relay to the jury it is a story to kill. The witness says that is a story Adam said. Lori says, but you said the jury about it to be like the jury. You said that to the jury about the like be like Nephi text. The judge says she has to ask questions. Lori wants to testify so bad. It seems like. Witness doesn't have knowledge what Lori meant in the text message. Lori asks if he knew her brother was a comedian and everything is a joke to Alex. Yes, it's so funny. What happened to her children involving Alex is such a great joke. The witness says he can't speak to that. Lori says, so half of these text messages could be jokes and you wouldn't know that. Objection sustained. Witness said he was reading her text messages, not explaining them to the jury. Yes, Lori, your own words are devastating to your case. Reminds me of the Sarah Boone sidebar when Owen said Sarah was mad about how her text messages were being read. She wanted a different inflection, but they were read straight to the jury, and they came across bad because Sarah's words in this case were bad. Yes, this is in my other Sarah Boone video that I am pitching right now. If you haven't seen it, it's long. I know. It's all the sidebars. I pitched it like twice. I put a lot of effort in. This witness is the only person currently working on the case. They communicate with each other in the office in person. His job is to search out facts, and yes, he does feel he did that in this case. Lori says that without testing these things, you think you have done everything you need to tell the jury what happened. He says, yes, you're confident in that. I am confident. Oh, that had to piss Lori off. That is saying, I got you. You're guilty. I proved it. I know it. You know it. The jury knows it. He didn't meet with the last detective the day that the report was handed over. He says what was and wasn't tested after by reviewing reports. Lori asked about luminoling the bat. He explains no visible blood, so they decided not to. Lori asked if invisible blood can be seen if cleaned off. He says if cleaned off, maybe some proteins, but they decided not to do it. They tried to prove if Charles grabbed the bat from Tylee, and they couldn't prove that, one way or the other. Lori asks, wouldn't luminoling the bat be important to this investigation? The witness doesn't think it would. What about luminoling the blood? They were under the impression it happened 5 minutes before they got there and there was no visible blood. He could have had them tested. He didn't think it needed tested. Wouldn't you want to know for sure? We made choices based on facts and we decided not to test it. Honestly, it feels like Lori watched too many real crime shows. You've charged me with a crime, and the witness says, I have not, no. You have helped them charge me with a crime. He says, I've conducted an investigation and sent it forward. Lori asked again about testing. The objection is asked and answered like 4 times already, sustained. Lori asked what logical reasons they have not to investigate all the things after all this time. Objection, broad, sustained. And Lori is done. She's done. Redirect. Luminol is used when there is no visible blood because things were cleaned. They went in not expecting clean scene because they didn't see visible blood or hairs. They learned later it was a 47-minute process. The timeline was given was very wrong. In the iCloud accounts, it was terabytes of data. You can only open one at a time, and then you have to cross-reference with notes. It's very labor-intensive to see what was shown. What the jury is given, what was shown here is just a grain of what was looked at. At the scene, they didn't think they needed a cell phone data because it happened and had limited information like it was an impromptu attack. They didn't know it was something that could have happened weeks, if not months of planning. On July 11th, they started seeing inconsistencies. So day one, there were problems. Self-defense theory didn't match what they saw at the scene. The shots didn't make sense, but they didn't know the backgrounds of the people. Once you got the backgrounds, you got probable cause for things like iCloud accounts. DNA isn't only in blood. If that bat belonged to Tylee, her DNA would be expected on it. Visible blood is a lot of different things. The bat is undamaged. Even if they found Tylee's DNA, it wouldn't timestamp it to the 11th. The body leaves with the medical examiner. The medical examiner didn't see the defect at the scene that was shored. This witness saw a wound in line with that mark on the floor. The other Cox family members weren't at the scene. The witness was present when Summer and Janice were interviewed as potential witnesses for the defendant. Summer was asked about offering the house and said that is what happened, just like in the text messages. I have a note here. So now, if Lori can't call them, the jury will wonder why. Lori screwed up by pushing about them. She opened a door she didn't want open. She sure did, and it's going to come back, I'm sure. He didn't know what Ned meant at first. He had to ask others for information. For Nephi, he heard from Adam. It was Googled, and he spoke to multiple members of the LDS church at random to see if there was another story that he was known for. The others spoke like Adam. The scene didn't match what they were told, and it took all these records to put things into context. It took months to go through it all. After all that investigation, it was turned in. Jury question. The jury had a question. The jury, at least one. The jury asked for that. What was the time on Charles's phone when Alex took a photo of the phone itself, and it was 2:13 p.m. The state rests their case. No more witnesses. I think there were 2 more. They didn't get called, including the original investigator. And the jury leaves and the parties talk. And the judge asks Lori if she plans to present evidence. Lori wants to confer with her people. Lori wants to first address a Rule 20 motion. Lori claims the state has provided no evidence for the charge of first-degree premeditated conspiracy to commit premeditated murder, something like that. No evidence, I forget the exact charge. But there was no evidence to murder Charles, and evidence showed self-defense. State says there is evidence for Alex Cox to be invited over with a gun he brought. Lori took Charles's phone, the physical motive, the physical money, the motive for the money, the motive for the affair. Lori doesn't want to add anything at all to this. Not exact, but you get the point, basically. Lori says they have nothing. The state says we have basically everything. Judge rules it's reasonable for a juror that they could find her guilty, and the jurors judge the credibility of witnesses. Rule 20 motion denied. Defense rests. Defense rests. Lori gives up. She's done. She will not testify. She will have no witnesses. She'll never use her experts. Her investigator won't be used. Lori isn't trying anything. All of this was a waste of time, a waste of money, everything. This was her revenge tour, and as soon as she couldn't have her revenge victims for her side, she is calling it. There's more. The state says they'll have over an hour for closing statements. Lori just says hers will be less than that with a bit of a tone. I think Lori's bait's going to go up. They didn't prove it. I didn't do it. And sit down or something. It sounds like Lori's going to do like a 2 or 3 sentence statement just from the way she words it to me. The state requests they start closings Monday just to avoid a rebuttal going over. I'm going to be honest. I will talk about this at the end why I didn't like that. Personal reasons. Judge still wanted tomorrow. The state repeats they asked for Monday, but we'll do it tomorrow. And the judge responds with an Lori says she hasn't gotten to go over jury instructions, so they will do that tomorrow. The jury doesn't have to come in. The judge decides. Jury doesn't have to come in tomorrow. The judge says he has to verify that for sure that Lori is resting, because if not, that will change jury instructions. Lori will let him know tomorrow. The jury has to report Monday, not tomorrow, and they will finalize jury instructions tomorrow. Okay, so here is why. I mean, first of all, I wanted to see Lori testify, right? I think we all did. I think we wanted that spectacle. I feel happy that witnesses don't have to be subjected to more Lori. The family doesn't have to be subjected to her statements except for her closing, which I really think is going to be short to the point. Personal wise, why I was like, of course, Lori. Of course, Lori. Tomorrow is a game release that I was like planning to start late. So now it's just jury instructions. I'm going to be honest. I might not do my video I normally do because I'm sure the media is going to be there for jury instructions. If they are, I plan to do a video, but I might do it later after jury instructions have finished and just play the game tomorrow. I don't know yet. We'll see how I feel about it because it's not as exciting as jury instructions. There might be some fun little arguments with Lori that pull me away. As I said, that's up in the air. There might not be a video tomorrow because it's not as I don't know what word to use, hype, interesting, whatever, as when there's an actual trial. But I'll have that out to you if there's coverage of it before Monday. Monday is going to be opening and closing statements from both sides, maybe a rebuttal statement. That's what the state was worried that would go over. There's a rumor Monday might be the Oblivion remake release. I'm going to promise you this. I will do my video on the closing statements of her. I'll do the video of her trial on Monday, whatever happens, before I play Oblivion. I will promise you that. I'm very excited for it. Okay? That is something that's from my childhood. I'm very hyped, but we don't know when Oblivion will come out, by the way. They could announce it Monday and release it Thursday. We don't know. But it does sound like whenever it does come out, because it seems to be verified and more leaks happen from official sources, they accidentally put stuff on their websites. So that'll be all on my second channel, and probably this channel will have a little lack of content for a few days. Sarah, don't send any letters, Sarah Boone. Please don't. Just for a channel update there. Anything else I want to say? Thank you all. I know some people have used recently buy me a coffee and stuff. I really appreciate it. I know some people have done the memberships. Really appreciate it. I appreciate all the likes and the comments and the subs. I like all those. I know some people have asked about comments being removed lately. YouTube does a lot of automatic removal of comments. As you can imagine, some people are not very nice in the way they speak about Sarah or the way they speak about Lori, and YouTube has automatic filters that if I don't go in and approve things, it won't get through, and that means the messages aren't there, but they show up in the total count. Yeah. Putting that out there. I really think Lori's closing statement is going to be almost nothing. I really think her closing statement is going to be almost nothing. And I think, I won't be waiting for my video on Monday for the jury to come back. I expect they're going to come back quickly. That's something I might put that in the poll. I wonder how long it'll take the jury. I would say no more than a day. But I would say we get our result Monday. I would say Monday we get our conclusion. We get our verdict. And I don't think Lori's going to be happy with it. I think she's upset more that she didn't get to have her witnesses than she is about the verdict, right? And remember, here's the thing. Here's the thing to remember. We have June. Lori has until June to find all these people she wants to harass and get them properly subpoenaed and come up with excuses for why she gets to bring them up. I don't think we'll have a repeat of this in June. This would have been probably her preferred revenge tour, but I think she can definitely find a reason to pull people in on the next one, right? I think that we're going to have repeats. We're going to have witnesses from this trial show up there, and she goes after them again. I think we're going to have new people brought in that she tried to bring in this time, brought in and also harassed. I think her revenge tour is just beginning. I think that this is a refining of it. She knows that June is probably her last chance at a revenge tour like this to the public, and I think she's going to want to take full advantage of it. If she's not going to, she might as well just take a plea, right? She might as well just take a plea for the second charge and go to prison because prison is better than jail. I don't think she'll do that. I think she'll do her revenge tour. I think, if anything, the anger she couldn't have the witnesses in this case will make her want to have even more witnesses in the next case. But we shall see. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate you all. I wasn't expecting her to rest today. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think I thought what I thought might happen is the state, they had a couple more witnesses and we're getting kind of late. I thought we might go into tomorrow. Lori asked for her defense to start Monday, and then her pull a last minute if she was going to do it. I'm not putting up a defense, and just like spring it on people and screw over the whole system and have the jury have to go home and do the jury instructions then and all that. I thought maybe that would be the case. I really did. I think the state, it probably would have been the case if the state hadn't ended today. But the jury has to be wondering why they're going home. I don't think they're told that the defense isn't putting on a defense, right? Because they can't be told. They can't be told because the judge isn't 100% sure yet. Lori will tell them tomorrow. So the defense is probably going home. Why are we taking tomorrow off? And they're going to be blindsided Monday. Okay, here's no defense. We're going into closings. I hope we get some jury interviews. I really do. I think today was devastating for Lori. We don't have only the jury instructions to discuss today, but also information about the next trial. Because if you're just now following along, there is another Lori Vallow trial coming up. It gets confirmed right at the start that Lori says, as of this morning, she still does not plan to put on any evidence and doesn't plan on that changing. They don't read the full jury instructions, by the way, during this hearing, so I can't give you those. We'll get to hear them on Monday, where I'll probably go and shorten them down. There was some discussion about the instruction that neither side is required to call basically everyone mentioned in evidence, so it's an instruction that's basically like, look, because I mentioned Tylee doesn't mean someone has to call her, right? The judge seemed to consider it standard, but the state didn't agree and suggested it could be burden shifting since the defense doesn't have to have any witnesses ever. Lori agrees, so it's struck. It's not a big deal. And the instruction that the indictment is not evidence, comments are not evidence, no issue with the credibility of witnesses instruction, nothing about expert witnesses instruction. They took out some things because Lori isn't testifying, and I think most importantly, it was the instruction about the defendant's prior conviction. Defendant's prior conviction is removed. That instruction being removed means that we are basically sealing it unless Lori changes it. The jury will not know what happened to Tylee and JJ. That's not going to be told to them. Unless Lori changes her mind on Monday, that's done. Lori wanted something added about voluntariness of defendant's statements. No objection. The jury is not to consider the penalty this crime could give if convicted. The state wants a new version of burden of proof that just explains the burden of proof for a criminal case instead of the other levels. Lori agrees. Judge thought it was okay, but that happens a lot. The judge is like, well, I think it's fine, and both sides are like, nope. Lori doesn't have to produce evidence. It's left to the defendant. Is changed. Basically, how do I want to word this? It was a little confusing because we're only hearing parts of it. There is an instruction that's about the defendant doesn't have to produce evidence, but it also talks about a jury representation, and because she's representing herself, anything about her representation is removed, basically. So she gets to make the decision. They changed using first-degree murder with a number to first in letters. Whatever. And I think at certain points they changed the word defendant to he or she. I don't know. That part was kind of skipped over. We'd have to actually see it or hear it said. They added a definition of accomplices. Lori wants to see that herself before approving it, but basically they just want to explain to the jury what an accomplice is. State wants to change an instruction to be just deadly physical force because that's clear to the jury about something. Remove some unnecessary words, and Lori agreed to that. Judge agreed to that. Lori wants an instruction about crime prevention to be added. And the judge had my response and goes, what crime was prevented? And Lori says the assault on myself, my daughter, and my brother. Defense of third party, defense of premises, and crime prevention. Lori wants it added for defense of deadly force. Judge Judge thinks he has to add it. The state says premises isn't appropriate since Charles was originally invited into the home. Judge takes a closer look when it comes to it being asked to leave. He would hate to cause a reversal on that. Basically, it says, like, if you're invited in, you're told to leave. You don't, it can still be invasion of premises for this defense. The state brings up a very important point. Charles Vallow was paying for the premises, and that's admitted with evidence. And Lori, and I mean very snappily, the Lori, I don't even know how you describe it. Her attitude, you know what I'm saying if you've watched any of the trial. Her little attitude says, admitted evidence is also that he flew into town and came over to that house not living there at the time. And the judge responds real simply. He's on the lease. The state says it refers to criminal trespass, and you can't be criminally trespassed off your own property. The judge says yes to third-person defense, but not the premises. Lori then wants to add defense of residential structure. Lori's attempt doesn't go in because that's about home invasions, and there's no indication that he forcefully entered the home. State agrees that crime prevention can be added, but Lori would have to tell the jury what crime it is. She'd have to, if it's prevention, there has to be a crime. So the crime he's committing would have to be explained for that to be possible. Basically, what we're doing here is we're setting up the instructions, which is also going to kind of set up what the closing arguments are going to be, right? Because they have to check these boxes. You saw it before if you followed a trial, especially the Sarah Boone trial. The state kind of went down through the instructions. Here's what we're doing. Here's why we're right. Lori missed something she wanted to add. Oh, the state needs to review what Lori added before officially approving it. Lori missed something she wanted to add earlier. She wants a change about ignorance not being justification. And the judge asks what change. And at this point, I actually had to go back because I'm like, what is she saying? Is she saying she's ignorant? Because it's like ignorant of, I was like really confused. And Lori goes back and talks to her team and then says, 1 shot, 2 shot, being attacked, not being attacked. Those are things the state might say. And the judge says you can deny those things, but that isn't what this is about. This is about mistaken fact to get out of criminal liability. Maybe you shot a burglar breaking in and it was actually your spouse getting into the house because they locked themselves out. Something like that was the premise the judge gave, and that doesn't come in, and Lori is all right with that. Lori confirms again that she expects to just say defense rests when the jury is in on Monday. State asks, in that case, for all the officers that are under her subpoena to be released, and that's approved. And then the judge just says, well, we can release all your witnesses then, and that gets approved. So if Lori on Monday decides she wants to put on a defense, all of her witnesses that, any of them that actually got the subpoena and everything, they would be released already. So I don't know how that would work. So I think it puts Lori in a position where she's now more forced before to just say defense rests, because all she could really do is testify for herself. At least that's my understanding. Instructions on Monday, then lunch, and then closings start after lunch. Basically, they don't want to break up closings between lunch. It makes sense. Sucks for me, personally. I'll get to that, I think, at the end if I remember. Now we move on to Lori's second case. Yes, that's being talked about. Trial date was set for May 30th at 10 a.m. their time. Final trial management conference, May 14th, 10 a.m. Might move if the victim needs it. The victim's not there to agree, right? And they can be there. Maybe the 29th of May to go over the questionnaire results for the jury. The state thinks the second trial will probably take about as much time as this one. So if you're wondering how long that's going to be, a couple weeks, right? They want to work on possible dates for June now, kind of schedule when the court's going to be. They got to tell the prospective jury that on the questionnaire, and also so they can start getting witnesses and try to pin down, make sure people are free. So the trial this time will actually be Monday through Friday. I don't know why they're doing a difference there, but the judge says, and I love this, he has to go dark. The 16th through the 20th. Listen. He probably didn't think anything of it, right? He didn't probably think anything of it, but I did. You probably did. Lori most definitely did. State probably noticed it too. Going dark, being dark. Oh boy. The state would rather screen the jury through June 3rd to be safe. The judge was kind of disagreeing with this. He's like, we'll confirm it on the 14th of May. There were some disagreements about how this trial is going to be set up. The state kind of wanted to delay a little longer to be more careful with the jury. I appreciate that. Remember, we are at a jury that lost multiple people. They had people on their phones during the actual testimony. We only have 2 alternates left, and honestly, we probably should have restarted with a mistrial with how many issues there's been with the jury at this point. It's been a problem. So I understand the state. But the judge is worried that if they start when the state wants, that this trial is going to bleed into July 4th, and they're going to lose so many prospective jurors because they have somewhere they have to be on that date. Lori objects because they're going to exclude time, and Lori wants her speedy trial. Lori, you would think she can't even get witnesses to approve to come, right? But she wants her speedy trial. She doesn't have enough time to put on her defense, essentially. But she still wants her speedy trial. She wants to be in trial by May 11th. Lori, I have possibly Oblivion coming out Monday. You are already going to possibly screw me playing that game on day 1 and making content if it comes out that day. And now you're saying you want to restart that quickly? I can make videos on Oblivion forever. You're testing me, Lori. But the judge explains that they simply couldn't do 2 trials at once. The judge is out part of the time. The state needs to get out-of-state witnesses and schedule them coming in. And the delay is of minimal prejudice considering, and I quote, all those sentences you are serving. A little spice at the end there, in my opinion. It's accurate, though. She's not going anywhere. I think she wants to get back to prison. So, no matter what happens Monday, Lori isn't going anywhere till at least this time in June, probably. Minimum. She'll be this time in June, probably later than this time in June, in that jail, where she acts like she's on a mission. If you haven't seen the interview from the jail, you should watch it. Mission, like, from a church. For family tragedies. So, that's kind of the scheduling. Obviously, I'm going to do everything in my power to cover the second trial, too. As I said, I got a little rant earlier. Yes, I do plan to do a video on the Monday. The way that'll work is I'll probably record the jury instruction segment and Lori setting, like, ending her case. I'll probably do that, cut that as a video. I'll then go and take the afternoon and I'll do closing argument videos. All of this will be combined into one video. After closing arguments are given, everything's done. I will then release that video, render it and release it. So at that point, we have to talk about the final answer, right? Guilty, not guilty, the verdict. Probably will be a separate video because we don't know when that'll happen. I'll try to get a video out about the verdict and initial thoughts and whatever as soon as I can. Lori's reaction in court, things like that I can do. And if you watched my Sarah Boone, I believe a couple days later, I did like a afterthoughts video where, like, the whole trial's in your head and you go back and you think about it. Anything else that might have come out, any statements from the family can be discussed that, have been aired, because people will say things when the trial ends. No matter what, they're going to say things. God forbid. Oh, man. I could just imagine the hurt the family will feel if she gets not guilty. but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think you think that's going to happen. And then, of course, if the jury gets interviewed or anything like that after the case ends, we can, I can do like follow-ups talking about that a little bit. After that, I mean, there's not much until they're working into the next trial. So I don't know what'll fill the gap in there. It might be mostly me on Oblivion for my other channel, as like a break away from true crime for a bit. Might not be. There's other stuff I might cover in the meantime, who knows, but I just wanted to give you an idea of where we're at, what happened today. It is actually coming to a close, partly. But remember, there's always another trial. The evidence will show. Lori Vallow's opening statement kept repeating, the evidence will show. But now, she's told the judge that she won't be presenting her own evidence. So I thought I would do a video talking about all of the things that she told the jury the evidence will show. We begin with, the evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006, and it will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles's third marriage. At the time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. Yeah, I believe that came out. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. Pretty sure that got shown, pretty inconsequential. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew JJ, who was born in 2012. It will show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. Okay, fine. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. This, as far as I remember, did not come out. What did come out is while she had a job at some point doing hair work, she stopped that once they got married. So it's weird to me that she focused so much on being a hairstylist for 20 years when it was inconsequential and didn't really come up. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor selling life insurance policies and annuities and owned his own business. Yep, that came out. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. Yes, the evidence did show that part of your motive. Yes, it did. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, which I kind of wonder if she's like trying to babyfy herself a little bit there, but it does continue. And that because of Charles's age and an issue he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for because of my age and health was $2 million. I don't think the specific reasons for the amounts was ever actually given, but sure. And it does kind of harken back to when Lori was asking about other health problems Charles might have had when he got shot. It was weird. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. I don't think this exact thing got discussed, like them re-upping it. But again, if you're trying to act like this is super common, it's a 10-year policy and you had a 13-year marriage. Ooh, this thing happened one single time. Found that odd. The evidence will show that this was Charles's job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. Kay confirmed Lori had passwords from helping, but whatever capacity that was never came out. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. I don't think things got confirmed. Who actually was in control of that policy? I don't think that got confirmed. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was in fact a baseball player, and that he played high school, college, and a AAA ball, and that he was in fact a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as well as could be attested by anyone who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. There's a lot there. Witnesses did explain how it wasn't a happy marriage for 13 years because we got the time frame of when she started messaging Chad and their separations. It was confirmed he was a baseball player, but all witnesses said he was a left-handed badder. And his high school coach, Greg Davis, unsurprisingly did not show up to confirm Lori's statement. The evidence will show that Tylee was, she said that, and then changed it. And in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. Got mentioned briefly by a witness. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married and that she became a teenager. The relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them fighting. I don't think their therapy was ever actually confirmed by a witness that I can remember. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. Again, I don't remember that coming in. Maybe it's so small I forgot it. The evidence will show that in April of 2019, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack, and at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office. This got an objection that was sustained, but the jury did hear her make the claim. But no, this didn't actually come out, and it did come out that Tylee's father died. Another man connected to Lori dead. It didn't come out, by the way, that Alex Cox was incarcerated at one point for tasing Tylee's father. It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father, until she was 18 years old and she was 15 at the time. Oh, it came out you got the Social Security, and not we particularly, but Lori seemed to think she could spend it all and not spend it on Tylee. I personally think it works against her as evidence because she learned how profitable killing Charles would be. As far as I know, it also didn't come out that she got it until 18. That wasn't proven. We do know we know that Tylee was killed before turning 18. The jury doesn't know that. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting greatly increased in January of 2018 when Charles and I temporarily separated. I don't think that was ever shown by witnesses. Just some witnesses said they had some fights, like teenagers and parents do. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles, and that increased in physical in 2019, and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 in March 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July of 2019. None of this actually came into evidence. None of it. Only witnesses talking about how they heard about the arguments, nothing more, never witnessing. No witness actually spoke of seeing a video. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April of 2019 to reconcile. The witnesses explained Lori abandoned JJ, so Charles moved closer to family to help with him. Lori showed up as they were moving, didn't go with them immediately, and eventually showed up while they were in Texas. Lori herself admits to abandoning JJ in her interview with police because she was mad at Charles. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. I don't think the specifics of his autism and where he was diagnosed ever came out. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism that's called Lauren's Life Academy. I don't think how long he was there ever made it in. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee and JJ and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. I don't remember anyone testifying that that was the reason they moved back. Maybe I misremembered. Maybe that was the reason they gave. But remember, she didn't want Charles visiting while she was there too, so that seems like there was a different reason they moved. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. Well, Charles didn't testify to that reasoning in court. For some reason, he wasn't available. On the day in question, July 11, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at the home any longer. I think this all came out at some point. I will say it was mentioned Charles was on the lease, but I don't remember if Lori was mentioned on it. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. This was in fact never shown. The evidence did show Lori sending people messages pretending to be Charles via email in a different situation, however, which immediately makes me question this one, especially since she knew how to get access to his phone and could have theoretically sent herself anything while he wasn't looking if they were together. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state, right, to see JJ and try to get Lori some help. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. He didn't stay with them, but I don't think the messages of it came in. Another instance of Tylee fighting mentioned with no evidence that it was like that big of a problem. But remember, she talked about how Tylee's biggest fight ever was in July. Here she's mentioning Tylee again. I could see her go for reasonable doubt that Tylee's the one that actually shot and killed Charles. I'm still saying it could happen because they didn't, I don't think, had any, that she asked, they never swabbed Tylee for gunshot residue. Remember that. I think that might come out. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. I don't think these texts ever got shown. No evidence she booked all his travel shown, but with how controlling she is, I do believe that part. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stay in the hotel that I booked for him. It did. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same date, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. It did. Now, at this point, I'm going to read them from a transcript to save my hands because my fingers are killing me. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come over to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. It did. The evidence will show that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning, and the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler H residence around 3:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. I don't know if it ever came out that Lori booked the rental car for him. It might have. And yeah, the rest of it was known. The evidence will show that Charles began texting my brother Adam Cox before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communication that my brother Alex Cox was at the residence. Yeah. It also showed that you read Charles's phone after he died, and you also had his phone, and you took photos of his phone. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. No evidence shows this, by the way. No evidence. And also, common sense makes you question, why was Alex not awake? Why was Alex not by the door? If Alex was there with a loaded gun and multiple clips because he thought Charles was a threat, why was he not there with her just saying she knew Charles was going to be there that morning to pick up JJ? The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. There was no evidence proving this. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence and received to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. No, there is no evidence of that. There is no evidence that Charles left his phone in the house. There is no evidence that he left JJ in the car, technically, because there's no proof of it. There's no evidence that the engine was running. This is where the evidence will show really falls apart, where there's no evidence. None of that has evidence. As far as we know, JJ was in the house and he could have witnessed the killing. There's no proof otherwise. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him the phone. The evidence will show that Charles' scream woke up Tylee and Alex. There is no evidence showing that. Again, there is no evidence. No neighbors reported the screaming. None of that. There is no evidence shown that that situation happened. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepbrother Charles. Again, the evidence does not show this. There is no evidence that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect Lori. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. There is no evidence they fought over the bat, there is no evidence that Tylee fell, and there is no evidence the jury has seen that Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee. The evidence will show that Alex intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun, he was not wearing a shirt, he was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up, came into the room when he heard the screaming. There is no evidence that he wasn't dressed, there is no evidence he didn't have a gun at this point, there's no evidence that Alex actually intervened to help Tylee. None of that is in evidence for the jury. None of it. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell on the ground. There is no evidence of this. There is none. In fact, there's no evidence on the bat of blood or anything like that, or the bat even being scuffed up. There is no evidence of that. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and set outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car and the rental car in the driveway. There is no evidence of any of that. There is no evidence that Tylee was on the ground. There is no evidence Lori picked her up. There is no evidence that they went outside to protect JJ, who was in a running car. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran towards him from him in the kitchen. There is no evidence of this. There is no evidence that Charles was able to get a bat away from Alex and then started charging towards Lori. None at all. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. There is no evidence of this. In fact, Lori herself says apparently, which means Lori didn't even see it. There is no evidence. We know at some point that there was a gun involved from the evidence, and it is admitted by Alex that he shot Charles, but there is no evidence that this is the point he retrieved it. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. There is no evidence of this. In fact, wasn't there her one statement where she heard the shot and then saw Charles on the ground and then went outside? Maybe I'm misremembering that, but there is definitely no evidence shown that that scenario she just gave actually happened. There's no evidence of self-defense. The evidence will show, by the way, there's no evidence of self-defense in multiple ways because there's no proof the injury Alex had on his head came from the bat. Charles was left-handed batter, so it makes no sense where the bat was. And of course, Alex shot Charles once he was on the ground with a shored wound, can prove it. There is evidence against the self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. Technically, there's no evidence they didn't have shoes. There's evidence that she bought flip-flops, but there was no evidence showing she didn't have shoes, technically. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. No evidence of this whatsoever was shown. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. There is evidence that they drove away because we have footage from things like the Burger King and we have Charles's phone being tracked because Lori had his phone. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence toward JJ schools. You drove them to Burger King first, and you were also calling Alex, but you aren't mentioning that. Those things are in evidence, but you're not talking about it here. The evidence will show, there we go. The evidence will show that I drove the children to Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ, blaming Charles for the Burger King stop. She literally watched her husband get killed, and she's got to get Burger King, because that's the most important. The evidence will show that we continue to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate had not yet opened at JJ's school, so we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for JJ, for Tylee, and myself so we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. I don't know if the evidence showed they went to the school and then went to the Walgreens, but they bought flip-flops and wore them. We know that from the evidence. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence when we met with police in our driveway. Okay, yeah, eventually you did after Burger King and Walgreens and a school, you did come back. But you weren't the police were in your driveway. I don't think she met with the police in the driveway, though. She talked to a police officer on the side of the road who was standing in front of Alex. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by Chandler police officers. The evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed. I went twice there. So they were spoken to by the Chandler police, sure. And they were told by the Chandler police that Charles had passed. They weren't, though. Lori already knew. The witness said Lori knew. Lori never said she didn't know until they told her. So I would say that's not evidence. The evidence will show that we were put into a police car and driven to the Chandler Police Department. You're put into a police van. Yes, you were put into a van willingly, yeah. And driven there willingly. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms, and we were each interviewed. You all got interviewed, yeah, as witnesses. The evidence will show that Tylee and I brought back together in a room at the Chandler Police Department, were introduced to victim's advocate who was very kind to us. I mean, yeah, they did testify that you met a victim's advocate because while you weren't technically listed as victims, you were still the family of the dead. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put into a police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by a Chandler detective to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. So let's see. You were put into the van. You don't mention you talking the whole time, which you still deny, but their witnesses are saying you did. You say you were directed to take the rental car, and that's not true. You were just told you couldn't take the other vehicles because they were part of the crime scene, according to witnesses. And I don't think they ever told you had to come back after picking JJ up from school, but they did call you later for a walkthrough. The evidence would show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. Again, it wasn't an instruction. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence does not verify that they tended to the wound on his back of his head. I believe it did show them going to his house, though. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them to the events that occurred with the detective at the residence. True. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. Well, Alex was told to return, and all three came back, yes. The evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffat, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inklin in the front yard. I don't think they said where they met you, but yeah, you did talk to a detective. The evidence will show at the time Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles's cell phone, retrieved Charles's cell phone from the rental car, and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11, 2019. And at that time, Charles's phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. So I don't remember if they asked if they had the phone. It might have been where is Charles's phone because it wasn't in the house. And then Tylee, according to the witness, gave it to them, and Tylee gave the code. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked if we knew the passcode on Charles's phone, which Tylee proceeded to give the detective, yeah. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. I don't remember if the evidence showed that. Maybe her cell phone data shows it. The evidence will show by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, all the police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. There was no evidence of everyone else being gone, I don't believe. The evidence will show the next day I contacted Chandler police to inform them that Charles's belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and they said it would take care of it. I think that got confirmed. The evidence will show that I asked the detective what should we do next, and they directed us they would contact us about 3 weeks after a supervisor passed off the reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. I don't think this ever came up in evidence. I'd be wrong. The evidence will show the last thing I heard from the Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. I don't know if that came into evidence or not, that she had no further contact. The evidence will show that Chandler police treated this incident as a self-defense. And there's an objection to that. Objection was sustained. And there was not evidence they treated it as a self-defense. They actually, according to the evidence and witness reports, immediately didn't think it matched a self-defense scenario. The evidence will show you that my brother Alex Cox passed away on December 12, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. Yeah, he died. I don't think they ever brought that into evidence, but he died. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung. Objection, again, sustain the objection. It's not relevant to the matter. So yeah, I don't think him dying from a blood clot made it in. Maybe someone mentioned it offhandedly. The evidence will show that I'm the only person being charged with this crime, and there was another object to relevance that was sustained. And that's true. She's the only one being charged because Alex is dead, and Tylee is dead, and JJ is dead, and Charles is already facing a death row. As the state has mentioned, they are alleging that insurance money was my motive, Social Security was my motive, spouse having insurance policy is not a crime, collecting Social Security is not a crime, self-defense is not a crime, a family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you. You know, I kind of forgot she tried to reword all of this as a tragedy, and that was her interview. If you haven't watched it, there's an interview from the jail before opening, and she tries to word as all these women are in here for family tragedies. So I'm wondering if she caught that term while in jail or not. picked it up like Sarah picked up protocol, right? There's a lot of the evidence will show that had no evidence. I mean, I don't know what the state's going to do, but I think it'd be really good. It'd be really like okay. So I'm spoiled. I'm spoiled. If you didn't watch the Sarah Boone trial, they used a Star Wars reference in closing, right? Like they made sure they got your attention. If the state does the evidence did not show and counters her on these important points that the evidence didn't show, that the evidence just simply does not match what she said the evidence would, I think they're allowed to do that in the closing. I think that could have a lasting impact, right? Because Lori went line by line telling this jury this is what's going to be shown, and it wasn't. And I think that's important. Sure, she doesn't have to provide any evidence, and technically, right? But if you tell someone you're going to provide the evidence and then you choose not to, they can't hold you not holding the evidence, providing the evidence against you, right? That's an instruction. But they can know she's a liar. She lied in this trial. She lied to this jury the evidence would show these things, and it doesn't show it, and she didn't provide evidence to prove it. Therefore, she lied in the trial. I believe there's no issue with them holding that against her. I don't think an objection from Lori would stand when it comes to that. She lied to them. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like if she lies in her opening, that should be available in the closing. What am I thinking for Lori's closing? I stand by what I think. I think it's going to be short. I think it is going to be shorter than you're expecting. I think there is a decent chance that it's small. I think it's going to be something along the lines of the state has not proven their case, that there was a conspiracy. They had no witness testify that they knew about me and Alex conspiring. They never asked people what the text messages meant. They never even swabbed Tylee's hands to prove that it was Alex who shot the gun. They didn't swab Alex's hand. They didn't swab my hand. They didn't swab Tylee's hand. The state can't even prove who shot Charles. It could have been Tylee. I think it's going to be something short like that. Give another theory. Blame another person, possibly, because she can put out any theory you need. All you need is reasonable doubt, right? And if Tylee killed Charles, it obviously isn't a conspiracy with Alex Cox to kill him. What other defense does she go with, right? I don't think she has anything. I think the less she says, the better. Because they heard her long-winded, the evidence will show, and then she didn't show. She didn't show. Give them something short, sweet, to the point, and let it go. That's my guess. That is my personal guess. I don't think she'll go long. I know a lot of people disagree. A lot of people think she's going to use it as another chance for her revenge tour. That is possible. I could be wrong. But I think she'd get too many objections. So I think she might save up all her revenge tour stuff for trial number 2. Where she has time to bring the witnesses in and force them in front of her. But we'll see. Just thought I would go back and just talk about the evidence will show after the context we have. We have new context, right? We have this trial. And remember, this could all change. She hasn't technically rested. She can go in on Monday and say, April Fool's, Judge, I'm putting up evidence. I'm testifying myself. That can happen. In Arizona, she has to rest in front of the jury for it to be final. And then everything goes crazy. I don't think she'll do it. Now, maybe next trial she'll testify herself, because that'll be the last time she'll probably get to really speak to the public unless the media gives her more interviews, right? I do wonder about the interviews after these trials are over, after it's all said and done, when she knows that she's done. Does she let some of the veil slip and just be honest? Maybe. Now, as I said, my plan for Monday is going to be watch the trial. The morning is going to be the jury instructions given to the jury. Not sure how much of that I'm going to type out and regurgitate to you, because a lot of the instructions are basic. The more interesting ones or nuanced ones, I'll definitely make sure I reference. But judging by listening to yesterday in court, it seems like most of the instructions are basic. Then there's lunch. So during their lunch, I'll record the video. And then I'll come back and I will be taking notes, not exact wording, but notes from the closing arguments. And then I will combine those into a video and release it. And at that point, with my luck, Oblivion will be launched and I'll be playing that. And I'll have to put alerts on my phone because I don't know when we could get a verdict. I guess it entirely depends on when they end on Monday and when the jury goes home. I don't think we need more than Tuesday for a verdict. I would say that. I don't think we need past Tuesday. And then the verdict would be its own video. And then after the verdict video, a few days later, I might have like some more thoughts videos, or if she does interviews, I might talk about it, things like that. But we are winding down and we're getting back into court with Lori. She has to start first date where they talk about her new trial is May 14th. So we're not that far off with more Lori, another trial, another revenge tour. Right now she's representing herself. That could change for the second trial. But I'll see you in the next video. Probably won't be until Monday unless something happens. Tomorrow is possibly the Lori Vallow closing arguments. If you want to see what's happened in this case so far, check out, I believe it's my Doomsday Murders playlist. I have it day by day going through each time, shortening it down and breaking down to the most important moments. But maybe you are someone who has followed along or haven't, and you want to watch that final day. I'm going to explain how this works for those new people because there are some oddities when it comes to this case on how you view it and what's going on. To begin with, they start at 10:30 a.m. Arizona time, but Arizona doesn't follow the time change, so it's basically Pacific time. If you're thinking about it that way, you can find a converter online for your time. But even though they start at 10:30 their time, the video feeds are delayed by 30 minutes. So that means that if you want to watch, it'll be 11 their time when you can start watching. The day should begin if everything happens as expected. Lori Vallow will rest in front of the jury without giving any evidence. Yes, she told the judge she rests, but in Arizona, you have to say to the jury. So, Lori Vallow is probably going to rest. So with that being said, if that happens, the next thing is they will go through jury instructions and take what is most likely an early lunch. I will record my video at the beginning half right there. After that lunch, we will have the closing arguments. From my understanding, which could be wrong and correct me in the comments if it is, the prosecution will go first, the defense will go next, and then there's a possible rebuttal from the state. The state says it'll take them about 1.5 hours, and Lori Vallow just said hers will be shorter. I am of the opinion hers will be extremely, extremely short, but I could be wrong. And then the state, if they want to rebut, will be after that. At that point, the jury should be sent out to deliberate. The streams will continue running until the 30 minutes are up and they're caught up, and then it should shut the streams off. I fully expect all the streams will shut off. The reason is, the 30-minute delay was imposed by the judge, but the judge has a new decision when it comes to the verdict. The judge says that the media will get to know ahead of time that there is a verdict, and the verdict will be revealed on a 5-minute delay. So this means that if you are someone who's wanting to follow along with this and you can't watch it, Twitter is going to be your fastest source. And if you're watching on YouTube, before the verdict is read, people in the chat are 100% going to be posting it because it will be posted on Twitter. Okay? Just so you know, that's what's going on with those delays. Now, if she's found guilty, you might be thinking, okay, the next thing is going to be her sentencing. That does not appear to be the case because Lori Vallow has another trial in Arizona with the same prosecutor and the same judge. And it seems like they might be doing, if they're sentencing, the two together. So the next day you'll probably hear about her will be about May 14th, where there's a scheduled meeting. And then the actual trial for her next case isn't until June. It's a long wait. And then the June trial begins, and we're going to go through this whole song and dance again. Lori Vallow is going to have her whole revenge tour repeating, but she'll have more time if she actually wants to get witnesses. She'll have time to do that this time around. And that'll all be in June. So this all doesn't end today. Now, when it comes to the verdict, who knows when we'll get it, right? It could be Monday. It could be Tuesday. It could be Wednesday. I don't know how late they're going to keep this jury. They've done a good job at having them home early. I don't know if they'll keep them late for a verdict. If they do, then maybe we'll get it Monday. If not, probably Tuesday. My plan for coverage is to take my morning half recorded before after the break at lunch, and then my afternoon half, and I'm going to put that video out so you can know my shortened, condensed version of what was said in the morning, what was said in the afternoon, and give you an idea of the trial. So if you don't want to watch or you don't want to listen to Lori's voice, I know a lot of people say that, you can have an idea of what happened in the case. And then, the verdict. How I will do the verdict is probably going to be a verdict reaction video where I simply talk about my thoughts after the verdict, whatever way it goes, whatever is said during the verdict, whatever happens. Give you an idea. If there's outbursts in the court, which I don't think there will be anything like that, I'll let you know what I know and what I can find out. If she gets shocked with her, she's like a shock belt on. If it shocks her, I'll let you know. That video will come out as soon as two things happen. The verdict is live streamed because I'll want to see it. And number two, I know about it. I will record as soon as I know about it. I am willing to not leave my home until the verdict comes in because I can't imagine it's going to be past Tuesday. I cannot imagine that. Now, with all of that being said, there could be a delay in me getting the verdict slightly. And I want to be clear on that. It would not be purposeful. I will have Nate Eaton's notifications on my phone, so it'll vibrate and make sounds to get my attention. I'm going to try everything I can to miss it. But if I'm a little later than you might think, I've mentioned this in some of the streams, there is a remaster of the game Oblivion from when I was a child that I put hundreds of hours in. I have a secondary channel, which is a gaming channel, and this is, I believe, going to be the perfect game for content. They are claiming this game is file size 20 times bigger than the original, according to leakers, and all sorts of new stuff. I can do tutorials, where to find things, different things that were changed. If things that were bugged in the first game work, it is going to be, hopefully, an amazing time. I know some people in the chat mentioned they played it as well, so just so you know, rumors are the price could be anywhere from $50 to $70 for the base game, up to $90 for the deluxe edition. I'm just going to have to bite the bullet at least for whatever the base game is because I'll want to own it. I won't, if I can help it. I don't want to own a copy with Game Pass where I don't own the actual game because it's something from my childhood that I fully expect I will replay for years to come. And I want to mention that because if I'm in the middle of, say, a quest line, maybe I don't notice my phone buzz for this verdict. And in that case, as soon as I can, the game gets put down and I go and do this for you. I also wanted to mention the Oblivion because that means that if it comes out tomorrow, which all the leakers are saying, it seems to be pointing to it, at least the announcement tomorrow, if it comes out, I will probably do a lot of gaming content on my other channel for a bit for that game. So anything I would put here, anything at all, whether Sarah Boone does something or whatever, is going to be delayed or slowed down at my normal speed because, number one, content over there, it's going to be hot. You want to hit while the iron's hot. But number two, that's going to be a good way for me to decompress, I would be the right word. I mean, I cover murder and like crime and depressing stories, right? Like, let's be real. That's what the channel is right now. So the second channel gives me a chance to kind of like throw all of that to the side and just focus on fun. So it's a nice balance when I can hop between the two, and Oblivion's going to give me that chance. So again, I do want to mention just right at the end, if Lori goes in and doesn't rest, they're going to need new jury instructions, time frames get messed up, everything gets altered, okay? So don't think you're going to go in tomorrow and know exactly how it's going to go. If Lori goes in and rests real quick in front of the jury, I think everything will probably go smoothly. If she doesn't rest, all hell breaks loose. I'll put it that way. I think it'll be quite an interesting day. That means she's probably going to go for whatever gets for the most attention, because wouldn't that get her attention? Wouldn't that get Lori a bunch of attention if she told everyone that she's going to rest and then she doesn't do it at the last minute? I think she'll rest, though. I think she'll rest. I think she'll say the bare minimum. I think she will completely clam up and try to make herself look quiet and innocent, and I don't think it'll work. Personally, I don't think it'll work. I think the jury will have seen through her, but that's for them to decide. So, thank you all, and I'll see you in the next video. We are at what is possibly the final day of the trial if the jury is quick with the verdict. They discussed the jury instruction changes since Thursday. Lori tells the judge she still plans to rest, and the judge asked about a possible second phase of this trial for aggravation. Now, I will say, it appeared to be that the state says they'll be seeking emotional harm and presence of an accomplice. Maybe. The microphone wasn't being used, and it was annoying. And there would be testimony if there was a second phase. Lori says she has two issues to bring up. She wants to know how the jury is selected from the alternates, and the judge holds up a box and says we're drawing them out of a container. That'll be done after closing arguments, and the alternatives won't be free in case a juror gets sick, but until that happens, they won't be allowed to deliberate. Lori complained about her own interview at the police station because parts were redacted. The judge explains that you can't play the full interview due to hearsay. The witness, according to Lori, testified it was the full interview, but Lori didn't question it until it was too late. The jury will know it's redacted. Lori is visibly angry that the jury will not get to see her full interview. The judge says he doesn't remember if it was said it was a full interview or not, but he would be surprised if someone said it was her full interview being admitted. At this point, I went back and checked because I remembered them saying full interview, and the state asked, and is this a copy of the full interview? And the witness responded, it is. So Lori is right. The state and witness messed up, but Lori missed her timing to argue this. Lori then mentions her advisory council checked it and confirmed what I had just looked up. The judge questions if it was a full interview for appeal purposes, and the state says that was not what it was for. The state described how it is redacted, but it shows more than what was shown in court, but the Tiley hearsay is redacted. The judge responds, well, the state has closed their evidence, so the judge seems kind of annoyed, because the judge knows the state screwed up. The state screwed up, and there's no way to fix it. Lori asked, then what was meant by saying it was a full interview? And the judge says, I don't know. That is something somebody could have asked the witness. Maybe it was the full interview of your version of what happened. Lori says the defense has an exhibit that is just the full interview and wants to replace the full interview that the state had said they had that is redacted with instead the actual full interview. And the judge told her no. So the jury is going to get an interview portion, all the hearsay redacted, more than we saw in court. Lori is pissed. The judge explains that hearsay portions aren't allowed. Either side could have clarified what full interview meant earlier, and they didn't. The witness asks anything else, and Lori says, that's it, in a very exasperated, high-pitched tone. She's very not happy. And at this point, we waited on the jury. And the defense does officially rest quickly in front of the jury. The jury instructions will be read out. These won't be exact, but my video will focus on key parts, especially relevant to this case. I am sorry if I stumble at any part here. My spelling was atrocious trying to get through this somehow, and I did have to step away since writing this, so I'm going to do the best I can. This is my second time reading through this because I got too stumped last time. The jury decides the case, and the instructions are the rules. No guessing about facts, only consider evidence shown in court. If the court sustained an objection to a question, you must ignore the question and any answer given. Stricken testimony must not be considered. Direct and circumstantial evidence are explained. The jury decides how important the evidence is. Do not concern yourself why certain parts of an exhibit are redacted or what those redacted portions might reveal. An indictment is not evidence. A charge is not evidence. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant represented herself and her defending herself should not be considered by you. Opening and closing statements are not evidence. That's very important because remember, Lori kept saying in opening a bunch of things that she had no evidence for. You may accept everything a witness says or none of it. Don't give greater weight to law enforcement testimony. Expert opinion testimony must be considered like any testimony. The defendant need not produce evidence. The defendant not presenting evidence is not evidence of guilt. The defendant doesn't need to testify, and that choice does not affect your decision. Please, being near a crime does not make you guilty. Only consider statements to law enforcement if you consider her statements to be voluntary. So basically, if they were to decide that it was an involuntary interview, they don't have to consider it. You must start with presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require beyond all doubt. You must find the defendant committed a voluntary act. The crime of committing an act first-degree murder needs proof that a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder needs proof that with Alex Cox it was agreed to that with two or more that they will commit the act of first-degree murder, which is premeditated. The time needed for premeditation can be short. The conspiracy portion means the defendant agreed with another to engage in a certain conduct. The defendant intended to promote or assist in the conduct. The conduct would constitute first-degree murder, and they knew it was a crime. A conspiracy may be inferred, showing a common criminal objective. You can become a member of a conspiracy without knowing all the detail. Accidentally helping a conspiracy does not make you a conspirator. The conspiracy has to be knowingly formed. A person joining the conspiracy is just as guilty as the creators. A lot of this honestly isn't relevant, as we know there's only two people, Alex Cox and Lori, so it's not like there's a third party. Maybe she learned later, unless Lori throws some curveball claiming it was actually a conspiracy with Tylee and Alex Cox and she didn't know, which there's no evidence of, then a lot of this is irrelevant, but they're putting it all in there just in case. A person is justified in using deadly force in self-defense if that is needed to prevent unlawful deadly force and didn't present more deadly force and is considered justified if a reasonable person thinks the danger is present. Actual danger isn't required. You must decide if a reasonable person would agree with using that force in that situation. No duty to retreat if the person using the force was allowed to be in that location and wasn't committing a crime. The state has the burden to prove the defendant or co-conspirator didn't act in that justification. You are justified in using force in defense of a third person if a reasonable person thinks it will be required to defend against deadly force. The force must stop when the danger ends. This is where you get to the point that they shot Charles once he was on the ground. The state has to prove the person didn't react with such deadly a defense. The crime prevention instruction, this is something Lori particularly wanted. You can use deadly force to stop another from committing a crime of aggravated assault. There is no requirement that the threat to the person's safety is required. It can only be used as far as stopping aggravated assault. It's considered to be acting legally if they reasonably believe they were stopping an aggravated assault. They are justified even if that person is not committing the crime, but the person accused believes they were committing the crime. A person is not justified to using or threatening physical force due to verbal provocation alone, or if the defendant or co-conspirator provoked them, unless the defendant and co-conspirator withdrew with the belief they couldn't withdraw. So basically, if you provoke them into taking action, and then you don't try to leave, you can't use the crime prevention instruction. And that's why Lori said she went to the kitchen, but there's nothing about Alex and like trying to flee or anything like that. But so that's something you're allowed to consider. And if the force continued to be used against them, definitions of words were then given. I'm not going to go through all the definitions. It's like basic stuff, intent. Four-person's job explained. The jury will set their own deliberation schedule. Closing arguments are after lunch, and the jury is dismissed. Lori asked for her full interview to be admitted for appeal purposes. The state isn't against it. The judge agrees. But remember, the jury will not see her full interview. So that's where we're at. We are lunchtime when the time I'm recording this, and we are about to get into the closing arguments. Now, we'll see how much I can shorten it down, because I do want to make sure I hit all the key points, but the best way to watch a closing argument, just like with an opening argument, is to always watch it yourself. Other channels will have it. I will have my own rundown. That is the plan. And I am, at the time, recording this before they've done it, I am still of the personal belief that Lori is going to have a very, very short closing statement. I guess we are going to find out. The state starts hard. July 18th, 2019, just 7 days after this defendant and her co-conspirator Alex Cox shot and killed Charles, this defendant texted her soon-to-be next husband, Chad Daybell, about Charles's life insurance policy. Her words tell us she was involved in this killing. Her actions and her words in telling Chad Daybell tell us the motive. Chad and money. The morning of that 18th of July, Lori Vallow texted Chad, quote, "I just got the letter from the insurance company saying I am not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to?" Later that day, she sent Chad another text quoted, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. Probably it was Ned before we got rid of him." Her words after 7 days, just 7 days after the murder, tells us that we was her and Alex killing Charles. Why? For that money. The plan to kill Charles wasn't just known by her lover, Chad Daybell, and her brother and co-conspirator Alex Cox. It was also known by her brother, Adam. Adam told us that he knew about Lori's beliefs and she had been saying about Charles's concern for himself. He knew about this plan for an interview that morning of July 11th when Charles arrived at Lori's house, as she knew he would. Charles texted Adam and said, "Al is here." Adam texted back, "They are planning something." He knew. 3 days later, when Adam learned Charles was killed, he confronted his mother and said Lori and Alex conspired to kill Charles. He knew, and he was right. Lori's ex-friend, Christina Atwood, told you about the uncomfortable in a dinner a month before the killing of Charles, where Alex Cox was talking about just wanting to kill Charles. This defendant didn't care and talked about how she had been drugging Charles. Christina was so disturbed, she told Lori that if something happens to Charles, I'm going to have to go to the police, and Christina knew, and she was right. Nancy Jo Hancock had just met Charles a few days before, texted, had been on the phone for hours. Charles told her all about Lori. She said Charles was afraid for his own safety. She understood the motive and said, "You should tell Lori you changed the beneficiary." Nancy Jo knew, and she was right. Lori Vallow wanted $1 million and Chad Daybell. Her and Alex Cox used their twisted religious beliefs so they could kill the evil-possessed Charles and be like Nephi. The evidence presented will prove to you above a reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Now, she says she will split this into 3 sections. First is timeline and motive. Second is jury instructions and evidence presented. Anything defendant said in her opening that was not presented at trial through a witness or an exhibit, it is not evidence. Which basically what she's trying to say is, she's trying to address Lori saying, the evidence will show, and then that evidence never appearing. She's addressing it. Saying it in the opening is not evidence. Using the evidence that has been presented and admitted at trial, the state will show you the defendant is guilty of beyond a reasonable doubt in this trial. Finally, it is the justification defense, the excuses. The defendant would like you to believe they had a valid basis for shooting and killing Charles, and how, in fact, there was no justification for what happened. What happened was first-degree premeditated execution of Charles Vallow. The big change happens in June 29th or 30th when you learn that Charles learned about the affair. He knows Lori is cheating on him. He contacted Chad Daybell and contacted Chad's wife about this. He told Adam. He told the defendant. Everybody knew. Charles now knew this. July 9th is the first since finding out about the affair that Charles will return to Arizona. Charles booked Adam a flight. Alex told Adam he could stay with him. Lori then started talking to Chad Daybell. She knows about this intervention. She knows this because of her text messages. Lori rounds up the troops to make sure it's just Charles coming over on July 11th. She tells Melanie she can't go to a wedding. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything. Lori texted Alex saying the plot thickens. Call me when you can. She tells Alex to stick closer to her. Mel has to stick closer to her too. They are planking. She means planning, but it says planking in the text, and they said this in this part. Some kind of intervention. Lori says she needs to get the stuff at Alex's house. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Then Alex calls and they talk for over an hour. They talk about how to stop the intervention, how they will be like Nephi, 149 minutes of calls with Chad on the morning of the 10th of July. Lori is also texting Melanie B that it is important for the mission to keep Brandon distracted, and Melanie will pretend to be sick. Now Summer is helping the defendant. Everyone is covered to make sure that Charles will be alone. Continuing talks with Chad, her soon-to-be husband. Alex doesn't respond to Adam's messages because Lori told Alex to be like Nephi and to be in her house the night of the 10th. Summer gave Lori an out. Stay at Summer's house. Lori doesn't take it. Lori has a mission to do. Alex is at Lori's house with a gun, 2 magazines, and some underwear in a bag. He is ready for this mission. Summer updates Lori that Adam is waiting for Alex to respond. Lori is still talking to Chad. We can see from the GPS Charles Vallow arrives as expected. Adam after texted Charles they were planning something. Charles' last outgoing message was followed by a message from Adam, not read until 12:13 p.m. How long is Charles at the residence here? Lori says it was so short. Well, Charles comes inside and tells Lori to take JJ. Lori holds onto the phone. It is fast. We know it is actually 12 minutes long. It is not a fast incident. Lori and Alex are doing their mission and being like Nephi. After Lori leaves in Charles Vallow's car with his phone, JJ and Tylee, Lori and Alex call 2 times after she leaves. 47 minutes pass before Alex calls 911. 47 minutes to stage the scene. They were told that the shooting just happened and CPR was given on the scene, but it didn't make sense. Then Lori Vallow returned. Lori was interviewed. We know Lori has Charles's phone that whole afternoon. We know Alex is taking photos of Charles's phone. Lori, who didn't call Charles's family or kids, is calling the mortuary. She's calling Chad. Then Lori returns back to the scene and when asked, handed the phone over, giving the code. Lori and Chad called and talked all night. There aren't calls to Charles's family or kids. It's calls to her lover, soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. The motive is money. The anger she showed when she wouldn't get the money. We didn't go through the text messages, but her and Charles are very romantically involved by the time Charles is murdered. You can go through them. Chad knows about the car and the insurance, the zombies, the possessed spirits, and being like Nephi, all ways to justify killing. They play the Banner Life Insurance call. What you hear is Lori Vallow being untruthful to Banner Life Insurance. We will talk about the credibility later, but this defendant lies and exaggerates even the small things. There is no accident when you shoot someone twice. They show Lori talking to Chad about the life insurance changing. It was probably Ned before we got rid of him. We, not I. My brother Alex, but we did. Lori knew a month before she went to Social Security how much already she was going to get from Social Security. Lori knew she would be getting $4,000 a month. Lori went into Charles's computer to find the change and then sent it to Chad and then Kay to complain. Lori, let's see here. Lori had talked to Chad as far back as November 18th when Chad came and stayed in her house. Screenshots of flights of Lori living the good life with Chad as soon-to-be husband after disappearing. She marries Chad Daybell November 5th. April, she created an email. She used to send messages to Chad and offered to use Charles's money to fly him and he could stay at the house. In June, she pretended to be Charles with the email. Charles finds these and lets everyone know he did. The jig is up. They show the story Chad wrote that mirrors him and Lori meeting. Lori wants money and has not worked for 13 years. Charles pays for everything. Not a big difference if she gets $1 million and $4,000 a month. Lori's religious beliefs are posted on the screen. She did not need to repent. She was in a celestial state, translated, physical, and spiritually changing. She was above priesthood. She knew about others who were dark, evil, Z's, zombies. She was like Nephi, justified to kill Charles. We learn from Adam she was turning into a celestial state. According to her, Lori told Adam she did not need to eat. That's what it said. But was that through the power of the green chili chicken enchiladas? I don't remember her not having to eat actually being mentioned by Adam. Maybe he said it in like a pre-interview, but the defense isn't objecting, so now the jury hears that. Lori told Adam she had the authority higher than the priesthood, and they play testimony from the trial of Adam. Yes, they're playing testimony from the actual trial itself as well. We learn from Serena Sharp. Lori said she didn't have to repent and was translating. Charles was possessed. They play video here too. Speaking of credibility, Serena Sharp has no dog in this fight. We all know she's truthful. She is truthful because we see Ned in lots of texts. Lori was saying this to lots of people. And like Nephi, she can get rid of him. Another clip from court played. You will remember the defendant got upset that the witness used the term zombie. But again, why would Serena make this up? She remembers this is the term the defendant used. Lori Vallow keeps telling people about her evil, dark husband, who under her religion she is authorized to get rid of. So now, from Christina Atwood, that her beliefs keep deviating more. They play another clip from the trial, basically showing that she's deviating from the religion these other people believe. Now they move to the jury instructions to use the evidence to make proof beyond a reasonable doubt. She explains circumstantial evidence and that the law doesn't differentiate between direct and circumstantial evidence. Her example is seeing someone walking down the beach or seeing their footprint showing the direction after the fact. You know either way what happened. The burden of proof is explained. Reasonable doubt gives you a firm belief in the defendant's guilt, but is not proof beyond all doubt. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We know Alex Cox shot and killed Charles on July 11th of 2019. He called 911. It was his gun. Lori told the police he killed Charles, having Alex come over with a gun so Alex could be there when Charles would be there to pick up JJ, taking Charles's phone so he couldn't leave, so he couldn't take JJ to school. Lori didn't give the phone to him, didn't throw it at him. Whatever you might do, she walked away while he tried to grab it. Lori's actions and words show she is the only reason Charles was in there and why he was shot. Lori said it was fast, but it was 12 minutes. Her actions when she came back, she wasn't concerned about Alex's injury, her dead husband, her children without a father. Her words to Chad that Charles changed his life insurance policy before we got rid of him. This happened the first day Charles returned to town after learning about the affair. She goes through the premeditation, repeats 12 minutes of time before Charles was shot. We have planning, not just premeditation that morning. It starts in June when Alex Cox started to talk about killing Charles, and Lori talked about drugging Charles. They play a clip about that. July 9th, Lori is living in a house paid by Charles. She doesn't like Charles, but Charles is her cash cow. On the 9th, there's a plan. You can see all those text messages about the plan with so many different people. The 10th, Melanie wants to go to a wedding, but Lori tells her no, she must stay. A mission to stop an intervention. No. Lori tells Alex it will be like Nephi. Lori doesn't want Charles to divorce her. Lori doesn't want to lose her temple recommend. She wants to be like Nephi and get rid of her husband, and they play a clip about it. Lori questioned about this story, but you heard people say it was about a justified killing. Zombies, Z's. She is above the priesthood. Alex brought a gun over, not a friend, not a Book of Mormon. He brought a gun and waited for his sister's husband to enter the house to kill him. Lori gets updates about where Adam is, so they won't be interfering with the justified killing. Lori tried to rewrite the timeline, but it wasn't quick. It was 12 minutes. The evidence supports premeditated murder. 2 shots. Second one, Charles was on the floor, still able to move, and he was executed. That is premeditated first-degree murder no matter what you thought before that second shot. The evidence shows it was a classic sword wound. Talk of bamboo shirts or Charles bouncing, those hypotheticals don't make sense. When Charles was shot, Charles fell to his knees first. We don't know how long until he fell over and was shot a second time. He could possibly have talked and moved after being shot, then he was shot while on his back, murdered, executed. Talk of conspiracy. Lori talked for months about Charles being possessed. Talk of killing him, poisoning, being like Nephi. Make sure Alex is waiting with a gun. Lori knew when Charles would show up. She took his phone and wouldn't give it back. Before the alleged Tylee bat, she said she asked Charles about Adam. How does she know that? Well, no, she had Charles's phone before that interview. Lori would not give the phone back. She needs Alex to come out. He brought that gun for a reason. She said, we will be like Nephi. She knew it would be first degree murder, and that's what Nephi did. But this murder was not justified. Lori comes back to the house nonchalant, no questions, laughing about her neighbors. She doesn't need to repent. She can determine who may live or die, and she has done that. Scope of the conspiracy. We can see Alex saying, stay with me, and we will be like Nephi. Her saying that to Alex. Her conduct infers a conspiracy of Alex coming over to shoot and kill Charles. They go back to the timeline again, everything we already heard, but in order and just made shorter. Closing arguments are a lot of repeats, just to be clear. Lori questioned the detective about how hot it was with JJ in the car, but not about an unlocked gun in the house with the kid. She is the reason JJ is out in the car alone. 47 minutes to call 911 to stage the scene. No CPR. Wait for Charles to be dead. They talked. Actions and inactions. Lori's statement is Tylee came out with a bat, but that's all Lori saying things, setting things up for Charles to be killed. They play Lori saying Charles seemed to be plotting something. Lori says Charles was screaming and reaching for the phone, and Lori makes sure Charles doesn't leave while her autistic child is sitting in the car so Alex can shoot Charles. This defendant set up Charles. Staging the scene, no CPR was given. No one tried to save Charles. He had been dead for a while when the authorities arrived. Something was off with the timeline. The bat was placed to the right of Charles, but we heard from the witness Charles was left-handed. His hand showed he was left-handed. No drops of blood or marks from the fight she claims Charles had. Shoes were left by the door to make it look like Lori Vallow ran out in fear after this horrific incident. Lori did enter the Walgreens with shoes. Something was on her feet. They play a clip of Kay's interview about him being left-handed and how it doesn't make sense. Alex obviously forgot Charles was left-handed. The bat is needed to claim a legal justification, not a spiritual one. They show images of Charles's wound, no damage to the bat, blood is red, no blood and no damage. A semi-pro baseball player has a baseball gun and his life is threatened and he didn't hit someone with it. No smears or damage from a fight, just 2 small prints on the bat. It doesn't fit in the story. Charles's watch has no dings, but Lori wants you to think he was grappling and fighting. 12 minutes so Alex can get a small cut on his head that he dabs with a paper towel. You can see Lori wearing flip-flops entering the Walgreens. She wears them when arriving on the scene. The police did not search Charles's rental car. Consider if the people testifying are credible. The other witnesses have no reason to lie. Lori, however, does. Lori wasn't worried when she arrived. Her brother was allegedly hit in the head by her brother who plays semi-pro ball. She wasn't worried about him. He was fine. She knows that because it was staged. We have her arriving nonchalant and calm. She wants to make sure we know others on the scene were calm, but the others hadn't seen their husband get shot and killed by their brother. Lori's actions and statements don't fit the evidence. Her credibility is questionable this whole case. With Social Security, we learn on July 11th that they're, that they are separated. On August 12th, when she needs some money, she tells Social Security they're living together. She didn't tell them she'd remarried when she remarried. With life insurance, she said Charles was accidentally shot in the call. That was a lie. No accident shooting him twice. She wanted to know if she could do anything to get beneficiary changed. Lori says she has 5 kids. 3 are adults, 1 in common, and Tylee has her own Social Security from her father. She says these things because she can't help it. She wants to seem better than she is. In the police interview, she said she left JJ for 30 days, but it was actually 78 days. 58 days going to Hawaii and being with Chad and traveling with Chad. When Charles planned to move, Lori then showed up. She minimizes even this to make herself seem better. The shoes. Lori asked the detective if it was hot and she needed shoes. She wore shoes entering Walgreens. We have how nonchalant she was at the scene. Look at everything together. Finally, justification defenses. She was like Nephi. Alex was like Nephi, but they weren't justified under the law. Charles yelling didn't justify shooting him. Provoking Charles means deadly force isn't justified. None of these apply. We know from physical evidence that Charles did not use the bat. He was a semi-pro player that wouldn't have ended that way if he had the bat. But even if you thought he had the bat and swung it, the shooting on the ground was not justified. He was no threat on the ground. Third-party defense. Lori says she wasn't even in the room when she heard the shot. You can't protect against the future or what already happened. Lori put herself outside the room, and the second shot also removes it. crime scene prevention. Basically the same as the last one, slightly different wording. Any alleged crime is over when Lori left the room and doesn't work when Charles is on the ground. Guilt can't be established from mere presence. She brought her brother to the crime scene to make sure Charles was inside. Lori wanted to be with Chad and his money. She recruited people to help. Her and Alex would be like Nephi. Lori confessed when she told Chad, "We got rid of him." The 12 minutes before she left, then 47 minutes until 911, she cried for you in the opening statement, but not on the body cam footage. She didn't cry in the interview. The physical evidence shows Lori's staged scene. Charles was executed that day for Lori's benefit. Charles is dead because Lori planned for it, and she wanted the money and Chad. The state asks you to find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Next up is Lori. And I have to say, the court reporter even needed a break to, rest their fingers after that last statement. Mine are killing me. To add a bit of levity to a very serious situation, I have prepared a bingo card with things that I wouldn't be shocked if Lori Vallow did in the closing. And I have, of course, watched the full closing at this point, but I haven't filled out the bingo card. So we're going to see how accurate I was. It could have been a list, but this also just lets me check it off easily. And it's just like, it made it for me, so it's perfect. Lori's up. The state has 100% burden of proving I committed a crime. A grievous crime conspiracy to commit premeditated murder of my husband, Charles Vallow. The state has the burden to prove this was murder, not self-defense. And by the way, I'll probably fill this out at the end. Prevention instruction, the last line reads, if the state fails to carry this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. The same in defense of a third person. The same in self-defense. And I have a little note here. She's reading the full thing each time with kind of a whimsically half whispering when she says, you must find the defendant not guilty. Like it's obvious. I'll put it that way. And to me, the defendant must, the defendant doesn't have to prove their own innocence. The state must prove, beyond a reasonable doubt that proves beyond reasonable doubt. So she kind of repeats herself, I believe, there. You must find them not guilty. In Arizona, self-defense is not a crime. Let's look at what we learned in this trial. A shooting occurred. 911 was called. Law enforcement was noticed. Fire EMS arrived. I know at this point, you're probably like, this isn't exciting. It gets more interesting near the end. Alex Cox came out with hands up and was questioned by police. Lori came up with Tylee until police would speak with us. Lori asked for Tylee's medication for her panic attacks, but was not given to her. Again, why does this matter? Tylee was taken to the police department uncuffed. Alex was taken to the police department uncuffed. Lori and Tylee were taken to the police department in a police van. Lori claims the goal was to make small talk. There's an objection, first objection, and the judge says the jury will determine what the testimony did or did not show. She wanted to speak to them separately. All three were separated and answered all questions asked of us. They showed snippets of that interview. The state did not show the full interview. Most of the interview is admitted into evidence, and Lori gives the evidence number and physically holds up the CD and encourages the jury to watch the entire interview. It is important to determine her demeanor yourself. This event was 6 years ago, and many witnesses said their memory was probably better back then. My interview was back then, too. You did not see Tylee's interview, but we learned she did one. You did not see Alex's interview, but we learned he was interviewed by the previous case agent, who we also did not hear from in this trial. The state chose to not show you those interviews or let you listen to that 911 call. Objection. Sustained. The jury can't consider what wasn't brought into evidence. We learned in this trial that Alex was injured in the back of his head with a bump and a 1-inch laceration. We did not see those pictures as well. We learned that those three did not know their interviews were being recorded. We learned Alex's phone was taken, but no digital copy was taken, even though it's their normal protocol. We learned Alex's phone was returned later that day with no further inquiries. Lori and Tylee met with a victim's advocate. All three were dropped off at their house. They couldn't enter because they were directed to take the rental car and return later because the scene was cleaned up. We learned in this trial that they did as directed and left. They returned after contacted by the detective for Alex's walkthrough. Many detectives were present for the walkthrough, but the walkthrough was not recorded and no reports talk about it. Even though this would be crucial evidence for you, the jury. Objection. Struck. Jury should disregard. The state has to prove this wasn't self-defense, so why not show the jury all the evidence gathered? Objection. Sustained. Again. We learned Alex cooperated. Tylee cooperated. Lori cooperated. The police treated us that day as if it was self-defense. We learned Chandler police put out a press release that day. Objection. Sustained. Juries determined what was established. I don't think the press release ever made it in, by the way. She tried multiple times. Like, that line there makes me think she wrote this a while back and has, been slowly editing it. Under Arizona law, Lori, Tylee, and Alex had the right to self-defense. This event was not planned. It was shocking. We learned Chandler Police Department didn't do a thorough investigation. They did not swab Lori, Tylee, or Alex's hands for gunpowder residue. They did not luminol the gun or bat. They did not test the DNA on the bat. They did not test the projectile. They did not test the floorboard. They did not test my husband's shirt. They did not search the rental car. They did not search any cars. They tested the gun over 5 years later. It was treated as self-defense in a tragic family event. We learned in this trial me and Charles were having marital problems. This was self-defense. Charles didn't have to take the bat from Tylee that day. Charles could have made the choice to put the bat down. Oh my God, Lori, that is the worst possible thing you could have said with all the focus on you stealing his cell phone. A 2-minute period changed our lives forever. And for the forever there made me think of Sarah Boone's Forever. Same with Protocol. How are you supposed to choose between your daughter or your brother? Objection, testifying. The judge tells Lori not to testify about things not in evidence. How can you decide for another person if they are threatened? Objection is about the reasonable person standard. Judge allows it, but it sure will be brought up on a rebuttal. The state showed I was praying for my husband. We were trying to do what was best for a child with special needs, JJ. It was a shock Charles changed his life insurance policy. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed for our children, our grown children and children at home. We learned a lot about the Book of Mormon prophet Nephi, and this is the basis for the state for murder over self-defense. They have a lot more than just Nephi. It is utterly ridiculous. In the Mormon culture, Nephi signifies strong faith, and objection, testifying, sustained. The state's attempt to misconstrue a message about the wonderful religious figure Nephi and turn it into an order to kill someone is absurd. This is an attempt to retrofit a crime. Don't let them turn my family tragedy into a crime. When I am done speaking to you, the state gets to rebuke. This is the last word because it is their burden. Their burden to prove I committed a crime, and if you haven't seen the evidence I committed this crime, I am not guilty. The only interview submitted into evidence is mine, and she holds up the CD. I encourage you to watch it. I told you what happened, that way, just the way it was. My state attacked my character, but only for you to decide. The state put up witnesses with no evidence of a conspiracy. They didn't show you evidence to commit murder. They showed you evidence of family tragedy. They showed the sad effects of a family torn apart by the tragedy, and then Lori walks off, leaving it. Now, I think I missed a line I wrote. Let me check here with the search function. Maybe I didn't. They didn't test my husband's shirt. I want to make sure that was in there because I know I put that on the list here. I'm going to count that as bamboo. So we're going to talk about it. Now, this is just Lori's closing. If it was both, I'd have a lot more. So let's see. We have state objection, bamboo, Nephi. I would say her argument is why not arrested earlier. Honestly, I would say that. Claiming they're retrofitting things is conspiracy to me. She didn't blame Tylee directly. I don't think I'd list this. I could maybe make an argument that her talking of Tylee with the bat is blaming Tylee, but I'm not going to do that. She never mentioned Chad. She never said the evidence will show or did she say has shown? I'll check. I don't think she said that phrase. I was wanting that phrase. Never tested for gunshot revenue, complains about evidence, no talk of zombies, state objection was overruled, no enchiladas. The judge never stopped Lori unprompted. Sadly, there was no shock belt. I would say with religion, I'll put God. I probably should have said religion in general and then Nephi specifically. That's more what I meant. She didn't blame JJ. She mentioned blow on the bat. And she said, family tragedy, we got a bingo. I didn't. I think she just said luminol. It doesn't matter now. She didn't mention her other convictions. She was not under 10 minutes, and she did blame Charles. She blamed Charles. That was outright there. Because Charles shouldn't have taken the bat, but Lori should have been taking his phone and luring him in. So, arguably, you could argue this, but I meant exact phrases. She never mentioned Chad that I can remember. You could argue the Tylee thing. She never mentioned Hawaii, never mentioned enchiladas. The shirt you could argue she didn't mention because she said shirt, not bamboo, but she mentioned bamboo shirt. I didn't put bamboo shirt because I was afraid she'd be like, she could have put bamboo or shirt, but I wrote it, so I know what I meant. But anyway, yeah, we got this down here. Like, this is all things she did. She didn't say why not arrested earlier, but she complained 5 years later. Like, I'm going to consider that. I'm going to count that. You can disagree, and then I didn't get bingo, but I had to put some levity in this because this is I am physically in pain from my fingers, and it's a depressing case. But we're going to continue because remember, there's a rebuttal. The state's back. The execution of Charles Vallow is not a family tragedy. There is nothing you can say about shooting a man as he lay on the ground you can construe as any way other than any way to make that a family tragedy. This case is about the defendant, not Alex Cox. Alex is involved in it because that is her co-conspirator. We are not here to determine his guilt, although it is quite obvious. She wants you to look at one piece. You heard in the instruction you can look at other evidence to find the conspiracy. She wants you to forget about her words and when she told her lover and soon-to-be husband that we got rid of him. That he changed the life insurance before we got rid of him. And that somehow means what? They kill him. And he changed his life insurance policy before they killed him. That tells you the motive and who did it. This defendant, points to Lori, is one of those we's because she is writing it. She wants you to pretend when she talks about Charles for a month acquiescing her brother. How did they word this? Acquiescing to her brother, killing him. She wants to talk about Charles a month prior. She was acquiescing about her brother wanting to kill Charles, and people knew that they were planning something. Something in those lines. That those words don't mean exactly what they are. We got rid of him. The state has the burden. That's how it should be, but every one of those justifications for defenses falls short when you look at the conspiracy itself. When they got rid of him, they did it by planning it. There is no reason that Alex Cox came over to the defendant's house with a loaded gun and waited for Charles to come inside. Held there by the defendant using the cell phone. That is conspiracy. That is planning. That is premeditated. You can absolutely watch the whole video. That is why the state included that video. She's referencing the CD Lori wanted with almost the full interview. You will see Lori Vallow doesn't cry. She isn't truthful. Her timeline is absolutely wrong. She says it was quick when it was 12 minutes. She wants you to believe the police can understand that this day, at that day, but the timeline was off and they knew it then. Then the physical evidence showed Charles was executed on the floor, and that needed the medical examiner to confirm. Then they needed search warrants, iClouds, terabytes of data. They found Lori's beliefs, celestial being that didn't need to repent. Of course she thought she was Nephi. The physical evidence shows Charles was executed. Every one of the defenses the state has met their burden. Even if you don't think the bat was staged, like with the shoes and lack of blood, see, this is important here. They are going, well, if you already you already know the shoes and blood were staged. They're wording it in such a way to set the jury up to already go, well, yeah, I do agree with that. Even if you think the bat wasn't staged, like with the shoes and lack of blood, that second shot is not self-defense for any of the defenses. Arizona law does not allow you to execute a man on the ground. The defendant wants you to think she was shocked and surprised, but she went to Burger King. Walgreens dropped off her kid and joked about her neighbors. She wants you to feel bad for Tylee. You saw Tylee there. She wasn't shocked, crying, upset. Same with Alex. They've had 47 minutes to figure this out, gone through Charles's phone and talked on the phone twice. This case relies on the investigations the police did. That day when they say the timeline and crime scene don't make sense. All of the evidence after that, culminating when Lori told the man she married later and was having an affair with, Lori wanted Chad Daybell and that life insurance policy. Lori said, we got rid of him. That was Lori's confession to you and why she is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And then they do the randomized picking of the alternates. Lori was not 10 minutes, but she was pretty quick comparatively to the state. I think the state hit on a lot of things. Lori's defense would have been better if she had an actual lawyer, that's for sure. And now it's up to the jury. It's up to the jury. And before I get off here, I should make sure that there hasn't been a big update with the verdict coming in. So I'm going to have to upload this, and if there's a verdict, I'll probably still do a separate video for the verdict just in case, but I'll talk. The Oblivion remaster, by the way, just side note, has been confirmed for tomorrow, announcement at 11 a.m. with the claim that it's going to be available right after the announcement. So, I'm glad I looked. The jury wants to go home. The jury wants to go home. They'll be back tomorrow. The jury's calling it. I expected it because my guess is they're probably sitting there and going, look, if we're going to go through, like, they probably started going through the evidence and they're like, we need to do enough that we're going to be here really late, especially if they watch that full interview or whatever they're available. It's not the full interview. And they're probably saying, let's just hit it off in the morning, go from there, and we can be set. I think that has to be it. And it makes sense. Like, if they think this is going to take more than a day, they don't, maybe they don't, like, maybe they think it's going to take more than they can do today, but maybe not more than a full day. And at that point, just start fresh tomorrow. I see people calling the jury lazy, but I honestly think it makes perfect sense. I really do. I think the jury going home is perfect sense. I'm just double checking if there's anything else. Some people think maybe they took a vote real quick and they all think she's guilty but want to sleep on it. And just, better optics if they wait a bit. That's someone else that's something that I was kind of disliked. It kind of was like in the state's ending, you could kind of word that maybe Tylee helped them. The thing is, Tylee was a victim, right? We know what happened with her. And she was a victim of Lori growing up in general. There is, a lot of people have said Tylee lied for Lori. A lot of people have believed that. And if that's the case, if she lied for Lori, then she was involved in the conspiracy after the fact, at least. Hey, tell them you had the bat, right? Like, if that didn't happen, because the state is arguing that didn't happen at all. If that, the state doesn't have to prove it didn't happen. They can put in any possibility. I mean, we heard the way they did the Sarah Boone trial, where they had a bunch of different possibilities out there, right? But I'm sure a lot of people are upset right now. I've seen a couple with the state. They don't like what they said about Tylee. But remember, to the jury's knowledge, Tylee was there. Tylee, for whatever reason, didn't testify. Alex, for whatever reason, didn't testify. They know Alex is dead. They know he's dead. But they don't know why Tylee's not there. So maybe suggesting that maybe she was in on it, but maybe the state couldn't prove it, but maybe that they think will bolster their case as a possibility. I don't know. They can't just not mention Tylee, right? Especially when Lori is trying to use her as a defense. They have to talk about Tylee. That's the thing I'm interested in. What do people think about how the state portrayed Tylee? Maybe I'll put that as a poll when I premiere this. Because I think people will be torn, but I'm sure the family didn't like it, I would assume. I'm sure we'll find out. Yeah, that's it for the day. So, how this is going to work tomorrow. There's going to be a notice to the media that there is a verdict when there is one. If it's tomorrow, if not, it'll be whenever. Then the verdict will be read on a 5-minute delay. Now, the Oblivion remaster is supposed to come out tomorrow. Rumors. The premiere of the video starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's the time that everyone just posts was Eastern. I don't know what it is for the rest of it. So that will be earlier than the jury will come in. So that means that I will be up for that. And if it's available immediately, I will be playing it and trying to make content and coming up with ideas for my second channel. My plan is I'm going to have my phone. I'm going to have my phone with notifications on. I want to get all notifications from Nate Eaton. And I want to be told when that verdict is coming in. And then I'm going to watch that verdict because I want to see it. Even though we'll know ahead of time when it gets tweeted, I want to see the verdict. And then I might take a few minutes to decide how I want to talk about it. And then we are going to go into the verdict. I'll do a video. I'll do a video on it. So if you miss all of that, turn on notifications and subscribe to the channel. I think you have to subscribe first and then turn on notifications. If you do that, I will be doing a video and you'll get the verdict knowledge that way. You'll get a notification. I won't put it in a community post first. So I'll do that. And then I'll try to get that out as soon as possible. If I am distracted by Oblivion, that might delay it. I'm just being honest, just so you know. I want to thank everyone who's followed this case so far. Everyone who has become a member of the channel, subscribed, commented, typed in chat, used the Buy Me a Coffee link, everything like that. Shown interest in my other channel, anything like that. I appreciate all of you. I should say it. I should say it more at the beginning of videos because then people subscribe more, but this seems weird to me. So that's the meta. That's what people do on YouTube. To get but I just want to thank everyone. I really appreciate it. I feel like I don't thank you all enough for tuning in, to be honest. I should do it more. I should do it more, not only because it has people subscribe, but because I am actually thankful about it. We will have appearances for Lori Vallow scheduled mid-May for the next trial. I don't know what they mean by the next phase. Maybe they have to go through some stuff with this if she's found guilty for aggravating stuff for the sentence. I'm not sure. But literally in a couple weeks, just a few weeks, there'll be more Lori news at the very least. If it's not live stream, it'll be news to cover. So we have that. And I honestly am not shocked by today at all. I really ain't. I'm really not. I think the jury, personally, I think the jury going home is the right move. I think it's the right move. People want the jury to come back quickly because they want that gratification, but that's not what it's about. It's about justice, right? And I think if I was on that jury and we walked in and we did like a preliminary vote and everyone is hardline guilty, I think I would want everyone to go home for the day. Really think about what we saw. Come back in. Both sides told us to review that footage, review that interview, go back through the timeline, and then do a vote. I would say in the spirit of justice, that would be the way I'd want it done if I had a choice. Even like, because you got to think about it. There's a lot to think about. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of names. There's multiple Melanies. There's even another Melanie on an email. It's a fake Melanie. There's a lot of stuff in this case. And remember, there's a lot they don't know. And those things they don't know, they need to be sure that they need to make sure that they aren't misremembering anything. They haven't filled in any blanks that weren't actually filled in, anything like that, because so much was left open in this trial, so much they weren't told. So I think that's about it. I think that sums it up. I'll see you all in the next video. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I will say the state's approach of she already confessed. She already confessed. That was... I didn't think of them using that. I know for sure other people did. That specific wording, that specific phrasing, I think that was really good. I think that was smart. Here's her confession. We have a verdict, and in my opinion, Lori is still being Lori, trying to make things worse for everyone if it benefits her even a slight amount. Colby Ryan says that Lori's enchiladas were canned chicken, store-bought sauce, and store-bought tortillas, and the chicken was cooked in a crock pot, and they were gross. After hearing that, it is even more of a shame the death penalty is not on the table. According to Nate Eaton, the jury deliberated 17 minutes yesterday, 90 minutes before lunch today, and 75 minutes after lunch today. The judge started talking before the jury came in. If not guilty, this is all over. If guilty, after the verdict begins the aggravation phase, and that starts immediately. Lori wanted it added that her not providing evidence is not an aggravating factor. The state will have testimony of family members if there's an aggravation phase. And Lori is asked if she'll have testimony, and Lori is just obviously pissed. There's no other way to put it. Wants to know why there is even an aggravation phase if there's only one possible penalty. And I have a note here, in my opinion, she doesn't want the family to be free to tell the jury about the real Lori. I don't know how much they would be limited. Would they be allowed to go into what happened to Tylee and JJ at this point? The judge has to explain in Arizona, the jury has to find aggravated circumstances, so this has to be done. Lori said she would like to stipulate to the aggravation, just admit to it, basically. The judge says they will wait until the verdict for that. It seems like she thinks if she stipulates, she won't have to let the family speak, which is accurate. We are waiting on the family to arrive, and we're back on the record. Lori Daybell was found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. This is a true verdict. The jury is polled to confirm. The jury was told they will be sent out for about 2 minutes, and Lori says she wants to stipulate instead of going through the aggravation phase where the family gets to talk. Was it a dangerous offense? Did the offense cause emotional or financial harms to victims of the family? To the victim's family? Did the offense have an accomplice? I believe these are all the relevant parts that were talked about. Lori stipulates to all three. The judge explains the jury would have to find that without a reasonable doubt, and the judge says if she stipulates, the judge can then find additional aggravating factors at sentences, and Lori just agrees to the stipulation. Lori stipulates it would be a dangerous offense, stipulates the result of her conduct, the victim or victim's family had emotional harm, and Lori stipulates the offense had an accomplice. It's basically her admitting to the crime and those facts of the crime. The state is satisfied, the judge is satisfied. The judge asks Lori if she wants sentencing in 30 days or after her next trial. Lori says what the court prefers, but it doesn't matter to the judge, and she can talk to counsel first. The jury gets brought back in. The jury is back and are simply released. They have the right to talk or not to talk to anyone. The judge wants to thank them personally in the jury chambers, but they can leave if they want to. I wonder if the judge wants to personally brace them about JJ and Tylee, because I have to imagine people are going to ask immediately. Lori then decided she wanted the sentencing to be after her next trial. So Lori, I would say, stipulated purely so the family couldn't talk. So the jury, she wouldn't have to see the jury learn about Lori. One final gotcha to the family. That's my opinion. Some people might think it's a blessing the family didn't have to get up there and talk, but to me it was Lori being Lori, trying to get over one last time on the family that was there ready to speak. Oh, no, you don't. And that's the verdict. Hopefully this video recorded well. I'm having issues with my webcam. Oblivion did come out, and I've been playing it, waiting for the updates. Actually, the reason this happened so late, I've been trying to record this for a while, is my webcam completely lost all my settings, and I had to redo everything from scratch. So hopefully that's good. Thank you all for following me with this trial. I'll check for updates, anything like that. I might do a video thinking back on the trial. I might do a video if I watch some interviews with some of the jury later. I appreciate all of you. Thank you everyone who subscribed, everyone who commented, everyone who donated, became a member, used the Buy Me a Coffee, did a super chat. I appreciate all of you. And we have another trial to go. And the question now is Lori still going to represent herself in this next trial? Will she be able to go on the revenge tour she wished this trial was? Lori has time to get all those witnesses this time around. Is this going to be her true revenge tour in the second trial? Or there's a world where Lori backs down, lets a lawyer do it. Or maybe she's fed up. Maybe she pleads. Surprise everyone, pleads, and we get to move on. Colby Ryan did a live reaction. I didn't watch all of it, but it is there. He, I believe, was heading to court, and it simply happened too quick. So if that interests you, that'll be there. Nate Eaton says he's doing his show tonight, and I'm sure he'll be trying to interview jurors. I expect jurors will be gotten a hold of over the weekend. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to say. Lori is such a coward. I don't think I got that through enough. She is such a coward for just stipulating after all of it. She stipulated purely because she didn't want the family to talk. She didn't want Kay to get up there and not be bound. Because at this point, what is stopping Kay? Right? She's guilty. If Kay is allowed at this point to go into all of it, she probably would have. She probably knew exactly line by line what she wanted that jury to know about Lori. And you know what? Lori couldn't have that. Lori could not let the family have a chance to paint the narrative. She got her live streams in the court. She did. People heard her voice. And as soon as there was no longer any benefit to her, she's done with the whole process, ready to move on, ready for that next case. Honestly, I'm a little shocked she didn't want to have sentencing before her next trial, purely so that she could have another day in court, yet another day where we can listen to Lori talk. I feel sorry for the family. In general, I feel sorry for the family that went there to speak and didn't get to speak. If I was in that situation, I would have wanted to. I feel sorry for the jury who is about to learn so much more. They're about to learn the monster they sat in the same room as. They're about to learn everything. They might be like, why didn't they call Tylee? They're going to learn. They're going to know. And I hate to say it, I wouldn't be surprised if Lori gets a little thrill out of it. Something that'll last. Oh, my trial ended, but you'll be thinking about it after. I don't think highly of her. I never knew her personally. I didn't follow the first trial closely. The moment any benefits to her, any way for her to paint herself in a positive light were gone, she was done with the process. It was just going to be how bad she was. Wrap it up, I'll stipulate. Makes me so mad.